Chapter 1026. Boundless Celestial Capital, Soaring Temple Square. 10 Sun Sky Crossing Formation? It's even more powerful than the one I saw 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai looked at the 10 golden crows in the distance. The golden crow formation forms the shape of a cauldron. The temperature inside is so high that even a normal great perfection expert might not be able to withstand it. Mahavairakana narrowed his eyes. Oh. Gu Hai looked carefully. Sure enough, the 10 golden crows were arranged in a shape like a giant cauldron. The center was like a golden cauldron fire. Although he couldn't see the temperature from far away, Gu Hai believed in Mahavairakana's eyesight. Even a great perfection expert couldn't withstand it? Hou-Yi finally made a move? Qin Xian-Er said with a serious expression. Qin Xian-Er had some memories of the White Emperor, so she naturally recognized Hou-Yi at a glance. In the distance, Hou-Yi's bow was drawn to a full moon. There was a dazzling purple light on the long arrow. Hou-Yi's eyes turned cold and he loosened his grip. Bam! The purple divine arrow was like a shooting star. It streaked across the sky with endless purple light and brightened the world. In just a moment, it reached the boundary outside the 10 Sun Sky Crossing Formation. The cauldron boundary can't be broken. Even if I hit it with my full strength, I can't break it, let alone an arrow that has lost contact with it? Xiongyu said with disbelief. Hong. The purple divine arrow hit the flame boundary outside the 10 Sun Sky Crossing Formation with a loud bang. However, it didn't penetrate the boundary as Xiongyu guessed. Wah! Suddenly one of the golden crows screamed. Immediately the arrow pierced through its head and it fell from the sky. Boom! Like the sun falling, a super huge fire pit was blown up on the ground. 10 Sun Sky Crossing Formation? It was nothing in front of Hou-Yi's divine arrow. What? Impossible? How can Hou-Yi's arrow be so powerful? Xiongyu said in surprise. In the distance, boundless celestial capital. What a powerful arrow. Arrow to god destruction? Mahavairakana said in astonishment. Good archery. This arrow was able to accurately shoot into the eyes of the golden crow and pierce through its Naiwan palace after breaking through the barrier. His eyesight is truly shocking. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. After losing one golden crow, the 10 Sun Sky Traversing Formation was instantly broken. The previous formation disappeared, and the 9 golden crows were immediately exposed in front of everyone. Wow! Wow! Even though there were only 9 of them left, they still charged towards Qiyu and the others. Humph! Hou-Yi sneered and drew the bow to a full moon again. Release the arrows. Swish! The second divine arrow shot out in a clean and efficient manner. In just an instant, the arrow arrived at a golden crow, piercing through its eye and flying out from the back of its head. The second golden crow died. However, the divine arrow that flew out did not stop. It continued to shoot forward. Bang! The third golden crow fell from the sky, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression froze. Bang! The fourth golden crow fell from the sky, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Mahavairakana's expression froze. Bang! The 5th golden crow fell from the sky. The 6th golden crow fell from the sky. Bang! The strange scene made everyone's hair stand on end. When the divine arrow finally pierced through the head of the 10th golden crow, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing 9 birds with 1 stone? Hou-Yi's archery is really amazing. Gu Hai exclaimed. Killing 9 birds with 1 stone? This was not something that could be done with great strength. More importantly, one's eyesight had to be extremely powerful. One's eyesight had to predict the flight paths of the 9 golden crows so that when the arrow arrived, all 9 of them would be shot at the same time. This was because before the arrow was shot, the golden crows would not be in a straight line. However, the direction of the arrow was only a straight line. No, to be precise, it was a parabola. To accurately predict the golden crows at different times, one had to be in the path of the arrow. Even with Gu Hai's powerful mental calculation, it was difficult for him to be so precise. But Hou-Yi had done it. It was as if he had done it instinctively, killing 9 birds with 1 arrow. This is called 9-star alignment, the highest level of archery. I didn't expect Hou-Yi to be able to do it. Qin Xian-Er was also shocked. The 9 golden crows fell at the same time, like 9 suns descending from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The series of landing made everyone's eyelids twitch wildly. 9-star alignment? Hou-Yi's arrow has reached the Tao realm. Qiyu exclaimed in admiration. It's just a small trick. 9, the great emperor is overpraising me. Hou-Yi waved his hand modestly. Swish. The two divine arrows in the distance instantly flew back to Hou Yi's hands, and Hou Yi put them into his quiver. Hou Yi did it very casually, but the others who saw it were shocked. Xinyuan City. At the entrance to the upper study room. Hou Yi shooting down the sun? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. How can the golden crow be so weak? Bingheim asked in disbelief. His Holiness, this Hou Yi is dangerous. I am willing to lead the army to stop Hou Yi. Da Hong, who had requested to fight previously, said again. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and shook her head. Glancing at the 8 people in the distance who were chasing after each other, Matriarch Ji said, This time, all of you don't have to interfere. Everyone was puzzled. Empress Ji took a step forward. People of the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty, at this moment, there are enemies attacking. I, Empress Ji, request all of you to raise your right hand and borrow my supreme power to defeat these evildoers and restore the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty to its former glory. Empress Ji shouted. Roar. Above the sea of Providence clouds, there was a deafening dragon roar. Following which, Empress Ji's voice spread throughout the entire Great Yellow Dynasty. In an instant, all the citizens of the Great Yellow Dynasty were stunned, and they raised their right hand without hesitation. His Holiness, please use my power. Amidst the cheers of countless citizens, surging energy gathered towards the sea of Providence clouds above Xinyuan City. Roar. Above the sea of clouds, Matriarch Ji's divine statue suddenly transformed into a gigantic golden dragon. The golden dragon absorbed the boundless energy from the masses as it swooped down towards Matriarch Ji. Boom. As the human and dragon merged, Empress Ji flew into the sky, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from her body. Even the void seemed to be shattered by this overflowing energy. In Xinyuan City, everyone who saw this had the urge to kneel down and worship her. Xiongyu Ao Ing and Fengbo were not far away, and Qiyu's group of 5 were chasing after them. Swish. Empress Ji waved her sleeves, and a gust of wind seemed to appear out of nowhere. Xiongyu Ao Ing and Fengbo were all swept into Xinyuan City. His Holiness. When the 3 of them were swept in front of her, they immediately said respectfully. Empress Ji ignored them and looked at the 5 people in front of her. Boom. Qiyu's group of 5 instantly stopped outside Xinyuan City. From afar they looked at Empress Ji. At this moment, Empress Ji's aura was extremely powerful. Even though the 5 of them were at the peak of Heavenly Palace, she was still slightly stronger. Empress Ji. Qiyu roared with a ferocious expression. Empress Ji sneered coldly, Qiyu, how dare you? Qiyu's eyes flickered, and a trace of viciousness appeared on his face. Great Yin Celestial Dynasty, Primitive City, entrance of Flame God Palace. What a cunning Empress Ji. Qi's eyes flashed with anger. Boundless Celestial Capital. Soaring Sky Palace. Empress Ji is really cautious. Qiyu's probing was actually seen through by her. Guhai's face darkened. Seen through? Qin Xian frowned slightly. Imperial Matriarch Ji figured it out. Imperial Matriarch Ji could tell that Qiyu was here to expose his trump cards. Hence, she hid it well, not revealing any of her trump cards. She only mobilized the dynasty's forces, Guhai said seriously. Empress Ji saw through my husband and Qi's plan, so she deliberately activated the power of the dynasty? Qin Xian instantly understood. Guhai nodded. Xinyuan City. Empress Ji glanced at Qiyu, and her gaze suddenly crossed the distance and looked at the boundless celestial capital. With a glance, everyone in the Soaring Sky Palace's square felt their hearts tighten. It was as if they were locked on. Mahavairakana's face turned cold. Qin Xian's eyes flashed with anger. My husband, is Empress Ji provoking us? Guhai did not say anything. Instead, he stared coldly at Matriarch Ji. Empress Ji glanced at Guhai, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Empress Ji turned her head and looked at Primitive City. She instantly looked at Qi in front of Flame God Palace. Empress Ji looked at Qi and her gaze seemed to be provoking him. At the entrance of Flame God Palace, Qi and Empress Ji exchanged glances. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Empress Ji provoked Guhai and Qi, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be telling the 2 of them that she had already seen through their little tricks. If you have the ability, why don't you come at me together? Guhai and Qi narrowed their eyes. The 2 of them were not impulsive people. They stood on the spot without moving and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Xinyuan City. After Empress Ji provoked Guhai and Qi, she saw that the 2 of them did not explode. She then looked at Qiyu and the others who were not far away from the city. Empress Ji, it has been 3,000 years. Back then you obtained Jiang Lianshan's help and stole everything from me. Isn't it very comfortable to sit on my 9-li imperial dynasty's throne? Chiyu said coldly. Winner takes all. Chiyu, we haven't met for 3,000 years. You actually like to find excuses for your failures? A victory is a victory, a defeat is a defeat. Back then I gave face to Jiang Lianshan and spared your life. You actually dare to be so impudent in my great yellow empire? Empress Ji coldly said. Impudent? Back then you weren't even fit to carry my shoes. Today, since you want to make a move, let's settle this once and for all. My things are not something you can take as you wish. Chiyu said coldly. After that, Chiyu sent a palm strike towards Empress Ji. Boom! A gigantic black astral palm appeared in the air. In the center of the black astral palm, there was a blood-red mouth filled with fangs. It slammed towards Empress Ji. The mouth in the palm slammed towards Empress Ji, shattering the space around it. A terrifying aura pressed down on Empress Ji. With a wave of her hand, a protective formation appeared around Shenyuan City. Empress Ji faced that palm strike head-on. Not bad. We haven't met for 3,000 years, but your cultivation has increased by a large amount. Jiang Lianshan sealed you away to help you cultivate? But you aren't the only one who can improve. Empress Ji coldly shouted. After that, a golden sword flew out from her sleeves. The moment the sword appeared, the entire area was filled with boundless white light. Overwhelming righteousness, Shenyuan sword. Empress Ji coldly shouted. Xing. The sword light soared into the sky. The overwhelming righteousness accompanied the golden sword light as it slashed towards Chiyu's mouth. Chapter 1027. Righteous Qi Shenyuan Sword. Empress Ji shouted coldly. Xing. The sword gleam soared into the sky. Surging righteous Qi accompanied the golden sword gleam as it slashed towards Chiyu's palm. Hong. When the mouth and Shenyuan sword collided, a huge black hole appeared and the surrounding space was torn apart. The pure white righteous Qi collided with the pitch-black demonic shaman Qi and seemed to cancel each other out. Empress Ji had finally used the power of the dynasty, and her strength was slightly stronger. After a short stalemate, a loud boom rang out, and the huge mouth in the palm exploded with a loud bang. The sword light instantly arrived in front of Chiyu. Chiyu's face was ferocious as he punched forward. Boom! Under his full strength, the sword light exploded. Chiyu's figure also paused. Empress Ji? You actually reached the great circle of the God Legion? Chiyu's eyes widened. I have the power of the dynasty. Do you think that I have been cultivating for the past 3,000 years? Empress Ji sneered. Chiyu, back then when Jiang Lianshan sealed you in the Eastern Sea, I knew that he wanted to help you cultivate. The demonic shaman Qi can help you cultivate the demonic shaman indestructible body. However, so what if you have the demonic shaman indestructible body? Today, under my Shenyuan sword, I will still cut your head off. Empress Ji shouted. With a shout, she slashed her sword again. After using the power of the dynasty, Empress Ji's strength had already reached its peak. When she slashed her sword, billions of sword Qi seemed to appear in the sky. Each sword Qi carried the aura of a king as it slashed towards the 5 people. Ha! Chiyu suddenly roared and opened his mouth. Rumble! The billions of sword Qi were swallowed into his stomach like a whale sucking in water. Is that all you have? Chiyu said coldly. Devouring the heavens and the earth? It's indeed powerful. Unfortunately, didn't the ancient shaman race perish together with the demon race? Empress Ji sneered. Empress Ji looked at the remaining 4 people with a cold smile. Brother Hou-Yi, Brother Xingtian, how have you been? Empress Ji smiled. Hou-Yi and Xingtian's faces were cold and they didn't reply. I didn't expect that our former comrades would actually meet on the battlefield today. Matriarch Ji sighed lightly. Fellow comrades? When you betrayed His Holiness, why didn't you think of your comrades? Haven't you thought about Junen? Xingtian sneered. Ji Matriarch wasn't angry and she explained, Junen? Indeed, I was once indebted to Jiang Lianshan in the Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty. However, I have already repaid what I should have done over the years. Back then he had said that as subjects they could stay or leave as they pleased. I left the Dian Dynasty and established the Great Yellow Dynasty, so why should I still listen to him? For the sake of our old friendship, I agreed to all of his requests. Is this not enough? 800,000 years ago, he was courting death and wanted to fight to the death with Rokudo Shinkuan. He had already made up his mind to die. Should I die with him? If you know the specifics. You know better than anyone how your Great Yellow Dynasty came to be. Xingtian said coldly. The Great Yellow Dynasty was, of course, fought by myself. There's nothing to be clear about. Brother Xingtian, don't be fooled by others. Brother Hou Yi, you didn't attack Ao Ing, Feng Bo, and Xiong Yu out of consideration for your comradeship. Ji Matriarch thanks you. Ji Matriarch said solemnly. Thank me? There's no need for that. Hou Yi said indifferently. Don't worry, I'll remember this gratitude. Later, no matter what, I won't attack you. Empress Ji said solemnly. Hou Yi's eyelids twitched. Chi Yu sneered. Empress Ji, I realize that you haven't changed at all. You're still so cunning. Attacking the heart before the battle? You just don't want Hou Yi to fight with his full strength, right? Empress Ji ignored him and looked at Shangguan and Gu Han. Are the two of you here to issue a challenge to the Great Yellow Dynasty on behalf of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Empress Ji said coldly. His Holiness, you don't have to threaten us. We'll listen to the 9 Li Great Emperor's orders. We won't give up because of your threats. Gu Han shook his head. You want us to split up? Ah. Empress Ji, it seems like you're scared? Chi Yu sneered. Scared? Maybe. Chi Yu, are you ready? I'm coming. Empress Ji's expression suddenly turned solemn. Come. Chi Yu said. However, before he could finish his sentence, Empress Ji's figure flashed, and she shot toward Chi Yu's group like an arrow. Chi Yu yelled. Boom. The Xinyuan sword's light illuminated the entire area. The space where the 6 were instantly shattered. At the same time, the black hole blew strong winds in all directions. The mountains and rocks were all swept into the black hole. The center of the battlefield was turbid. No one could see what was going on. Boom, 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 boom. A huge collision sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble. Beams of sword light shot out from the turbid battlefield and pierced into the earth. Instantly, a 1,000,000-mile-long trench appeared in the earth, piercing into the starry sky. Any star that came into contact with it instantly exploded. Be careful. Roars of anger came from the turbid battlefield. In the outside world, in the Xinyuan city, Empress Ji's trusted subordinates revealed worried expressions. Although His Holiness had mobilized the power of the dynasty, the opponents were 5 great perfection heavenly palace experts. In the distance, in the boundless celestial capital, Husband, will little Han be in danger? Qin Xian asked worriedly. Gu Hai also revealed a trace of worry. Bang. In the turbid battlefield, a streak of sword light sent a figure flying out of the turbid battlefield. Shangguan? Mahavairakana's face sank. That sword light slashed Shangguan's chest. If it had been an ordinary great perfection heavenly palace expert, that sword light would have definitely split Shangguan in half. However, Shangguan cultivated the 8 and 9 mystic mysteries art, which gave him an indestructible body that was impervious to weapons. Only then did he manage to block the attack. Buzz. The sword light disappeared. Clearly it went to deal with the others. Shangguan was blasted into the starry sky. He smashed through 3 stars in a row before stopping. His clothes were blasted apart, and there was a shallow sword mark on his chest. What a powerful sword light. Shangguan's body is comparable to a divine weapon. Even after defending with all his strength, he still left a sword mark? Mahavairakana said in shock. Although Shangguan's chest hurt, he gritted his teeth and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield, continuing to kill Matriarch Ji. Shangguan's defense should be stronger than you think. He is not Sun Wukong who cultivated the monkey body. Instead he is Xuanwu. Xuanwu's defense is already the best. With the 8-9 mystic art, no one in the world can compare to him. However, even so, Gu Hai said in shock. Boom. Another beam of Xinyuan sword light sent Xing Tian flying. When the sword light landed on Xing Tian's huge shield, Xing Tian flew 500,000 li before stopping. When the sword light disappeared, Xing Tian's huge shield was split in half. Xing Tian's shield has never been broken before. Matriarch Ji actually split it? Qin Xian said in shock. Xing Tian tossed his shield aside and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield again. Bang. Another purple divine arrow was knocked away. Even Hou Yi's arrow is not enough? Gu Hai's face sank. Another golden swastika symbol was struck by the sword light and exploded. Matriarch Ji broke the Buddhist nation in a palm? Mahavairakana said in shock. Aside from Chi Yu, the other 4 heavenly palaces were not Matriarch Ji's match. In the turbid battlefield, Matriarch Ji slaughtered in all directions, continuously sending experts flying. Brr. Chi Yu's roar rang out. However, a huge figure with an ox head and a human body appeared in the turbid area. Matriarch Ji, eat my fist. Chi Yu roared. Boom. A loud sound rang out. A huge shockwave destroyed the battlefield from before. The turbid earth and rocks instantly exploded and disappeared. The 5 people on the battlefield were once again exposed. Matriarch Ji's sword had landed on Qiyu's fist. At this moment, Qiyu had indeed transformed. 2 ferocious bull horns appeared on his head, and he grew to a height of 3 zhang. His body swelled as if countless muscles were bulging out. Black demonic qi dyed half of the sky black. On the other side, Matriarch Ji's Shenyuan sword shone with a golden light. However, the world was filled with a white aura of righteousness. Black and white were in a stalemate. A stalemate? No, Matriarch Ji was stronger. Qiyu's fist seemed to be no match for the Shenyuan sword. "Ninely Great Emperor, I'll help you," Gu Han shouted as he suddenly placed his hands on Qiyu's back. Buzz. Surging energy entered Qiyu's body. Qiyu's strength instantly increased. "It's not enough. Shengguan Prime, quickly," Gu Han shouted. "All right." Shengguan Hen immediately stepped forward. But Shengguan Hen placed his palm on Qiyu's back. Surging energy entered Qiyu's body. At this moment, Qiyu had an ox head and a human body. He was 10 meters tall and his back was extremely large. Xing Tian placed his palm on Qiyu's back. Ho Yi placed his palm on Qiyu's back as well. The power of the 5 heavenly palaces gathered in Qiyu's fist and clashed with Matriarch Ji's Shenyuan sword. Matriarch Ji's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The 5 heavenly palaces at the consummation level were barely on par with Matriarch Ji. The power of the dynasty? Matriarch Ji, if you don't use the power of the dynasty, you won't be a match for me at all, Qiyu said with hatred. Is that so? The power of the dynasty is also my power. If I use the power of the dynasty, don't you also have 4 consummation-level heavenly palaces helping you? We're the same. The winner takes all. It's enough for me to kill you, Matriarch Ji said coldly. It's still not enough for you to kill me, Qiyu said coldly. Do you think that this is already my limit? No, by using the power of the dynasty I can be even stronger, Matriarch Ji sneered. Rumble. Under Matriarch Ji's strength, the Shenyuan sword slashed at Qiyu's fist, forcing the 5 of them to retreat further and further. In the blink of an eye they were already a million miles away. Qiyu's expression was savage, but he was helpless. This was the power of the dynasty. Matriarch Ji's strength had indeed surpassed his. Break! Matriarch Ji shouted. Boom! The Shenyuan sword exploded with golden light. With a loud sound, the 2 sides separated, shattering a large piece of space. For a moment, the battle stopped. Do you still want to continue? Matriarch Ji laughed. Qiyu and the others had ugly expressions. They originally wanted to destroy the Shenyuan city and kill Matriarch Ji, but Matriarch Ji's strength had exceeded their expectations. She even had a bunch of trump cards that she had yet to reveal. Matriarch Ji, I will be back. I will definitely take back what is mine. Let's go. Qiyu roared ferociously. Shengguan Hen, Gu Han, Xing Tian, and Ho Yi looked deeply at Matriarch Ji before they followed Qiyu and flew away. Matriarch Ji did not chase after them. Instead, she coldly watched the 5 of them leave. Chapter 1028. Empress Ji watched as Qiyu and the others left. Swish. At the entrance of the upper study room in Shenyuan City, 4 figures flew to Empress Ji's side. They were Fengbo, Xiongyu, Aoying, and Dahong. His Holiness let Qiyu go just like that? We can make them stay, Fengbo said anxiously. That's right. His Holiness mobilized the entire dynasty. Even if Qiyu had the help of 4 great perfection sovereigns, he would not be a match for you. If we delay the other 4, His Holiness can kill Qiyu quickly, Xiongyu said anxiously. His Holiness let them go just like that? What a pity, Dahong said worriedly. Empress Ji looked at Qiyu, who was leaving, and then looked at Gu Hai and Qi, who were far away. Finally, she shook her head gently. Kill Qiyu? It's not time yet. I don't want to become someone else's weapon, Empress Ji said indifferently. The 4 were slightly stunned. Let's go back, Empress Ji said in a deep voice. Yes. The 4 answered and followed Empress Ji back to Shenyuan City. Empress Ji returned. Qi in Primitive City squinted his eyes, and an uncomfortable chill flashed in his eyes. Boundless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai also frowned. This Empress Ji is very patient. She is very good at politics. What do you mean? Empress Ji can make Qiyu stay? Qin Xian asked in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Empress Ji can defeat Qiyu by mobilizing the entire dynasty, but she shouldn't be able to make Qiyu stay. Unless Empress Ji mobilizes her subordinates from the heavenly palace. Then she can make Qiyu stay. However, Qiyu won't be willing to do that. Oh. Once Empress Ji's subordinates join the battle, we and Qi will definitely enter the battlefield as well. This battle will become bigger and bigger and the destruction will be greater. In the end, we will lose 800 of our own men while injuring 1,000 of our enemies. We will let the heavenly demon Holy Land reap the benefits. Why would Empress Ji do such a foolish thing? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Mahavairakana nodded. Matriarch Ji is indeed powerful. After this I wonder. Qin Xian said worriedly. Matriarch Ji is only able to achieve such a result because she mobilized the might of an entire dynasty. Fighting against 5 paragons and not falling into a disadvantageous position? Although his strength is strong compared to the battle prowess of Long Zhanghua in the past, he is somewhat inferior. Qiyu's big brother couldn't do anything to Qiyu in his court. Similarly, if Matriarch Ji was in Qiyu's court, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Qiyu either. Qiyu and Empress Ji's strength should be about the same, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. That's right. In my opinion, Matriarch Ji and Qiyu's strength are about the same. However, Matriarch Ji's wings are strong and she has a group of powerful subordinates. Qiyu on the other hand. Mahavairakana said worriedly. Qiyu is really popular. Gu Hai laughed. Oh. When his 81 brothers work together, they are equivalent to a great perfection. Furthermore, I can borrow troops at any time. The Ho will also borrow troops from him. Hence, as long as Qiyu doesn't act rashly, Matriarch Ji won't be able to do anything to him, Gu Hai said confidently. Mahavairakana nodded. Far away, Qiyu returned to Qiyu city with the 4 great perfection paragons. Qiyu's expression was very unsightly. However, he was still polite to the 4 great perfection paragons. The 4 of you have worked hard. I'm done here. You can return now, Qiyu said solemnly. Ho Yi and Xing Tian looked at Qiyu before turning to look in the direction of Great Desolate City. The Ho stood at the entrance of Flame God Hall. The Ho nodded. Ho Yi and Xing Tian stepped forward and flew towards Great Desolate City. From far away the Ho looked coldly at Qiyu. The two were siblings. However, they no longer recognized Jiang Lianshan. At this moment, the two looked at each other without saying anything. Or perhaps they did not know what to say. In the end, Qiyu nodded slightly as though he was grateful for the Ho's help. You didn't say anything and just nodded in response. Then you led the elite guards back to the Flame God Shrine. Qiyu looked away. However, Gu Hai brought over a Guqin statue. The Guqin statue transmitted Gu Hai's voice. Big brother. What a heroic battle. Gu Hai's voice sounded. Qiyu turned to look at the endless celestial capital. However, he revealed a bitter smile and said, what a disgrace. Sigh. The endless celestial capitals. Gu Hai spoke again. No, in my opinion, big brother did not lose. Since he did not win this battle, he can come again in the future. The one who should be afraid is Matriarch Ji. We are barefooted. Why should we be afraid of him? Not bad. Second brother is still to my liking. Since I did not win this time, next time I will definitely beat him down. Qiyu laughed loudly. That's right. There will be plenty of time in the future. Gu Hai also laughed. This time many thanks to Gu Han and Shengguan Hen. I will let them go back. Qiyu said with a smile. Sure. Whenever big brother wants them you can send them back. Gu Hai nodded. However, big brother, I might leave the endless celestial capital for a period of time. Gu Hai said solemnly. Qiyu asked doubtfully. I'm going to pick up my other chess piece Long Wanqing. She has been outside for many years. I have not visited her yet. As her husband, I have neglected my duty. Gu Hai sighed softly. Don't worry. If Matriarch Ji attacks your endless celestial capital, I will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Qiyu said solemnly. Many thanks, big brother. If Matriarch Ji attacks again when I am not around, just give a shout. My wife, Qin Xian, will definitely send Shengguan Hen and the others. Gu Hai said solemnly. Qiyu nodded. Although it was only a few words, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Nine Li Imperial Dynasty had formed an alliance. Even if Gu Hai was not around, they would not have to worry about Matriarch Ji attacking them. After leaving a zither figurine for Qiyu, Gu Han and Shengguan Hen bowed slightly and flew back to the endless celestial capital. From beginning to end, the unborn man stood beside Gu Hai and listened to Gu Hai speak. As he listened, the unborn man looked at Gu Hai with a strange gaze. 20 years ago, when the unborn man first saw Gu Hai, he was only in the higher heaven realm. How long had it been? Gu Hai's forces were no longer afraid of the Celestial Empire? No, they had just destroyed a sacred ground not long ago. Now they had Chiyu's help on the outside and Heavenly Palace's perfection stage on the inside. They even had trump cards that even he did not know about. Even if the Celestial Empire attacked, they would not be afraid? Unborn man, give me 2 days. I will settle the affairs of the imperial court. After 2 days I will follow you to see Wanqing. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The unborn man nodded. 2 days seemed very short. However, Gu Hai had the immortal dome of the ancients. With the immortal dome of the ancients, a mountain of memorials could be quickly replied to. Then a court meeting was held and everything was arranged. To the outside world, Gu Hai would be in seclusion for a period of time. The affairs of the imperial court would be supervised by Gu Qin. The officials would assist. At the same time there was also a secret order. Qin Xian could decide everything. After all, Qin Xian did not have time to deal with the affairs of the imperial court. However, when it came to important matters, as the empress of the Dahan and Gu Hai's wife, she could still make the decision. Xian, after I leave, use poison gas to envelop the surroundings of the infinite celestial capital and maintain vigilance. To prevent accidents. Gu Hai said solemnly. Husband, don't worry. I have already set up a miasma barrier outside the infinite celestial capital. I will know immediately if any expert approaches. Qin Xian nodded. That's good. However, you still have to be careful. Gu Hai said solemnly. Qin Xian nodded. Husband, if you are worried about us, bring Sister Wanqing back as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty, it's almost time. Who else do you want to bring along? The unborn man asked. Gu Hai looked at the group of experts. Your Majesty, I will accompany you. Sheng Guanhen was the first to speak. Everyone was eager to try. Gu Hai shook his head. The great perfection of the heavenly palace is not allowed to go. Stay in the infinite celestial capital in case anything happens. This trip of mine is extremely secretive. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Yes. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, I want to accompany you. I don't want to stay here anymore. Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. All right, Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Shenying will follow me. The rest of you will stay in the infinite celestial capital. Assist the crown prince of Guqin. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Everyone answered. Husband, come back soon. Qin Xian said reluctantly. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man waved his hand and opened the netherworld gate. Gu Hai, the unborn man, Dragon Shenying, and Mosquito Daoran stepped into it. Whoosh. The netherworld gate suddenly closed. Xianyuan City in the upper study. Matriarch Ji listened to the officials discussing Gu Hai. His Holiness, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty has become Chiyo's wing. We must destroy it as soon as possible. Fengbua said in a deep voice. Emperor Kong shook his head. No, they have formed an alliance. If we go to destroy Gu Hai, Chiyu will definitely interfere. Moreover, Gu Hai is not a pushover. But our target is the center of the divine continent. Now that Chiyu is blocking us, Xiongyu frowned. Everyone was debating. Songjie, who was in the crowd, suddenly said, Your Majesty. Songjie said. Everyone paused. What's the matter? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. According to my calculations, Gu Hai has already left the infinite celestial capital. Songjie said. Oh? Left the infinite celestial capital? Matriarch Ji was slightly stunned. Everyone was shocked. Men immediately informed the spies of the infinite celestial capital to find out the whereabouts of the officials. Emperor Kong shouted immediately. Soon an official came to report. Reporting to His Holiness, after today's morning assembly, all the officials of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty were present. Gu Hai announced that he will be in seclusion for a few days. Dragon God Ing, Mosquito Daoran, and the unborn man also announced that they will be in seclusion. The official said respectfully. You may leave. Matriarch Ji ordered. Yes. The official immediately left. Mister, your calculations are correct. This Gu Hai is really bold. He dared to sneak into the netherworld with just these 3 people? Mister, do you know where Gu Hai and the others are going? Matriarch Ji looked at Songjie. I can only predict their location. I can't predict their future. Songjie shook his head. That's enough. His Holiness, that's enough. That Gu Hai sneaked into the netherworld. No matter what, it's a heaven-sent opportunity. Emperor Kong said excitedly. That's right. Since he went to the netherworld, let's make him stay in the netherworld forever. Xiongyu said excitedly. Matriarch Ji was silent for a while before finally nodding. Mister, do you have a way to find them? Matriarch Ji asked. Yes. I can create a treasure that can track their direction. Song Jie said solemnly. That's great. Mister, please make 2 as soon as possible. Send 1 to the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Matriarch Ji said coldly. His Holiness is wise. The Heavenly Devil Holy Land hates Guhai to death. Now that Guhai is here, isn't he courting death? Ah. Emperor Kong laughed loudly. What about the other one? Mr. Wu Xing suddenly asked. Da Hong. Matriarch Ji said. I'm here. An inconspicuous official stepped out and said. Take the other one and follow behind the Heavenly Devil Holy Land to chase after Guhai. I don't want any more accidents to happen. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Yes. Da Hong replied. Matriarch Ji sent 2 batches of assassins to kill Guhai. One batch was from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. The other batch was from Da Hong? Who was Da Hong? Mr. Wu Xing didn't know. However, before the battle with Qiyu, Da Hong was the one who requested to fight. Since he dared to request to fight, it meant that he was one of Matriarch Ji's secret trump cards. Furthermore, he was so strong that he was confident that he could deal with Qiyu. However, Guhai's group didn't even have a perfected Heavenly Palace expert. In the Netherworld, it was filled with danger. Chapter 1029. Netherworld. Inside a palace in the west. Inside the palace there were 3 enormous medicinal pools. The medicinal pools were blood-red in color, but what floated out of the blood-red medicinal pools was emerald-green gas. The emerald-green gas floated to the roof of the main hall. The roof made sizzling noises but was being corroded by the emerald-green gas. At this moment, inside the 3 enormous medicinal pools, there were 3 naked men sitting. Each and every one of them had emerald-green complexions. Those strands of emerald-green gas were the medicinal pools forcing out the poison gas in their bodies. At the side of the medicinal pools, a white-robed figure with golden edges waved his hand and flicked the emerald-green gas out of the main hall. All of a sudden, in the medicinal pools, a naked man opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Celestial Fiend Ponzi, you're awake, the white-robed man said indifferently. Old Four, you saved us? Celestial Fiend Ponzi exhaled deeply. It's also your luck that after being poisoned you found me at once. Otherwise, even His Majesty couldn't save you. Old Four said indifferently. What poison is this? How can it be so tyrannical? I'm a poison cultivator, why? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in shock. This is a mixed poison. 72 kinds of poisons perfectly presented in a special arrangement. Truly amazing. I haven't seen such a powerful poison in a long time. When I started to detoxify you guys, I was actually infected too. Fortunately, I thoroughly researched poisons, but I still didn't dare to subdue these poisons. Hey, you guys ran into an expert. Old Four said in a low voice. It's Guhai. Impossible. Researching poisons isn't possible in a short few decades. He's definitely an expert. A poison expert settled in the endless celestial capital? Poison Dao? This poison, only that person from the ancient era could do it. Old Four said in a low voice. The which race's poison sovereign? Old Four said gravely. Poison sovereign? Was he the founder of the bloodline that created the divine blood duplication? He created the cultivation method of the Gu arts and poisonous insects? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in amazement. That's right, the poison sovereign. Too many demons have died at his hands. That's why the demons did everything they could to destroy him. He should be dead by now. There shouldn't be anyone else who can use poison to such an extent. Fourth brother frowned. No matter what the reason is, it's all Guhai who harmed us. This enmity, I must avenge it. Ponzi Heavenly Fiend said with a ferocious look. Fourth brother nodded. By the way, how are things with Old 5 and Old 10? Is Qiyu dead? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said urgently. Old 5 and Old 10 are already dead. Old 4 said indifferently. What? Don't worry, my Heavenly Devil Holy Land will definitely take revenge for this. Fourth brother said in a cold voice. Report. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the main hall. An attendant walked into the hall respectfully with his head lowered, not daring to look at the people in the hall. The vast freedom Heavenly Demon has sent a letter, please take care of it, Peak Master. The servant carefully handed over a letter and a crystal ball. After handing over the letter and the crystal ball, the attendant quickly left. Lao Si opened the letter and read it carefully. What's going on? Ponzi Heavenly Fiend asked curiously. Fourth brother finished reading and handed the letter to Ponzi Heavenly Fiend. But he started to play with the crystal ball. Ponzi Heavenly Fiend woke up at this moment, and the poison was more or less cleaned up. She quickly took it. Matriarch Ji sent a letter. Gu Hai brought Dragon God Ing, Mosquito Daurin, and the unborn man to the netherworld? Ponzi Heavenly Fiend said with narrowed eyes. Fourth brother looked at the crystal ball in his hand and activated it according to the letter. Immediately, an arrow appeared on the crystal ball, pointing in a direction. Master sent a letter for us to deal with? At Gu Hai? Fourth brother revealed a trace of a cold smile. I'll go and kill him. Ponzi Heavenly Fiend immediately revealed a sinister expression. I'll go too. I'll go too. In the other two medicinal pools, two people also woke up and immediately said with hatred. Sixth brother, eighth brother, ninth brother? You all want to go and deal with Gu Hai? Fourth brother said indifferently. That's right. Fourth brother, do you want to go together? Ponzi Heavenly Fiend asked. There's no need. The three of you are at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Can't you deal with a few ordinary Heavenly Palace experts? Even if that Gu Hai's methods are outstanding, it's impossible for him to be a match for you all. Be careful this time, you all. Fourth brother said indifferently. Then what about you? The three looked at fourth brother. Me? I haven't taken revenge for fifth brother and 10th brother. Chiyu? I'm preparing to go to the netherworld to meet this Chiyu and this Matriarch Ji. Does he really think that my heavenly devil Holy Land is his blade? Borrowing our hands to kill Gu Hai? Borrowing our hands to kill Chiyu? Fourth brother said coldly. All right. The three nodded. Since you all have woken up, the poison in your body is almost completely removed. Even if there's a bit left, with your self-healing ability, you should be able to get rid of it completely. This crystal ball is for you all. Rely on it, you can find Gu Hai. Fourth brother handed over the crystal ball. All right. The three responded. The three slowly climbed out of the medicinal pool. They put on a black robe. Heavenly Devil Ponzi grabbed the crystal ball. The three immediately rushed out of the main hall and chased after Gu Hai. The unborn man opened the netherworld gate. Gu Hai, the unborn man, Dragon God Ing, and Mosquito Daurin stepped onto a piece of white cloud in the netherworld with a single step. Chang Ming had already started to build a large number of palaces in the surroundings to facilitate Gu Hai's arrival. The netherworld is also extremely vast. Unborn man, can you open a real netherworld gate and allow the Dahan's army to enter and exit at will? Gu Hai asked. Your Majesty, you want to conquer the netherworld? The unborn man was slightly startled. That's right. I want to open a netherworld gate that will never close. Is that possible? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment. What, you can't do it? Gu Hai asked. Your subject is incompetent. The unborn man finally shook his head. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The unborn man said, your subject is incompetent. Does that mean that he can't do it? Why did he hesitate just now? Gu Hai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Your Majesty, do we need to find Chang Ming? Mosquito Daurin asked. No need. It's just the four of us. Unborn man, you lead the way. Where is it? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man, at the end of the myriad bone mountain, the netherworld's yellow spring sea. Mosquito Daurin pointed in a direction. Oh. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. He looked in the direction of the myriad bone mountain. The previous two times, the life ender saber in Gu Hai's body instinctively sensed something. This time it was extremely calm and didn't sense anything. Did something happen to the myriad bone mountain? Let's go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Everyone instantly flew toward the myriad bone mountain. Along the way the ground was covered with countless bones. Skeletons and skeletons wandered aimlessly in this sea of bones. However, the skeleton people here didn't seem to be very strong. There aren't any skeletons that can open the sky palaces? Gu Hai frowned slightly. There used to be. Mosquito Daurin said with a frown. What do you mean? I don't know where they are now. In front of us is the divine bone temple of the myriad bone mountain. In the past, the bone ancestor and the bone god used to live here. Mosquito Daurin explained. The bone ancestor? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the life ender saber used to be called the bone ancestor. Later it was betrayed, defeated, and almost destroyed. It fled to the world of the living and was obtained by him. The bone god replaced the position of the bone ancestor and commanded all the skeletons in the netherworld. He is extremely strong and also has the power of the great perfection stage. The unborn man explained. Gu Hai nodded and flew toward the so-called divine bone temple. That's not right. I have been to the periphery of the Divine Bone Temple before. Why is the defense so weak? There isn't even a skeleton in the Upper Sky Palace, no, a skeleton in the Middle Sky Palace? Only a few lazy Lower Sky Palace skeletons? Mosquito Dowrin asked curiously. Everyone quickly arrived outside the Divine Bone Temple. Who is it? A few skeleton soldiers shouted angrily and rushed over. However, they were all in the Lower Sky Palace. This little bit of power couldn't hurt Guhai at all. All the powerful skeletons in the Divine Bone Temple are gone? Dragon Shenying showed a look of shock. Mosquito Dowrin waved his sleeve. Buzz. Rolling black mosquitoes instantly rushed to every corner of the Divine Bone Temple. Your Majesty, all the magic treasures in this place have been taken away. All the powerful skeletons are gone. Mosquito Dowrin said in surprise. Where did they go? Dragon Shenying was also surprised. They went to Wan Qing's place. The unborn man said solemnly. What? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man with a gloomy face. Before I returned to the infinite celestial capital, the bone god had sent a large number of skeletons to find the way to Wan Qing's place. He must have found her. Not long ago, Wan Qing sent me a message saying that the bone god had led a large number of skeletons to invade her place. The unborn man explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Hai immediately shouted angrily. Your Majesty, don't worry. Wan Qing's place is very big. Even if the skeletons invade, they won't be able to find Wan Qing in a short time. Moreover, there are people there who will stop the skeletons. The unborn man explained. Hurry up and lead the way. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Hai said anxiously. The unborn man nodded. The group quickly flew north. After flying for more than half a day, they arrived at the northernmost Yellow Sea. Countless skeletons stood guard at the edge of the sea. There seemed to be a large number of evil spirits trying to climb ashore, but they couldn't swim out of the sea. This is the Yellow Springs Sea? Mosquito Doran's expression changed. Yes, there is a road in the Yellow Springs Sea called the Yellow Springs Road. As long as we step on the Yellow Springs Road, we will arrive at Wan Qing's world. The unborn man explained. Wait, you said the Empress's world? What do you mean? Dragon Godding narrowed his eyes and looked at the unborn man. Gu Hai looked at the Yellow Springs Sea and suddenly, a memory flooded his mind. I remember that 800,000 years ago, when Empress Ho-Tu learned that the high heaven was in danger, she went to the Yellow Springs Road alone. Through the Yellow Springs Road she entered the void? Or rather, through the Yellow Springs Road she left the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Gu Hai suddenly looked at the unborn man. Enter the void? There is a world outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome? There is a world in the void. Dragon Godding also looked at the unborn man in surprise. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty is right. We are indeed going to leave the Six Paths Immortal Dome and enter the void. We are entering a new world. What new world? Is there another world in the void? Dragon Godding asked seriously. Do you know what reason Rokudo Shinkuin used to deceive the previous high heaven? The unborn man explained. World creation? Creating a new world out of nothingness? He asked the high heaven for help, but it turned out to be a scam. The high heaven lost its power and was ambushed and killed by Rokudo Shinkuin? Gu Hai said solemnly. In fact, Rokudo Shinkuin had already created a new world. The unborn man explained. Ah. Everyone was shocked. If they did not create a new world, how could they deceive the high heaven with words? No, they have already created a new world. However, this new world is not perfect. It is a broken immortal dome, not as perfect as the one we are in. The new world they created has a huge flaw and cannot survive for long. It is already a miracle that it has not been completely destroyed. However, it should be destroyed soon. The unborn man explained. Wan Qing and the others are in the immortal dome that Rokudo Shinkuin created 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The unborn man nodded. The Yellow Springs Road can lead to that place. Lead the way. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chapter 1030. The extreme north of the Netherworld. The Underworld Sea. Your Majesty, you can't fly in the Underworld Sea. We have to go down. The unborn man explained. The Mosquito Dowrin at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, the unborn man is right. The laws in the Underworld Sea are chaotic and birds can't fly. Those who aren't at the peak of the Heavenly Palace can't fly. Gu Hai nodded. The group landed on the shore of the Underworld Sea, and a large number of skeletons immediately surrounded them. Stop, who are you? The skeletons shouted, preventing Gu Hai's group from getting closer. However, as long as they weren't at the peak of the Heavenly Palace, Who could stop Gu Hai's group? Dragon God Ing only waved his hand, and the skeletons were immediately sent flying. Not good. Quick, report to the Bone God. A few skeletons jumped into the underworld sea and disappeared in an instant. They went to report. The underworld sea is at the bottom of the sea. Your Majesty, be careful. The underworld sea has almost no buoyancy, but it's extremely heavy. It's like entering a swamp. The unborn man explained. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man slowly stepped into the underworld sea. Sure enough, the sea was extremely strange. It was water, but it was extremely heavy, as if it was dragging people down. This is courting death. I heard that no one who enters the underworld sea can survive. The mosquito Daoran smiled bitterly. The group quickly sank to the bottom of the underworld sea. Once they reached the bottom, there were hands grabbing them. These are the people who were recently trapped at the bottom of the sea. The moment they entered, they were suppressed by the underworld sea. When they see people coming down, they desperately grab, hoping to drag them up. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With our strength we can walk on the sea. Follow me and we'll be there soon. The unborn man explained. Gu Hai's group followed the unborn man. The underworld sea had no buoyancy and the water was extremely heavy. The laws here were also extremely chaotic and strange, making it impossible for people to fly. However, with their current cultivation, their physical bodies were extremely strong. They moved bit by bit. Soon they arrived at a huge sea valley. In the ocean valley, there was a whirlpool that seemed to be sucking in the water of the yellow springs. This whirlpool is the road to the underworld. Your Majesty, if we jump into it, we will be able to reach the immortal flaw. The unborn man explained. Gu Hai nodded. The four of them jumped in without hesitation. Who? In the blink of an eye, the four were sucked into the eye of the sea. As soon as he entered, Gu Hai immediately felt a force tearing at his body. However, this tearing was still within the range that Gu Hai could endure. The four of them quickly passed through a tunnel and fell into the infinite depths. When Gu Hai entered the Yellow Springs Sea, bang! Suddenly, three figures landed outside the Yellow Springs Sea. It was Celestial Demon Ponzi who brought Old 8 and Old 9 to arrive. Sixth brother, are you sure? Here. Eighth brother asked in surprise. What the crystal ball points to is here. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly. You're saying that Gu Hai, the four of them, came to the netherworld from the world of the living, went to the Yellow Springs Sea, and committed suicide by jumping into the sea together? Eighth brother said with a look of disbelief. It's impossible for Matriarch Ji to lie to us with this matter. Under this Yellow Springs Sea, there must be secrets that we don't know. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly. But, this vast Yellow Springs Sea, even if we go down, what can we do? The laws here are chaotic, basically. Ninth brother said with a frown. Follow the crystal ball's guidance. Celestial Demon Ponzi said. Amen? The crystal ball's guidance is gone? Celestial Demon Ponzi's expression changed. Without guidance, is this finding a needle in a haystack? Eighth brother said anxiously. Splash. Not far away, quite a few skeletons jumped into the Yellow Springs Sea. This group of skeletons definitely know? Follow them. Celestial Demon Ponzi said solemnly. Okay. What? The three of them stepped into the Yellow Springs Sea. Gu Hai's party of four shuttled through the Yellow Springs Sea quickly. Roughly an incense stick's time. Whoosh. The four of them suddenly appeared in a pitch-black environment. In the pitch-black environment, there seemed to be a yellow barrier channel. The four of them shuttled through the channel quickly. This is? Gu Hai's expression changed. This is outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome in the void. However, the water of the Yellow Springs paved a road or a bridge that connects to the flawed Immortal Dome. We will arrive soon. At most, in another incense stick's worth of time, we will arrive, the unborn man explained. Where are the skeletons that just entered? Dragon Shenying asked curiously. There are 18 Yellow Springs Sea paths. We only entered one of them. The skeletons may have found another Yellow Springs Sea path. The unborn man explained. Everyone nodded. An incense stick's time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black environment disappeared. The four of them shuttled through the Yellow Springs Sea path faster and faster. When they reached the flawed Immortal Dome boundary, their speed had already reached the limit. Boom. A loud noise sounded as if they had crashed into the sea. Under the huge inertia, the four of them flew from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea and landed on the shore. Bang. The four of them barely managed to stand properly and did not fall. However, even with the huge momentum, a few mountains by the sea were blown up. Who is it? In the distant forest, someone suddenly shouted. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly, the unborn man immediately said. At this moment, Gu Hai's face sank. The moment they entered the flawed immortal dome, Gu Hai's connection with the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate was cut off again. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly. Those people are very troublesome, the unborn man urged again. Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he looked up at the sky and then at the sea in front of him. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. The fate dissipated. He wondered how Xianair was doing. At this moment, 5 men in Taoist robes stepped on long swords and shot toward Gu Hai not far away. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Dasho true sect? The leading man in Taoist robes shouted coldly. Unborn man, it's just these 5. They are little brats from the Yuanying state. You say they are troublesome? The mosquito Daoran said with a look of disdain. Little brats from the Yuanying state? Big words. Senior brother, these people are of unknown origin. They trespassed on the forbidden area of our sect. Let me take them down. A man in Taoist robes shouted. Okay. One of the men in Taoist robes took out a long sword and suddenly slashed toward the mosquito Daoran. The mosquito Daoran flicked his finger. Bang. The man's long sword suddenly exploded. Oh. The man instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a look of shock. Senior brother, they are too strong. I need the sacred leader's help. The man who spat out blood shouted. Okay. Boundless heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the universe. Sacred leader of the 6 paths, give me power. The man who spat out blood shouted. Ha ha ha, borrowing the power of the universe? Sacred leader of the 6 paths? Give you power? Could something like power be bestowed upon others? Who would lend it to you? Based on your empty words? The mosquito Daoran laughed. However, the strange thing was that the man's body suddenly moved without any wind. His voice seemed to reach the 9 heavens. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the 9 heavens, and the world suddenly turned dark. At that moment, a beam of holy light suddenly shone from the dark clouds. It was as if an immortal had shot down the light of dawn. The light instantly enveloped the man who spat out blood. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from the man's body. Yuanying state? In the blink of an eye, the aura reached the lower celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, it reached the middle celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, it even reached the upper celestial palace. What? The mosquito Daoran rubbed his eyes. That's impossible. How can there be such a spell? Just one sentence, give me power, and the power came. Kid, surrender now. The man suddenly slapped at the mosquito Daoran again. I don't believe it. The mosquito Daoran's face was cold as he met the attack with his palm. Boom. There was a loud noise and the void shook. The man was immediately sent flying. The mosquito Daoran did not move at all. Obviously, the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace mosquito Daoran was much more powerful than the man. That's impossible. Is that really the power of the Heavenly Palace? The power of the 1st level of the Heavenly Palace? Wasn't he in the Yuanying state just now? The mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Senior brother. That bastard is too powerful. The man spat out blood and shouted. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the 6 paths, give me power. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the 6 paths, give me power. The remaining 4 people shouted at the top of their lungs. Then the sky was filled with dark clouds again, and the light of dawn shone on the 4 people again. Their aura suddenly changed and all of them became the aura of the Heavenly Palace. What the hell? The mosquito Daoran shouted in surprise. Bastard. Give me your life. The 5 of them rushed at the mosquito Daoran again. Swoosh. The mosquito Daoran swung his hand, and the 5 of them were sent flying. They were in the Heavenly Palace, but they were still no match for the mosquito Daoran. That bastard is too powerful. One of the men shouted. Send the signal. Another man shouted. Bang. Suddenly a firework-like spell shot up into the sky. Then, mosquito Taoists saw hundreds and thousands of men in Taoist robes suddenly fly out of a forest in the distance. They all flew toward the crowd in a menacing manner. Your Majesty? The mosquito Daoran showed a trace of confusion. I said that this group of people may not be as powerful as us, but they are very annoying. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Let's leave here first. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The previous 5 people suddenly stared at him. Gu Hai waved his sleeve. Swoosh. The 5 people were immediately absorbed into the ancient immortal dome and disappeared in an instant. Gu Hai and his group quickly left the place. When hundreds of thousands of Deshou True Sect disciples came from afar, Gu Hai and his group had disappeared. Where is he? The crowd looked around but they couldn't find him. In the distance, in a forest, Gu Hai looked at the large number of Deshou True Sect disciples in the distance and frowned at the unborn man. What happened just now? Borrowing power? Where did this power come from? Your Majesty, do you know the sect established by Rokudo Shinkuin? The unborn man asked. Rokudo Shinkuin's sect? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Dragon Shening was puzzled. I have been there 800,000 years ago, but there was no Rokudo Shinkuin sect there. No, there was a sect called the Divine Heaven sect. The Divine Heaven sect was the first sect 800,000 years ago. The reason why you didn't see it 800,000 years ago is because Rokudo Shinkuin brought all the disciples of the Divine Heaven sect into the flawed Immortal Dome. All the living beings in the flawed Immortal Dome are fanatics of Rokudo Shinkuin. Although they have established various sects, all of them worship the Saint Lord of the Six Paths. Every sect has a statue of Rokudo Shinkuin, and they worship Rokudo Shinkuin every day. They are borrowing power from Rokudo Shinkuin's statue. Rokudo Shinkuin has disappeared for 800,000 years, but everyone's worship of him has not decreased. Instead, it has increased. The unborn man explained. Fanatics using the divine power of faith? The mosquito Daorin was stunned and immediately understood what had happened. Chapter 1031. The Six Paths of the Immortal Dome, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty of the Yang Realm. The moment Gu Hai entered the flawed Immortal Dome and lost contact with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, boom! With a loud sound, the boundless providence in the sky of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty immediately collapsed. The terrifying providence disappeared in an instant. If it were another dynasty, the sky would have collapsed long ago. The collapse of providence was a sign of the death of an emperor. The collapse of the sky and the earth would cause great panic among the people and officials. However, in the infinite celestial capital, the people looked up at the sky, then lowered their heads and continued with their own business. Continued with their own business? The spies that the various factions left in the infinite celestial capital were confused. What's going on? Your imperial dynasty's providence is gone? Why do you look like nothing happened? In the blink of an eye, the excitement of the spies from the various forces was doused with cold water. It was not that the people did not take it seriously. They were indeed a little worried, but it was just a little worry. The people had too much confidence in Gu Hai. Moreover, it was not the first time this kind of providence had disappeared. This was already the third time. The people were already used to it. What was there to worry about? They would be reunited after a while. Gu Qin gathered the officials and comforted them. Although the officials were worried, they were more relaxed after the previous two experiences. They ate and slept as usual and did not take anything seriously. After comforting the Dahan officials, Gu Qin brought a few important officials to visit Chen Xian. Mother, don't worry. Father will definitely be fine. Gu Han comforted her worriedly. Chen Xian nodded. I know. I can feel him, but that feeling is erratic, as if he has left the six paths of the Immortal Dome. Everyone was slightly stunned. Alright, you guys be more careful. Husband is not around. Don't let others take advantage of him. Chen Xian said. Yes. Everyone answered. Send a message to Chiyu. Tell him that husband is fine and that he does not need to worry. Chen Xian said immediately. Yes. As expected, in the Nine-Li Imperial Dynasty, Chiyu's expression sank when he received the news of the infinite celestial capital. He wanted to rush over, but Chen Xian quickly sent him a message. Gu Han, are you sure that your father is fine? Chiyu asked coldly as he looked at the Qin figurine. On the other side of the Qin figurine, Gu Han said solemnly, My father must have encountered something mysterious again. However, my mother has already said that my father is fine. Nine-Li Heavenly Emperor, don't worry. Chiyu nodded. The Nine-Li Imperial Dynasty didn't do anything, and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty continued to operate as usual. However, the sudden disappearance of this providence attracted the attention of all the major powers in the world. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xinyuan City. Mr. Wise Gu Hai gone? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. This was too thorough. It was as if he had returned to 800,000 years ago. Song Jie shook his head. According to my calculations, the last place Gu Hai appeared should be the Yellow Springs Sea. I have never investigated that place before. There must be some great secret there. However, Dahong is already there. There is no need to worry about his holiness. Matriarch Ji nodded. Report. Suddenly, a guard entered the study. Report to His Holiness. A person claiming to be an envoy from the heavenly demon Holy Land wishes to meet His Holiness. The guard reported respectfully. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Heavenly demon Holy Land? Ah. It looks like fourth brother is here. Flawed immortal dome. Gu Hai looked at the longevity true sex disciples in the distance and frowned slightly. Indeed, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. However, these fanatics would be more troublesome. They would waste his time. All right. Unborn man, lead the way. We will set off immediately. Gu Hai said. Yes. The unborn man nodded. The four of them quickly soared into the sky and shot toward a direction in the distance. This world seems to be very vast, Gu Hai said with a frown. With everyone's strength, their flying speed was extremely fast. However, after flying for 2 hours, they still couldn't see the end of the world. The flawed immortal dome and the 6 paths immortal dome were created in a 1-to-1 ratio. The unborn man said. Oh, 1-to-1 ratio? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Yes. Wan Yu said that after 800,000 years of inheritance, the flawed immortal dome's living beings are already 1% of the 6 paths immortal dome, the unborn man said. 1%? That means it's counted in trillions? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Yes. The unborn man nodded. You just said that it was Wan Yu who said it? You haven't said clearly what you said last time. What secrets does Long Wan Yu have? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. Dragon Shenying's expression turned solemn as he nodded. I'm also very curious. Does my father Long Zhanghua know something? Why did he dote on Long Wan Yu so much back then? He even pretended that he didn't see her act of contempt for the emperor? Even if it was a serious crime, my father allowed her to be so presumptuous? Too strange. My father is an extremely serious person. Back then, Long Zhanghua's doting on Long Wan Yu had reached a point that made people's hair stand on end. So much so that no one dared to offend Long Wan Yu. Long Wan Yu called Long Zhanghua old man, but Long Zhanghua didn't get angry at all. Of course Long Zhanghua wouldn't get angry. The unborn man suddenly laughed. Also, when Wan Yu was injured back then, Long Zhanghua said that Empress Hudu would definitely save her. What? Gu Hai said solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment, then looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, when I mentioned it to you last time, your eyes were very strange. Have you already guessed it? I need you to say it. Gu Hai didn't comment. The unborn man nodded. Wan Yu? Your Majesty guessed right. Wan Yu is actually a reincarnation. Her previous life was the previous generation's heaven, Song. Song? What? The immortal of the 6 paths defies the heavens, and defies Long Wan Yu's previous life? Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. The previous generation's heaven? No wonder my father dotes on her so much. No matter how presumptuous she is, he never gets angry. Dragon Shenying said in surprise. The previous generation's heaven? Wasn't she killed by Rokudo Shinkuin in the void? Gu Hai said with a frown. Although Firmament was killed, it was not that Firmament did not put up any resistance. True Monarch 6 paths was ruthless, killing Firmament until its body and soul were completely destroyed. However, Firmament was reborn in a different form, losing everything from its previous life. However, it was already enough to be reborn in this life. The unborn person said with certainty. Dragon Shenying, Mosquito Daoran, and Gu Hai were all shocked. Is this why you didn't reveal her identity in the immortal dome of the 6 paths? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes. Although the immortal of the 6 paths is in deep sleep, he might be everywhere, so I didn't dare to reveal her identity. When Empress Ho-Tu found out about Wan Yu's identity, she didn't hesitate to bring her to the flawed immortal dome. The unborn man explained. The flawed immortal dome was created by Rokudo Shinkuin. Why? Gu Hai frowned. Rokudo Shinkuin created it, but Rokudo Shinkuin abandoned it, and there's no divine will here. The unborn man said with certainty. Rokudo Shinkuin killed Song Tian in the void, so he was worried that he would be killed if he left the immortal dome of the 6 paths. Therefore he didn't want to leave the immortal dome of the 6 paths. It was only a matter of time before the flawed immortal dome collapsed and disappeared. The immortal of the 6 paths didn't care about it, so he never paid attention to it. The unborn man explained. Song Tian? Immortal? No wonder it's so strange. Long Zhanghua respects her so much, and Goddess Hutu was once her oracle. That's why she cares so much. The Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Wan Yu, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. She's fully recovered, but she hasn't gone back yet. She's just recovering her cultivation from her previous life. The unborn man explained. Good. Gu Hai exhaled softly and nodded. They're in the middle of the immortal dome, so... The unborn man pointed into the distance, but he was interrupted by Gu Hai halfway through his sentence. Gu Hai's figure paused in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them also paused. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Dragon Shening asked in confusion. Gu Hai's face was gloomy, but the life ender saber in his body vibrated again as it sensed something that made it angry. The bone god? Without needing to guess, Gu Hai knew that it definitely sensed the bone god. The life ender saber originally belonged to the bone ancestor. The bone god's betrayal severely injured the life ender saber and nearly destroyed it. The life ender saber held a deep hatred for the bone god. Now that it sensed the bone god, naturally the bone god would be exceptionally enraged. Previously, Changming sent word that a large number of skeletons came to investigate after Xiaoqin left. This meant that the bone god could sense the life ender saber as well. The bone god targeted Xiaoqin's group as well? If Xiaoqin went to meet Wanqing now, would he bring the bone god along as well? If he accidentally injured the Wanqing sisters, Gu Hai would definitely blame himself. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Wanqing and the others are right in front. The unborn man said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head. Then he suddenly opened his heavenly eye. When he opened his heavenly eye, he followed the life ender saber's senses and instantly looked into the distance. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a battlefield in the distance. Countless skeletons lined up in formations on the battlefield, fighting a huge battle with the flawed immortal dome sections. Countless skeletons surrounded a huge throne. Sitting on the throne was a skeleton in a black robe. The skeletons had emitted a faint blue light, and black gas billowed around it. The black gas soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky black. When Gu Hai looked at that skeleton, the bone god on the throne happened to turn his head and look at Gu Hai as well. The two looked at each other from a distance and discovered each other. Bone ancestor? The bone god on the throne said sullenly. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Bone god. That bone god seemed to care a lot about that battle. Although he wanted to come over, he did not leave the throne in the end. Just as Gu Hai was considering whether to go over, his heavenly eye suddenly picked up a familiar voice. Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. It's not that I want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my song so much, I'll reluctantly sing one for you. I improvised it. It's called, Skeleton, You Are Not Cute. Suddenly, this strange and loud voice came from the battlefield, confusing the skeleton army on the other side. Where did this idiot 13 come from? You want to sing in such a solemn atmosphere? Who wants to listen to your song? Kill. The skeleton army ignored the voice and charged into the range of the voice. In the distance, when Gu Hai heard this voice, he was slightly stunned. Skeleton, You Are Not Cute? When Gu Hai heard the name of this song, he got goosebumps all over his body. This name already made one tremble. Now he knew how to sing? Gaochen? He is going to sing again? Gu Hai's expression froze. Chapter 1032. Gu Hai looked into the distance. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man followed Gu Hai's gaze. Vaguely, the three of them saw a storm in the distance, stirring up dirt and stones. Is there a battle over there? Dragon God Ying's face darkened. Gu Hai's heavenly eye had already sensed Gaochen's voice and naturally would not leave. The bone god is over there. It just so happens that I have a personal grudge with him to settle. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, since when did you have a grudge with the bone god? The unborn man asked in shock. Did he have enemies all over the world? The bone god? Your Majesty, that bone god is at the peak of the heavenly palace. Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. The peak of the heavenly palace? This is not the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Gu Hai sneered. Oh. This is the flawed Immortal Dome, a replica of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. So there is... As Gu Hai spoke, he gently waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A strong wind suddenly appeared in the void. Gu Hai seemed to gently push aside the transparent threads, and a thick fog instantly enveloped Gu Hai's group. The Godao laws? Mosquito Daoran exclaimed in surprise. There are Godao laws here? Then do we need to worry about a peak? Mosquito Daoran immediately relaxed. Gu Hai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The unborn man asked, puzzled. The Godao laws here are a little strange. It seems like something is missing. Gu Hai frowned. This is the flaw, right? I heard Wanyu say that most of the 3,000 great Taoists here have flaws. Only 300 are complete. Back then, heaven was tricked into coming here in order to help perfect the remaining great Taoists. Unfortunately, in the end it couldn't do so. Even if heaven had a complete diagram of the 3,000 great Taoists, it couldn't fill up the flaws in this realm. Rokudo Shinkuin seemed to have known that this would happen, which was why he set Song Tian up. The unborn man explained. 300 complete great Tao? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, since the rules of chess are flawed, could it be? Mosquito Daoran asked worriedly. Without the perfect laws of chess, the power of Gu Hai's formation would definitely be greatly reduced. Don't worry. My spirit design can avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. This place is much better than the divine continent. Gu Hai smiled. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly. When we get there later, try to cover your ears. No, you can't cover your ears. Set up a soundproof barrier. Gu Hai said. Huh. The three didn't quite understand. Gu Hai didn't say much. He led the three and flew quickly to the battlefield where Bone God was. It was a vast and empty battlefield. On one side of the battlefield there was an army of skeletons. They were all supreme experts of the skeleton tribe, gathered around a huge throne in the center. Bone God, dressed in black robes, sat on the throne. Blue light shone from the brim of his hat, and black chi filled the air around him. An extremely tyrannical aura burst out from his body. On the other side were the experts of the various sections. The leaders of the various sects were gathered on a high platform. Around them, the disciples held swords and sabers as they faced the army of skeletons. On the high platform there were 10 statues. Each statue looked like Rokudo Shinkuin. These 10 statues all shone with dazzling white light, and divine power of faith gathered around them. The leaders of the 10 sects kept bowing to the statues. The 10 statues emitted rays of white divine light that surged into the bodies of the disciples of the 10 sections. The disciples suddenly felt as if they were being assisted by God, and their strength suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. However, the army of skeletons was too powerful. Bone God didn't interfere, and the army of skeletons was still suppressing the disciples of the 10 sections. Although the leaders of the 10 sects were anxious, they didn't panic. This was because there was another batch of reinforcements besides the 10 sections. It was 2 people and a cat. Ho Qing, Gao Chen, and Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing, the younger brother of goddess Hutu, was one of the 4 zombie ancestors who helped the Immortal of 6 Paths guard the entrance to the Azura Path's secret land. Later, he accidentally injured Long Wanyu in the limitless celestial capital and was almost killed by Long Jianghu. He was detained to lead the way and sent Long Wanyu to meet goddess Hutu. Gao Chen transformed from a heaven-grade Qin. His voice was too unpleasant, and he once recognized Gu Hai as his master. In Lin Fan's previous life, he was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven. Mao Tianyun, who opposed Rokudo Shinkuin 800,000 years ago, was accidentally released by Gu Hai. He was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven in the past, and was the fire celestial messenger. The leaders of the 10 sects were anxious when they saw their disciples being suppressed. One of the leaders in red robes looked at the 3 of them. 3 celestial messengers, it has been 800,000 years, and we have lost contact with the immortal firmament. Finally, someone from the immortal firmament has come. Why are these evil guests here? The 3 of you are the celestial messengers of the immortal firmament. Our Saint Lord of 6 Paths has a good relationship with the immortal firmament. Ever since the Saint Lord of 6 Paths established the immortal firmament, he might have used up too much energy and fell into a deep sleep. Now the immortal firmament has sent evil guests. Please help us get through this crisis. When the Saint Lord wakes up, we will report to him. The leader of the leaders said respectfully. Meow. Mao Tianyun sat cross-legged on a throne. Looking at the 10 sect leaders, he sneered. Did these people from the immortal firmament really think that Rokudo Shinkuin was in a deep sleep in this world? What a joke. They didn't know that Rokudo Shinkuin had already abandoned them. Mao Tianyun didn't care. If it wasn't because Long Wanyu asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter. Mao Tianyun stretched his back and didn't say anything. Ho Qing looked into the distance. He was feeling very complicated. A few years ago he was almost beaten to death by Long Zhanjing and was escorted here. He had hoped that his sister could help him get revenge. As a result, when his sister learned about the situation, she actually beat him up. If it wasn't because Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu begged for mercy, his sister might have beaten him to death. I am your brother. The depressed Ho Qing was holding a grudge, but when he found out about Long Wanyu's identity, he was stunned. A few times, Ho Qing even thought of secretly reporting to Immortal Six Paths. That was because once the Immortal of the Six Paths found out about this, he would definitely be grateful to him. At that time he would eliminate Long Wanyu, and all his past mistakes would be forgiven. This was especially true for Jianghu. Because she cultivated the fire ancestral zombie body, she had angered the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths would definitely pardon Jiang Yan's sins. But once he reported to Immortal Six Paths, his sister would be implicated. On one side was his sister and on the other side was the woman he liked. Ho Qing was very conflicted. When Long Wanyu sent him here, Ho Qing wasn't very enthusiastic. Although the 10 leaders begged him again and again, what did it have to do with him? Gaochen, why don't you do it? Ho Qing said calmly. Me? How can I do it? Gaochen was speechless. Gaochen was only in Middle Heaven Palace. If he rushed up, wouldn't he be courting death? You can sing meow. Mao Tianyun laughed. After 800,000 years, Mao Tianyun was no longer as simple as he used to be. 800,000 years ago, he was teased by the other 4 divine messengers. Now, it felt good to tease these reincarnated divine messengers. What does my singing have to do with their fighting? Gaochen said unwillingly. Mao Tianyun looked at the 10 leaders and said, if you want to defeat these skeletons, it's very simple. Just ask Messenger Gaochen to sing, and the skeletons will be defeated. After Mao Tianyun said that, the 10 leaders were confused. Are you kidding me? You think you can win by singing a song? What a joke. But since Mao Tianyun said so, the 10 leaders could only nod and agree. Messenger, please save me. Messenger, please help. Messenger Tsangtian, please help. Oracle, please sing a song. The 10 leaders immediately bowed to Gaochen. Gaochen was suddenly moved. Sing? It had been a long time since it had sung, especially since the Gaochen was formed from a heaven-grade zither. It had been a long time since the Gaochen had sung to its heart's content. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and the others had been avoiding its singing with disdain. The Gaochen had not sung to its heart's content for a long time. This was the addiction of singing. It was like how many people on earth couldn't get rid of their phones. They were addicted to their phones. If they didn't play for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Even if others kept saying that it wasn't good to play with their phones, they still wanted to play with their phones. Gaochen's singing was the same. As a heaven-grade Guqin, he liked to sing for others. Even if others said that it was bad, it was because they had no taste. At this moment, the 10 leaders bowed and begged him to sing. Gaochen felt like there were 10 claws scratching his heart. At this moment, he had no choice but to sing. When Mao Tianyun saw Gaochen's face flushed with excitement, his expression changed. His 2 ears immediately drooped down to block his ears. Quick, beg Gaochen to sing. Once he sings, you will win. Ask Gaochen to sing for everyone. Sing at the loudest volume. Mao Tianyun covered his ears and shouted. After shouting, Mao Tianyun still felt that it wasn't safe. He even set up a soundproof barrier around himself. The 10 leaders looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing's expression stiffened. In the end, he nodded, that's right. As he spoke, Ho Qing also set up a soundproof barrier around himself. While the 10 sect masters were still in a daze, they bowed to the North Star once more. Please save us, Divine Envoy. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a large number of disciples were defeated. They vomited blood and ran back. When they saw the leaders begging Gaochen, they also bowed. Divine Envoy, please take action and save our sect. Everyone nearby knelt down. Gaochen's confidence was boosted. He nodded proudly. He coughed twice and transmitted his voice to the entire battlefield through the Tao of the Guqin. Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. I didn't want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my song so much, I will reluctantly sing for you. I improvised it. It's called, Skeleton, You're Not Cute. Gaochen's voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. The 10 leaders looked at Gaochen in confusion. Are you really going to sing? Ah. Sect leader, save me. I can't take it anymore. The miserable cries of the sect's disciples rang out one after another. In such a tragic moment, do you really want to improvise a song? Was this Gaochen divine envoy sent by the enemy? The skeletons in the distance also looked at him with disdain. They continued to fight. No one was optimistic about Gaochen's singing. They all felt that this was a joke sent by the Immortals of the heavens. Only Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun immediately added another soundproof barrier around their own soundproof barrier. However, Gaochen instantly threw his emotions into the song. With an intoxicated expression, he began to sing at the top of his lungs. "Oh adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair." Gauchen's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The moment the song rang out, the entire battlefield suddenly quieted down. Everyone, including the skeletons, suddenly had goosebumps crawling all over their bodies. Their entire bodies trembled, and they felt as if their souls had been frozen in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1033. Gauchen's voice rang out. It was still the same voice and the same smell. The moment the song rang out, the entire life-or-death battle instantly stopped. Whether it was the sect disciples or the skeletons, all of them had goosebumps all over their bodies at the same time. The skeletons had small bone spurs that could be seen with the naked eye. Everyone suddenly quivered, even forgetting about the battle. His soul felt like it was in a world of ice and snow. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even those who were injured and lying on the ground couldn't help but tremble. Of course, this kind of distraction in battle was fatal. The disciples and the skeletons were only distracted for a moment before they started fighting again. However, Gauchen's voice sounded again. "Oh adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair." The song once again interrupted the battle between the two parties. All the skeletons looked at the intoxicated Gauchen on the high platform at the same time. She seemed to be extremely intoxicated by the song, but her singing was too improper. "A cute little skeleton? You're our father? My dad's face. In your arms? You're even going to braid our hair? Don't you know that skeletons are bald?" No matter how one listened to it, the lyrics, the concept, the tone, and the singing were all terrible. It was fine if one was bad, but all four were so bad that they made one want to vomit. When all four were put together, it made one feel numb all over. Gauchen's voice was unpleasant to the ears. No matter who it was. Indiscriminate attacks. At the side, the 10 sect leaders' eyes were wide open. Was this the song that they had been praying for? Is this a divine envoy sent by the Immortals of heaven to help us? Were they sent to torture us? Do you know how awkward the atmosphere would be if you yelled at such a tragic occasion? There was no way to fight this battle. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and continue. The skeletons over there are not moving. Mao Tianyun removed the sound isolation barrier and shouted. After shouting, he hurriedly set up 3 more soundproof barriers. Only then did he feel a little better. However, even so, Mao Tianyun's body trembled violently. It was too unpleasant to hear. "Don't stop. Hurry up and kill." The 10 sect masters roared. "Kill?" The sect disciples roared as they charged out once more. Indeed, at this moment, the sect disciples were slowly recovering from their disadvantage. However, the sect disciples couldn't take it anymore. Gauchen's singing was an indiscriminate attack. "Ah, sect leader, I can't take it anymore. I've sealed my ears, but it's useless. Sect leader, I'm going to vomit. Sect leader, please be merciful." The group of disciples cried out in despair. The 10 great sect masters couldn't take it anymore. They were right beside him and could hear everything clearly. The damage they received was also at the level of a critical hit. He wanted to ask Gauchen to stop, but Gauchen was helping him fight the enemy. How could he ask for help? "For the sake of the Holy Lord, we must endure." A sect leader roared with tears in his eyes. "Yes." A large number of disciples answered with tears in their eyes. Who asked him to crazily believe in Rokudo Shinkuin? For the sake of his beliefs he had to endure. Countless disciples continued to fight with tears in their eyes. The skeletons on the other side couldn't take it anymore. It was fine if they were defeated, but the torture of the song was the most terrifying. It was a blatant insult. "Skeletons, you're not cute?" If tears could stop this disgusting feeling, the skeletons wouldn't hesitate to cry like the sect disciples. However, skeletons were destined to be unable to cry. "Shut up. Your singing is so disgusting. Stop. Your voice is so disgusting. I'm going to kill you. The stench of my rotting corpse is nothing compared to your singing. Stop, I'm going to kill you. Kill him." Countless skeletons trembled as they roared in grief and indignation. However, Gauchen was immersed in the song and didn't stop singing. The battle had turned slightly and Gauchen's first song ended. "It's so comfortable. I didn't expect such a great response. Sect leaders over there, what do you think of my singing?" Gauchen finished his song and looked at the 10 sect leaders in front of him. The 10 sect leaders all had their backs facing Gauchen. For the sake of their beliefs, the 10 of them had endured the most torture. At this moment, their backs were facing Gauchen, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of their eyes. Sect leader Ran, you're involved in the way of the zither. You judge. The leading sect leader couldn't bear to strike a blow and kicked the ball out. One of the sect leaders in green robes didn't just have 2 streams of blood flowing out of his nose. Because he knew the way of the zither, the damage was even more severe. After hearing Gao Chen's song, sect leader Ran had the determination to never practice the way of the zither again. However, for the sake of his beliefs and to win, he had no choice but to go against his will and say, good singing. Really? That's great. There are indeed people who know their stuff. During this time, I've written hundreds of songs. I'll sing all of them for you. Next, I'll sing my most famous song, Little Radish. Gao Chen shouted excitedly. With that, Gao Chen started singing again. The power of Little Radish was even greater than Skeleton, You're Not Cute. As soon as the song came out, the battle in the distance became even weirder. The man and the skeleton didn't know how to fight. They just wrestled and hugged each other. They fell to the ground and kept twitching. From afar they looked very indecent. The 9 sect leaders looked at sect leader Ran with murderous eyes. Blood began to flow out of his ears. In the distance, the bone god, who was surrounded by a large number of skeletons, shook his fingers slightly. Listening to this unpleasant song, he didn't even have the mood to pay attention to the bone ancestor in the distance. The bone god was able to successfully usurp the throne, and his endurance was extremely shocking. However, after Gao Chen's first song ended, the bone god's endurance was completely exhausted. Evil creature. The bone god's tone was cold. The other skeletons at the side nodded in agreement. Although the term evil creature was usually used by humans to insult skeletons like them, at this moment, the North Star Polaris was definitely the one to be called evil creature. If the bone god wasn't sitting here, the skeletons would have gone crazy. After Skeleton, You're Not Cute ended, Gao Chen actually said that he still had hundreds of songs? Hundreds of songs? Then he sang Little Radish? As soon as the song came out, the demonic sound immediately filled the bone god's mind. At this moment, the bone god couldn't wait to strangle Gao Chen, this evil creature. If he continued to sing, he would be dissociated. Looking at the battlefield, many skeletons were killed in the song. Even the disciples of the opposite sect were foaming at the mouth. Oh, Little Radish, Gao Chen didn't finish his sentence. Radish your mother, go to hell. The bone god suddenly stood up and grabbed Gao Chen with his palm. The bone god burst out with all his strength. A terrifying aura instantly filled the battlefield. Everyone in the battle was suddenly blown away by a strong aura. Bam! When everyone fell to the ground, they found that the ground was actually covered by endless bones. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, whether it was the trees, the rivers, or the earth, everything was turned into bones. Endless bones rolled. Gao Chen was interrupted and cried out in shock. Gu Hai, the unborn man, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon Shenying. The 4 of them quickly rushed toward the skeleton battlefield. Along the way, Gu Hai told everyone to cover their ears or set up a soundproof barrier. Gu Hai did it first, but the other 3 didn't take it seriously. In the infinite celestial capital, the 3 of them did hear people mention Gao Chen, saying that his singing was terrible. But the 3 of them didn't experience it personally. Terrible? How terrible? Wasn't it just a song? The 3 of them didn't care. When they got closer and closer to the battlefield, the 3 of them finally heard Gao Chen singing. The moment they heard the song, Mosquito Daoren and Dragon Shenying shuddered at the same time. What kind of demonic sound is this? Mosquito Daoren cried out in shock. So terrifying, this Gao Chen singing is really terrifying. Dragon Shenying also cried out in shock. Demonic sound to the brain. Unborn man also cried out in shock. Buzz. The 3 of them immediately followed Gu Hai's example and set up a soundproof barrier to isolate themselves. Gu Hai frowned while flying. Something's not right, why can't the soundproof barrier block it? The soundproof barrier did block most of Gao Chen's voice, but Gao Chen's voice still penetrated. The soundproof barrier didn't work. It was only slightly better with the soundproof barrier. Only slightly better? The 4 of them immediately merged the soundproof barrier. The soundproof barrier didn't work. This doesn't make sense. How did he sing such a terrible song? Mosquito Daoren cried out in shock. It shouldn't be. Even if the lyricist's voice is not good, it shouldn't be so terrible. We've heard all kinds of noises, but why does this song make us feel scared? Dragon Shenying said in shock. It's naturally unpleasant? Gu Hai's eyelids also twitched. After not seeing Gao Chen for so many years, not only did his singing not improve, it became even worse. Maybe his singing is the source of the laws. Unborn man said, trying to hold back the unpleasant sound. Oh, the source of the laws? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Zheng Fa Ming had said the same thing in the past. He said that Gao Qin's singing was not unpleasant, but the most beautiful voice in the world. It was just that most people did not recognize it. His song is able to affect the laws of the entire Tao of the Zither. A song that can affect the laws of the entire Tao of the Zither naturally possesses a peculiar and profound feeling. It's just like the unpleasant attribute that your majesty spoke of, the unborn man analyzed. But why is it unpleasant attribute? Mosquito Daoran was puzzled. The laws of the Guqin Dao are the aggregation of all sounds in the world. It's not just pleasant sounds. From unpleasant to pleasant, from disgusting to beautiful, they are all under the control of the laws of the Guqin Dao. Gao Qin's singing mobilizes the laws of the Guqin Dao. Maybe he doesn't know how to adjust it himself. Although he's plucking the entire laws of the Guqin Dao, he's plucking the most unpleasant part. Pleasant songs can be pleasing to the eyes and cultivate one's mind. Unpleasant songs are like this, but they can be used as weapons on the battlefield, irritating people's nerves and corrupting people's rationality. Unborn man analyzed. I see. Corrupting people's rationality. The Guqin Dao is so terrifying. It doesn't hurt the physical body but directly attacks the consciousness and soul. It forcibly distorts people's sense of beauty. Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Gao Qin's Guqin Dao directly mobilizes the laws. It's really powerful. Dragon Shenying also exclaimed. Oh no, Bone God is about to make his move. Gu Hai's expression darkened. His figure flashed and his speed doubled. Chapter 1034. The Flawed Immortal Dome. Even though Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun didn't want to help the 10 great sects and clans, Ho Tu and Long Wanyu had given them the order, so they had to do something. However, they were only interested in Gu Shen. While it would be extremely disgusting to have the Gao Qin bellow a song at him, he had developed some defensive measures over the past few days. However, Gao Qin's song had a huge effect on the skeletons. After the song, almost all the skeletons had a mental breakdown. Even the Bone God couldn't take it anymore. It was too horrible. The Bone God stood up furiously. As he took a step forward, the ground within 100,000 miles turned into bones. The trees, mountains, and rivers were turned into bones in an instant. The Bone God's bone realm domain erupted. At the same time, the Bone God grabbed at Gao Qin as if he was going to strangle the singing Gao Qin. Even before the palm arrived, the immense killing intent had already forced the North Star Emperor to reveal a look of fear, and he shouted as he retreated. The 10 great sect masters wanted to stop the incoming palm, but a voice in their hearts was screaming, "That's right. Strangle him to death. Strangle him to death." It wasn't just the 10 great sect masters. All the skeletons and disciples were thinking the same thing. Strangle this bastard to death. Strangle him to death. Although some people tried to stop the Bone God was too strong. Those who tried to stop the Bone God were sent flying. My life is over. Go Qin revealed a terrified expression. All of a sudden, a fist shot out from behind the North Pole and collided with the energy palm of the Bone God. Hong! A super loud sound rang out as the huge collision brought forth a strong gale. The gale raged and all the surrounding disciples were blown away. At the place where the fist and palm collided, a large number of cracks appeared in the void. At this moment Ho Qing finally made his move. The fist and the bone palm were locked in a stalemate. Ho Qing, the Bone God said coldly. You're finally making your move? Bone God, it seems that you're not that strong after all. You're much weaker than the Bone Ancestor. Ho Qing sneered. Bone Ancestor? I know that you lost to him once back then. However, how do you know that I am inferior to Ancestor Bone? Ancestor Bone was killed by me, so how could I be inferior to him? He was only one of the ribs of the Immortal of Heaven. During the battle with Rokudo Shinkuin, he absorbed the power of nothingness and kept it. The power of nothingness? That is a limitless source of energy. Now that I have obtained it, I will only be stronger than him. Bone God said coldly. The Bone God's palm force suddenly exerted force. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A black hole appeared in the surrounding void. Get out of the way! The 10 sect masters cried out in alarm. Immediately, countless sect disciples and skeletons fled in all directions. Under the immense power, Ho Qing's body suddenly stopped, and he stomped down, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. Ho Qing looked at Bone God in shock. Even with his full power, he was only evenly matched with Bone God? Oh! Ho Qing, are you stronger than before? However, even if you are stronger, there is a limit to it. You are far from being comparable to Skeleton and Jianghu. It is a waste for you to cultivate the wind-type zombie ancestor. Bone God sneered. Waste? What right do you have to say that I am wasting it? Ho Qing looked displeased. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared behind him and swept toward Bone God. However, Bone God could be blown away by a gust of wind? Only his black robe fluttered slightly. Storm domain? It is useless against me. The only thing you have is the power of the zombies, right? That is all. Bone God sneered. Crack, crack, crack. Bone God's palm force gradually suppressed Ho Qing, causing more and more cracks to appear on the ground under Ho Qing's feet. You're stronger than me? Impossible. Ho Qing's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Your strongest power is not as strong as mine. What are you going to use to fight me? Bone God sneered. Oh no, Bone God has reached the peak of the God Legion stage. Mao Qianyun's expression changed. The 10 sect masters' expressions changed as they looked at Bone God with reverence. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Saint Master of 6 Paths, grant me power. The 10 sect masters roared at the same time. The statues of Rokudo Shinkuin released all their divine power into the 10 sect masters. Break. The 10 sect masters attacked Bone God with all their might. Not enough. Bone God sneered. However, Bone God's palm force suddenly enlarged by more than 100 times and blocked the 10 sect masters' attacks. Boom. After a huge collision, Ho Qing and the others were still unable to suppress Bone God. In fact, they were even being suppressed. Ha, I told you that you are not enough. Bone God sneered. Bone God suddenly extended his other hand as he sneered. Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing cried out in alarm. Meow. Mao Tianyun shouted. Boom. Heaven and earth were suddenly engulfed in flames. Mao Tianyun grabbed with his claws and countless thin threads were pulled down from the void, forming a huge flaming dragon head that crashed into Bone God's other hand. Boom. Bone God's other hand collided with the flaming dragon head. The two sides were in a stalemate again. The law of fire? You are indeed powerful. No wonder you are heaven's lackey. However, the law of fire in the flawed celestial dome is incomplete. If we were in the 6 Paths celestial dome, you could use the power of law and these people to fight against me. However, your law is incomplete now. How are you going to fight against me? Bone God sneered. Boom. He exerted force in his hand. The flaming dragon head exploded. The 10 sect masters and Ho Qing were stunned. Meow. Mao Tianyun waved his claws ferociously. The two sides were in a stalemate. Even though Bone God was extremely confident, he was finally stopped by the combined power of the others. Ho Qing was also in the great accomplishment Heavenly Palace. However, there was still a gap between them, just like Qiyu and the Electric Eel Demon. At this moment, under the combined power of everyone, everything was in a temporary calm. In the surrounding void, the ripples of power from everyone's body forced the skeleton tribe and the disciples to stay away. It's too scary. I said I wouldn't come, but you insisted that I come. You guys fight first. I will keep watch for you. Gaochen was about to run away in fear. Gaochen, Bone God is being held back by us. Hurry up and attack. Mao Tianyun shouted anxiously. Me? I am in the Middle Heaven Palace. You want me to attack? I refuse. The North Star Polaris immediately shouted. You can use the law of fire. Didn't you use the law of metal before? Now you can use the law of Guqin. The law of Guqin is more powerful than the law of metal. Hurry up. Mao Tianyun said anxiously. I have forgotten about the law of metal. The law of Guqin? How do I use it? I don't know. Gaochen kept shaking his head. Sing. Your voice is the attack of the law of Guqin. Hurry up and sing. Mao Tianyun shouted. Sing. Bone God and the 10 sect masters felt their hair stand on end. You want him to sing when you are fighting to the death? That's an indiscriminate attack. Sing. Ho Qing and I have heard a lot of it. We are immune to it. Your voice will mess with Bone God's mind. Then we will attack with all our might. Mao Tianyun shouted. Sing? I don't think that's a good idea. Gaochen looked at Bone God in fear. You are the most annoying one. You dare to sing? I will turn you into ashes. Bone God said coldly. Hurry up and sing. Ho Qing gritted his teeth. Gaochen looked at Bone God, and after confirming that Bone God was truly unable to move, he nodded and said, Now that your hands are bound, how are you going to grind me to dust? I will sing. What can you do? You can't do anything, right? Ah. Come at me if you can. With that, Gauchen took a deep breath and prepared to sing. Rip. Bone God's robe was torn open and a third skeletal hand emerged from his chest. The skeletal hand suddenly grabbed at Gauchen. I said, if you dare to sing, I will turn you into ashes. You evil creature, die. The Bone God roared with hatred. The power of the third hand was much weaker. However, even so, Gauchen couldn't compare to it. It looked like it was going to crush Gauchen to death. Save me. Gauchen immediately cried out with tears of regret. Run. Mao Tianyun shouted. At that moment, Mao Tianyun couldn't move. He used the law of fire. If he retreated, he would be heavily injured by Bone God's power. Ho Qing and the 10 sect masters were in the same situation. Divine Envoy, run. The 10 sect masters shouted in fear. However, when the Bone God's third skeletal palm descended, Gauchen was simply unable to dodge in time. Master, where are you? Save me. Gauchen shouted in despair. Master? Ah, no one can save you. If your master comes, I will kill him too. Bone God laughed sinisterly. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gauchen and pulled Gauchen. Who is it? Bone God's face fell. It was Dragon God Ing. He had turned into a zombie and pulled Gauchen away as fast as he could. You want to run? You will stay here too. Bone God said with a sinister expression. The third hand grabbed at Dragon God Ing and Gauchen. However, at that moment, the void in front of Bone God Ing became blurry. The third hand seemed to have passed through the void and entered a huge array. Go Dao Law? Go Dao Law array? Mao Tianyun said in surprise. I'm out. I'm out. Gauchen shouted excitedly as he escaped into the sky. No one can escape from my palm. Die. Bone God roared. Boom. There were no withered bones on the ground. All of a sudden, they soared into the sky and enveloped the escaping Dragon God Ing and the North Star Polaris. Bone World General, decaying heaven and earth. You and your master will die together. Bone God released all his strength arrogantly, wanting to bury everyone in the world of bones. Oh no. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun and Gauchen's expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, a bone blade stabbed into the Bone God's back. Then it emerged from Bone God's chest. What? Who is it? Bone God's expression changed. After Bone God, Gu Hai walked out of the celestial dome of ancient eerily. Flames surged around Bone God. Even a 9th-tier heavenly palace expert would not be able to withstand this energy. However, Gu Hai opened the celestial dome of ancient eerily, and this energy rushed into the dome. I am Gauchen's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. The life ender saber in his hand seemed to vibrate in excitement. Boom. Gu Hai waved his hand. Bone God was cut in half by the life ender saber. The two halves of his body flew out. Chapter 1035. 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Outside of the Immortal Dome there was a void. There was nothing in the void. It was pitch black. There was nothing. However, at this moment, there was a white-robed figure standing in the void. It was Yuanshi Qinzuan of the Wansho Taoism. Yuanshi Qinzuan reached out his hand and crushed the pile of items into powder. The powder flickered in the air and then disappeared. In the void, there was a mysterious power that would slowly dissipate the things that existed, until they disappeared into nothingness. This was also the reason why the Immortal Dome was abandoned by the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Only the Immortal Dome of the 6 Paths and the 30 Immortal Domes could exist in this void. The primeval Lord of Heaven sneered as he watched the pile of items turn into dust and disappear. Empress Ji, you want to trap the Immortal of the 6 Paths with these items? Ha, what a joke. Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. The surroundings were pitch black, but the primeval Lord of Heaven's purple eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness around him. Facing a certain direction, the primordial Lord of Heaven revealed a cold smile. Empress Ji Han, now that I've come out, your great yellow celestial empire won't be peaceful anymore. Just as Yuanshi Qinzuan was about to return to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, he suddenly paused and turned to look in a different direction. There's another Immortal Dome other than the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Yuanshi Qinzuan frowned. After taking a closer look, the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning narrowed his eyes and said, the Immortal Dome is dark and lifeless, and there are 18 huge cracks. It's not chaos element at all. It should have collapsed. Rokudo Shinkuin, the Immortal Dome of the Sage Heaven from 800,000 years ago? It hasn't been destroyed yet? Yuanshi Qinzuan was surprised. No, it has been 800,000 years. It should have collapsed long ago. The 18 huge cracks are extremely fatal. Why is it still there? What is it? Yuanshi Qinzuan's expression hardened. Stepping forward, Yuanshi Qinzuan's figure flickered as he headed for the flawed immortal dome. Inside the flawed immortal dome, Bone God had single-handedly suppressed Ho Qing, the 10 sect masters and Mao Tianyun. Originally the two sides were in a stalemate. The bone deity was still at ease. However, Gaoqin's cocky expression and his tone of wanting to sing immediately changed the bone deity's mood. That unpleasant voice was like the voice of a demon. Even if you heard it once, it would be unforgettable. You still want to sing a voice that can make people bleed from their 7 orifices? The terrifying power of the Guqingdao law was fully displayed. Before he could sing, the demonic sound was already ringing in the bone god's mind. The demonic sound filled his mind and instinctively stirred up the bone god's emotions. In his agitated state, he naturally did not notice the abnormality around him. Moreover, Gu Hai was extremely careful, hiding within the ancient immortal dome, even more so completely silent. Over there, Dragon God Ing rescued Gaoqin in the nick of time. When the bone god was at his most enraged, Gu Hai immediately drew the life ender saber and chopped it into the bone god's body. Not daring to underestimate the bone god, Gu Hai used the 9 heavenly cycles. A strong might instantly gathered at one point and pierced into the bone god's body. The life ender saber seemed to have resentment and wanted to take revenge. It also burst out with light. Although there were obstructions, Shaoqin was unprepared. Furthermore, he used his full power. Naturally, it instantly pierced through the bone god's body. What? Who is it? The bone god exclaimed in shock and anger, his expression changing. I am Gaoqin's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Gu Hai did not dare to hesitate. He glared and executed the 9 heavenly cycles again. The life ender saber chopped the bone god in half at the waist. The 2 halves of the bone god's body immediately went flying. The sudden change caught the bone god off guard. He lost his balance. On the other side, Mao Tianyun, Ho Qing, and the 10 sect masters' attacks landed heavily on the bone god's palms. Boom, crack, 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 crack. The powerful collision caused the bone god's palms to explode. Only the third, weaker palm remained, swaying slightly. Impossible, the bone god with the upper half of his body exclaimed. The 2 halves of his body went flying. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and the 10 sect masters also opened their eyes wide. Master, master, you really came. Gaoqin was caught by Dragon God Ing. He cried out in joy. Gu Hai. Ho Qing's expression turned cold. Ho Qing hated Gu Hai very much. Because of Gu Hai, he was beaten to a pulp by Long Zhanghua twice. Also because of Gu Hai, he messed up the mission given to him by the immortal of the 6 paths. Gu Hai chopped down the bone deity with 1 saber strike. At this moment, the life ender saber seemed to absorb a strange energy. This energy made his entire body tremble. There's a treasure in the upper half of his body? Gu Hai's eyes widened as he looked at the bone god. Meow. Be careful. The 2 halves of his body are recovering. Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Mao Tianyun waved his hand. Instantly, a firestorm rushed towards the 2 halves of the bone god. There was even a huge fire dragon head in the firestorm. Boom, boom, boom. When the firestorm hit the 2 halves of the bone god's body, the bone god's black robe was instantly burned. His body was also charred black. However, even so, the 2 halves of his body flew together and tried to reconnect. Ho Qing, stop it. Mao Tianyun shouted angrily. Umph. Ho Qing snorted coldly. In the end he came to help. I'll take care of the upper half. Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai slashed with the life ender saber again. Zhou Tian 9. Gu Hai slashed with his saber. The saber chi in the air gathered into the saber force. Gu Hai slashed through the air. Although the upper half of the skeleton had lost its arms, it was still a complete realm cultivator. Zhou Tian 9 could fight against an ordinary complete realm cultivator. However, this was no ordinary complete realm cultivator. The bone god opened his mouth and roared. A long bone river rushed out from his mouth and rushed towards Gu Hai. Zhou Tian 9 slashed towards it. Hong. The 2 forces were evenly matched. Senior, we are here to help you. The 10 sect leaders shouted. Boom. The 10 sect leaders attacked at the same time and hit the Long Bone River. However, the Long Bone River was too strong. Even though the 10 sect leaders had activated their divine power of faith, they could only barely hold on. Zhou Tian 9 seemed to be unable to cut through it. Roar. You can't do it. When my body recovers, none of you will live. The bone god spat out the long bone river and laughed maniacally. God-destroying light. Gu Hai's third eye suddenly appeared in between his eyebrows. Boom. The god-destroying light avoided the long bone river and hit the bone god's neck. Boom. A large portion of the enormous spine was instantly shattered. What? The bone god exclaimed. Gu Hai was even more shocked. The god-destroying light did not completely break the bone god's spine. On the other side, the lower half of the bone god's body was fighting with Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun. Even though the bone god was cut in half, he was still fierce. However, Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing were not pushovers either. They gradually suppressed the bone god's legs and crushed them into powder. God-destroying light. Another god-destroying light shot out from between Gu Hai's eyebrows. Whoosh. The bone god immediately tilted his body and dodged it. So what if you know the god-destroying light? What's the use if you can't hit me? The bone god said ferociously. Go Dao Law. Gu Hai waved his right hand. A strange formation enveloped the bone god. God-destroying light. Whoosh, whoosh. Another two beams shot out. The bone god tilted his body. However, he was in the Go Dao formation. His body was at the mercy of Gu Hai's control. Hong. With a loud sound, more than half of the bone god's neck exploded. However, there was a strange force coming out of his skull that seemed to be repairing his neck. No. The bone god was anxious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another three beams of god-destroying light shot out. Hong. Finally, the bone god's neck could not bear the burden and broke in half. No, the bone god screamed in despair. Zhou Tianyun finally managed to chop the bone god's head while it was weakened. Boom. The broken bone god's head was immediately sent flying. You guys destroy the two halves of the bone god's body. I will go and chop off his head. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh. Gu Hai chased after the bone god. Ho Qing, you go and deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. We have already destroyed the lower half of the bone god's body. 5 sect masters, come and help me destroy the lower half of the bone god's body. Mao Tianyun shouted. Okay. Ho Qing immediately flew over. The 5 sect masters immediately flew to where Mao Tianyun was. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle started again. Mao Tianyun's face was ferocious. Meow. I can't defeat you in your complete form, but I can destroy your lower half. Meow. Mao Tianyun was engulfed in flames as he activated his inhumane destruction mode. Ho Qing was enough to deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. He immediately vented all the humiliation he had suffered. The two halves of the bone god's body were instantly destroyed. Gu Hai chased after the bone god's head. This was because the Life Ender Saber sensed that there was something it wanted in the bone god's head. Perhaps that thing belonged to the Life Ender Saber. Where did you all go? The bone god's head roared. Bone god, we are here. A large number of skeleton race experts flew over. Stop them. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing answered immediately. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing couldn't deal with the bone god, but it wasn't difficult for them to deal with the other skeleton race experts. The unborn man and Gauchen hid in the distance. Buzz. Mosquito Daoran used his dark domain, and 10,000 Mosquito Daoran blocked all the skeleton race experts. Dragon God Ing was at the side, dealing with the strongest skeleton race experts. Boom. The two sides started fighting. Gu Hai chased after the bone god's head with the Life Ender Saber in his hand. Now I'm the only one left. You only have your head left, bone god. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. The bone god's head finally panicked. Ancestor Bone? You can't blame me. Back then you thought highly of me and I was grateful to you. However, I had no choice but to betray you. I had no choice. Bone god, can't you say something with some integrity? Did you have no choice? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. It was the immortal of the 6 paths. He asked me to betray you. I didn't agree, so he destroyed me. It had nothing to do with me. The bone god said with fear. The immortal of the 6 paths? Gu Hai's face sank. Yes, you are a rib of the immortal of the firmament. In the void, you obtained some void energy and became different. However, you are still a rib of the immortal of the firmament. The immortal of the 6 paths was worried that you were the immortal of the firmament's backup plan, so he asked me to destroy you and gave me power. It had nothing to do with me. The bone god's head said anxiously. Humph, it had nothing to do with you? You can talk to the Life Ender Saber. Gu Hai appeared in front of the bone god in an instant. The bone god's head showed a trace of fear. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. God-slaying light. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The two rays of light collided. The light of destruction was more powerful and shattered the bone god's jaw. Sizzle. The life ender saber stabbed into the bone god's head. No. The bone god shouted in despair. Boom. A large number of bone spikes emerged from the bone god's head and pierced into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's face changed. The bone spikes pierced into Gu Hai's chest and came out from his back. However, Gu Hai could ossify all the bones in his body. He gently pushed aside the bone spikes and avoided all the vital parts. Even so, Gu Hai's current state was extremely terrifying. It was as if his body was pierced by 10 bone spikes. Your Majesty! The mosquito Daoran in the distance shouted in alarm. Master! Gaochen also shouted in alarm. I am fine. Stop them. Don't let them come over. Gu Hai shouted. Even though Gu Hai's body was severely injured, the life ender saber extracted energy from the bone god's head and quickly compensated him. Gu Hai immediately felt extremely comfortable throughout his body. Extremely comfortable. Chapter 1036. 10 bone spikes instantly pierced through Gu Hai's body. Almost everyone who cared about Gu Hai broke out in cold sweat. However, Gu Hai said that he was fine. He was already pierced into a sieve, but he was fine? Was this for real? However, since Gu Hai said so, they could only protect him with worry. In the distance, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun slowly suppressed the bone god's body and destroyed it amidst loud booms. At the same time, they saw Gu Hai in the distance from the corner of their eyes. He pierced the bone god's head with one saber? Bone spikes emerged from the bone god's head and pierced into Gu Hai's body? Perishing together? The two of them looked at the scene in shock. Their hands did not stop moving. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of heavy blows, Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing finally destroyed the bone god's bones into powder. They slowly surrounded him. On the other side, seeing that the bone god was about to be destroyed, he crazily stabbed his bone spikes into Gu Hai's body. 10 spikes, 20 spikes, Gu Hai avoided the vital parts. Waves of energy were absorbed by the life ender saber. Gu Hai felt a large amount of ghostly energy suddenly enter his body. Ghostly energy? What a heavy amount of ghostly energy! Gu Hai said in shock. Gu Hai did not hesitate to use the great compassion poem of heaven and earth to absorb the ghostly energy. At the same time, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. Any ghost would have some ghostly energy. It was a special aura formed by a ghost under the nourishment of Yin Qi. However, the amount of ghostly energy on each ghost was pitifully small. The stronger the ghost cultivator, the more ghostly energy he had. However, even the strongest ghost had a limited amount of ghostly energy. Gu Hai originally thought that when he cultivated in the heavenly palace, he could not absorb all the ghostly energy. That was because there was too little ghostly energy. However, his cultivation required a lot of ghostly energy. Unexpectedly, there was such a huge amount of ghostly energy in the bone god's head. It should not be. Why is there so much? Don't absorb my ghostly energy. That was given to me by the immortal of the 6 paths to kill the bone ancestor. Give me back my ghostly energy. Give me back my ghostly energy. Without it, I am nothing. Give me back my ghostly energy. The skull screamed in despair. However, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth's overbearing did not stop him. Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly energy. On the other side, the life ender saber extracted another type of energy from the skull. The void bone marrow? No. Bone ancestor bone, are you trying to take it back? That's mine. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. The skull screamed. As Gu Hai inhaled the ghostly qi, he sensed the feedback from the life ender saber. According to the feedback, this void bone marrow was the source of the bone ancestor's power. All the power he absorbed from the void 800,000 years ago was in this void bone marrow. When the bone god plotted against him and killed him, all the void bone marrow was taken away. The life ender saber only wanted the void bone marrow. Therefore, it did not care about the huge amount of ghostly energy. It allowed Gu Hai to absorb it all. Rumble. The bone god counterattacked in despair. Countless bone spikes appeared and surrounded Gu Hai. It was like a tomb made of bones. Gu Hai was buried in it. Master. Gaochen screamed and rushed over. Don't come over. I am fine. Protect me. Gu Hai's cold voice came from the tomb. Yes. Dragon god Ing, the unborn man, and the mosquito Daoran immediately protected Gu Hai. They did not let anyone near him. Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing settled everything and came over. Meow. Is Gu Hai having a mental battle with the bone god? Do you need my help? Mao Tianyun shouted. No need. My master said that we just need to protect him. Gao-chen stopped Mao Tianyun. The 10 faction leaders flew over and said respectfully, "Thank you for your help, senior. Don't come close." The mosquito Daoran stopped everyone. Ho Qing also flew closer and looked coldly at the bone tomb in the center. Mental battle with the bone god? Gu Hai is really arrogant. He is not even a complete saint yet and he dares to have a mental battle with the bone god? He is really courting death. Ho Qing sneered. Mr. Ho Qing, please be careful with your words. Just now, you were able to defeat the bone god because of his majesty. The unborn man said in a deep voice. You called him his majesty? Unborn man, you actually submitted to Gu Hai? Ha, you really disappoint me. Ho Qing said coldly. No matter how Ho Qing looked at Gu Hai, he did not like him. Because of this, their hatred for the unborn man extended to the crow on top of the house, filled with mockery. You are not in the position to judge what I do. You looked down on his majesty, but his majesty did what you could not do. You could not defeat the bone god, but his majesty killed him. The unborn man said coldly. Killed him? Not yet. The bone god is a complete saint in heavenly palace. Even if he is temporarily suppressed, once he erupts, Gu Hai will definitely suffer a backlash. Complete saint in heavenly palace. He is not someone you can compare to. Ho Qing said coldly. Aha, you have been here for a long time so you don't know. His Majesty has already fought a large number of complete saint in heavenly demon holy land. Old 5, Old 6, Old 7, Old 8, Old 9, Old 10, and Old 11 have all fought His Majesty. Isn't His Majesty fine? The unborn man sneered. What? Impossible. They are all complete saint in heavenly palace. 7. Gu Hai fought with them. How could he still be alive? Ho Qing was in disbelief. I don't believe you. Humph, don't lie to me. He is not even a complete saint. Who are you trying to fool? Ho Qing said coldly. Just wait and see His Majesty. He will destroy the bone god's consciousness soon. The unborn man said confidently. Ho Qing's expression turned ugly. Master is so powerful? Gao-chen said in surprise. Bullsh *T. Mao Tianyun was also in disbelief. How is this Bullsh *T? Stupid cat, didn't you say that my master defeated Jiang Lianshan 800,000 years ago? Jiang Lianshan was also a complete saint. Gao-chen said unconvinced. That is because Gu Hai used the power of countless people. Mao Tianyun said. Humph, I don't care if you believe it or not. I believe it. Gao-chen said unconvinced. Ho Qing frowned slightly but he could not tell if it was true. At this moment, Ho Qing's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked into the distance. Ho Qing felt an aura lurking in the dark. This is old Jiao of the heavenly demon sacred ground? This aura can't be wrong. He fought with me in the underworld. Ho Qing thought. He looked at the bone tomb not far away. Ho Qing's expression changed. Just now, the unborn man said that Gu Hai fought with the heavenly demon sacred ground. Did that mean that the people of the heavenly demon sacred ground were all Gu Hai's enemies? Old Jiao was a complete saint. Ho Qing felt the wind and immediately sensed that Old 6 and Old 8 of the heavenly demon sacred ground were in the distance. Were they here to kill Gu Hai? Ho Qing's eyes lit up. Long Wanyu and his sister would definitely not allow him to deal with Gu Hai. He was here and Gu Hai's enemies were here. Did he have to help stop them? Maybe. Alright. Since Gu Hai said that he could kill the bone god, we will believe him. We don't need to worry about the bone god. We should leave now. Ho Qing said calmly. Don't you want to wait? Mao Tianyun asked curiously. What's there to wait? Are you close to him? Ho Qing asked. Mao Tianyun frowned slightly. Didn't Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing just now stop the skeleton race? Don't worry. Let's go back and report. Ho Qing said. Mao Tianyun thought for a while and finally nodded. All right. The two insisted on leaving. Mosquito Daoran and the others could not stop them. Of course, they did not notice Ho Qing's sinister intentions. However, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun flew into the sky and left in a flash. Before leaving, Ho Qing looked at the bone tomb and sneered. Gu Hai took half a day to deal with the bone god's head. Obviously he is far from the Great Perfection Realm. The others have not reached the Great Perfection Realm. If the bone god's head exploded, it might be able to deal a fatal blow to Gu Hai. Moreover, there are 3 Great Perfection Realm experts who want to kill Gu Hai. There is not a single Great Perfection Realm expert in this group. As long as I leave, Gu Hai will definitely die. Ho Qing sneered. Whoosh. Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing disappeared into the sky in a flash. Only Gao Chen stayed. After the 10 sect leaders thanked him, they immediately started to clean up the battlefield. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing blocked the skeleton race and guarded the bone tomb. While guarding, Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura while sensing the changes in the Life Ender Saber. As the void bone marrow was extracted, the bone god became weaker and weaker. However, the Life Ender Saber seemed to be transforming. When the bone ancestor was at his weakest, his consciousness had been erased by Gu Hai. The Life Ender Saber only had some remnants of its past instincts. Now, it was absorbing the void bone marrow and transforming. It seemed to be forming a new consciousness. Life Ender Saber, are you forming a new consciousness? Impossible. You are mine. Your consciousness can only be mine. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Immediately, Gu Hai sent more of his consciousness into the Life Ender Saber. Gulyalu. The Life Ender Saber was an extension of Gu Hai. Gradually, this extension seemed to be breaking away. An extremely mysterious feeling was born in the Life Ender Saber. As Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura, he could not help but open his eyes. He saw that the Life Ender Saber in the bone god's head was slowly changing shape. It slowly turned into a human shape into Gu Hai's appearance. However, this Gu Hai's body was made of bones. This is... Gu Hai said in shock. The Life Ender Saber is forming a human body? It is slowly turning into a human shape? Consciousness. Right, I have to infuse more of my consciousness into the Life Ender Saber. Gu Hai said with some excitement. Gu Hai thought of a possibility. After absorbing the void bone marrow, the Life Ender Saber would completely form a fiendish ghost body. However, if he infused his consciousness into it, it would be like refining a skeleton clone. A skeleton clone? One consciousness and two bodies? Gu Hai did not know if this was right or not. However, at the very least he would not lose anything. Would he gain another skeleton clone? Rumble. With Gu Hai's urging, the Life Ender Saber absorbed the void bone marrow even faster. Ah, bone ancestor, I hate it. I hate it. I put in so much effort, but in the end, it only became you. I hate it. I am not resigned to this. The bone god roared in despair. Chapter 1037. Ho Qing was on his way back with Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing, are you hiding something from me? Mao Tianyun looked at Ho Qing suspiciously. What can I hide from you? You think too much. Ho Qing smiled. Mao Tianyun circled Ho Qing left and right. He was suspicious. It's still early. I know a good place with good wine. Why don't we go and have a drink? Ho Qing smiled. Ho Qing wanted to stall for time. The longer he delayed, the more danger Gu Hai would be in. I have a feeling that you're hiding something from me. You just said you were going back to report and now you want a drink? Forget it. I can't accept your wine. Mao Tianyun rejected. I'm really not hiding anything from you. Didn't you ask me about the 4 bloodline zombies? Let's find a place and I'll tell you about it. Ho Qing tried to persuade him again. There is no need. I will ask Ho too. Mao Tianyun immediately refused. Then Mao Tianyun flew away. Perhaps it was the cat's instinct, but he felt that something was wrong. That feeling came from Ho Qing, so Mao Tianyun did not want to follow him. Ho Qing frowned as he watched Mao Tianyun leave. He could only follow him helplessly. Not long after, the man and the cat arrived at a place with clouds. With a flash of their bodies, they disappeared into the clouds and arrived at an extremely spacious small space. In the small space, there were rays of 7-colored light in all directions. It was the power of faith of everyone in the world. It gathered from the flawed celestial dome and went to a large hall in the center. Outside the hall, Chang Sheng and Ziwei were sitting in front of a pile of food and eating heartily. Their stomachs were like bottomless pits that could not be filled. In a small pavilion, a beautiful woman in a black robe was sitting there. She was playing with a few chess pieces in her hands and was smiling like a fool. Long Wanqing looked at the chess pieces and thought of Gu Hai. Squeak squeak. Little cat, you're back? Done? Chang Sheng said in surprise as he ate the pork leg. How many times have I told you not to call me little cat? Call me Tianyun. Mao Tianyun said uncomfortably. Where's my sister? Ho Qing asked. Hodu? He's accompanying Long Wanyu in his cultivation in the hall. He'll be out in a while. Chang Sheng swallowed the meat in his mouth and said. Where's Gao Chen? Why didn't I see him come back? Ziwei asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. He is accompanying his master, that Gu Hai. Mao Tianyun said casually. Ho Qing wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Pata. The chess piece in Long Wanqing's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She turned her head abruptly. What did you say? Gu Hai is here? Long Wanqing said with great surprise. That's right, Mao Tianyun said. If Gu Hai hadn't come, we wouldn't have been able to deal with Bone God so easily. Bone God was in the great circle of the God Legion, but in the end, Gu Hai cut his head off. And now, Gu Hai and Bone God are clashing psychically. The battle is not over yet? Little cat, the Bone God is still alive and you came back by yourselves? You left Gu Hai and Gauchen there? You're too much. Ziwei jumped up. Mao Tianyun's face stiffened. What do you mean I'm too much? I wanted to help, but Gu Hai said there was no need. However, Mao Tianyun didn't know about the relationship between Ziwei, Changsheng and Gu Hai. Ziwei stopped talking and Changsheng said, I was blind to have misjudged you. You're actually that kind of person. No, you're actually that kind of cat. Changsheng and Ziwei's disdain deeply hurt Mao Tianyun. What kind of cat? That Gu Hai didn't want to help. Mao Tianyun shouted. That's right, Gu Hai can handle it. He said so himself. Everyone wait patiently. Gu Hai should be back soon. Ho Qing said. No, I have to go. Long Wanqing said excitedly. Regardless of whether Gu Hai could deal with the Bone God, Long Wanqing couldn't wait to go. She had to go immediately. Ho Qing's face stiffened. Long Wanqing, you'd better not disturb Gu Hai. He'll be back soon. Ho Qing stood in front of Long Wanqing and tried to persuade her. Get out of my way. Long Wanqing's face turned cold. Long Wanqing, don't. Ho Qing tried to stop her. I want you to get out of my way. Long Wanqing suddenly emitted a powerful black flame aura. Ho Qing's face changed. He was afraid that Long Wanqing would disturb Long Wanyu and his sister. All right. Ho Qing smiled bitterly and stepped aside. I'll go too. Ziwei wiped her mouth and said. I'll go too. Changsheng said excitedly. Meow, what's there to go? Mao Tianyun was still in a bad mood. Ziwei and Changsheng turned their heads and ignored Mao Tianyun. Long Wanqing waved her hand and flew out of the small space with Ziwei and Changsheng. Seeing the three of them leave, Mao Tianyun was depressed. Ziwei and Changsheng should be on his side. Why did they say that? Mao Tianyun, forget it. They. Ho Qing said hypocritically. It's all your fault. Why did you call me back so urgently? Mao Tianyun snorted coldly. He ignored Ho Qing and walked into a hall not far away. Ho Qing's face stiffened. Finally, he looked coldly into the distance. Ziwei and Changsheng's cultivations are not obvious. Only Long Wanqing has the strength of a complete earthly deity. However, we're dealing with 3 complete earthly deities. No one can save Gu Hai. Ho Qing said coldly. In the bone tomb where Gu Hai was. As the ghost chi and void bone marrow were extracted by Gu Hai, the skull of the bone god became weaker and weaker. There were many cracks on the skull as if it was being eroded. The shape of the life ender saber had turned into Gu Hai's appearance. However, it was made of bones. Gu Hai was multitasking. He absorbed the ghost chi and continuously sent his consciousness into the life ender saber. In the past, Gu Hai had erased the consciousness of the bone ancestor in the life ender saber. However, the remnants of the bone ancestor's consciousness seemed to want to be rebuilt. Therefore, Gu Hai had to erase the rebuilt consciousness and fill his own consciousness. Gu Hai could not be distracted. He could not even move his body into the celestial dome of the ancients. It was as if 2 Gu Hai were sitting together and absorbing the energy in the skull. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. A gust of air blew in all directions. Gu Hai had extracted nearly all the ghost chi and formed a blue-black ghost chi core in his heavenly eye. When the ghost chi core appeared, a strong energy immediately filled his body. It was like the ghost chi connected to the world. Gu Hai's cultivation rose again. Ghost chi core, the 7th layer of the heavenly palaces? The eyes of Gu Hai's body lit up. There was still some ghost chi left. However, the remaining ghost chi was not enough to form the god-destroying light. On the other side, the skeleton doppelganger was close to extracting all of the void bone marrow. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger's resistance was even stronger. Gu Hai didn't dare to hesitate. He tried his best to use his will to continuously erase the new will of the skeleton doppelganger. Gu Hai used most of his consciousness to refine the skeleton clone. The bone god had already become a thing of the past. Under the rapid erosion, he would vanish in the blink of an eye. Bone ancestor, ha! You are still as cruel as before. You don't even let me beg for mercy. I can't do it anymore. However, you can forget about getting any benefits. Let's die together. The bone god roared in despair in the end. Guhai ignored him. Die together? If you had chosen to self-detonate at the start, you might have been able to do it. However, you are almost out of energy now. You still want to die together? What nonsense. The Six Paths Immortal Dome is my witness. I, the bone god, will use my last breath to curse. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate as the source of the curse. Send my voice into the ears of heaven. Immortal Six Paths, the Yellow Spring Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal Six Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The bone god said viciously in despair. Bastard. The expression of Guhai's body suddenly changed. Gotcha. However, the bone god had already exhausted everything. His soul turned into the source of the curse and instantly turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. The skulls instantly turned into powder and flew up. All the void bone marrow entered the skeleton clone formed by the Life-Ender saber. During this final stage, Guhai could not move at all. He could not relax at all. Unexpectedly, the bone god cursed him. Bus. Guhai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, a voice mysteriously disappeared from where the bone god came from. From the sea, through the road to the Yellow Springs, it was transmitted to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. After leaving the Yellow Springs Sea, the voice soared into the sky and disappeared. Immortal Six Paths, the Yellow Springs Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal Six Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The faint voice was transmitted to the most secret place in heaven and earth. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above the Yellow Springs Sea. A huge crack appeared in the dark clouds. Buzz. The crack opened, revealing the vast eye of heaven. When the Immortal Six Paths heard the voice of the bone god, he opened his eye of heaven and looked at the Yellow Springs Sea. At this moment, all the living and dead spirits in the surroundings knelt down, bowing to the arrival of the immortal. Flawed Immortal Dome. Guhai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, Guhai couldn't even stop. Once he stopped, the skeleton clones might rush into his mind and injure him. Hurry, if the Immortal Six Paths really comes, it will be bad. It won't be just the bone ancestor but Wanyu. Wanyu will be in danger. Guhai said anxiously. The rib of firmament? The reincarnation of firmament? Which is more important? If he didn't hurry, he would be wiped out by the Immortal Six Paths. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. While Guhai was trying his best to refine the skeleton clone, on a mountain peak not far away, a black-robed figure slowly appeared. Hey Guhai, it seems that Ho Qing is also looking forward to your death. When he saw me, he actually asked Mao Tianyun to leave first. The black-robed figure said in a cold voice. The 10 sect masters, Gaochen, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy. You are Heavenly Demon Holy Land's Old Nine? Heavenly Demon Du Wan? Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Heavenly Demon Du Wan, Heavenly Palace Perfection. Chapter 1038. Celestial Cuckoo Demon? As it took a step forward, countless green sprouts sprouted from the skeletons, followed by flowers. In the blink of an eye, the ground within 100,000 miles was covered in azalea flowers. Perfect stage Heavenly Palace? The 10 sect masters' expressions changed. The skeletons charging towards the center also paused. Your Majesty, the celestial cuckoo demon of the heavenly demon holy ground is here, Your Majesty. The unborn man said anxiously. Guhai was focused on refining the skeleton avatar. Although he knew there was danger outside, he couldn't answer. Mosquito Daoran, be careful. Dragon Shenying warned. All right. Mosquito Daoran frowned, then nodded. Facing a perfect stage cultivator? Mosquito Daoran really wanted to run. After all, the celestial cuckoo demon was ranked 9th in the heavenly demon holy ground. The corpse bug heavenly demon he didn't dare to provoke was ranked 11th. But looking at where Guhai was, Mosquito Daoran decided to give it a try. He's here to deal with Master? Ho Qing? That bastard Ho Qing, I was wondering why he ran so fast, so he did it on purpose. He wants to kill my master. Gaochen's expression changed drastically. Gaochen liked to sing, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He analyzed everything in a blink of an eye. Sect masters, I'll have to trouble you to mobilize the power of faith to stop the celestial cuckoo demon for us. Gao Chen immediately requested the 10 sect masters. You want to die with Gu Hai too? The celestial cuckoo demon sneered. The 10 sect masters looked at each other, then at Mosquito Doran's group. It was obvious that Gu Hai's group was tricked by Ho Qing. Ho Qing wanted to kill Gu Hai with a borrowed knife? And they were definitely not a match for this perfect stage cultivator. Although the 10 of them were close to the great perfection stage when they used the power of faith, they were only close. No, settle your grudges, we're leaving. One of the sect masters shouted. The disciples were stunned for a moment before nodding their heads. What? Sect leader Ran, what is the meaning of this? When Bone God wanted to destroy you, we helped you. My master helped you kill Bone God. Now you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Gao Chen shouted. Sect leader Ran shook his head. We were in danger earlier, but we didn't ask for your help. You. Gao Chen was furious. I'm sorry, we can't help you with your grievances. The other sect leaders nodded. You guys are ungrateful. Gao Chen roared gloomily. Divine emissary Gao Chen, we have no choice. He is at the great completeness of Heavenly Palace. We can't stop him at all. In the previous battle, our sect suffered heavy losses. We can't afford any more losses. He is obviously here to seek revenge on Gu Hai. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Sect leader Ran immediately refused to help. At most, I'll make it up to you guys by singing. You guys stay. Gao Chen gritted his teeth and begged. Singing? Are you going to sing for us? Let's go. Sect leader Ran shouted. Boom. The disciples of the top 10 sects immediately turned around and flew away. Without hesitation, they didn't stop at all. A bunch of ungrateful guys. I curse you guys to die a horrible death. Gao Chen cursed. Aha, sect leader Ran was right. I only want Gu Hai's life. If you surrender, I'll give you a chance to live. Heavenly Demon Du Wan laughed. Don't even think about it. Gao Chen gritted his teeth. Since you don't want it, then forget it. I'd like to see how long Gu Hai is going to hide in the pile of bones. Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted coldly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed at the skeleton grave where Gu Hai was. Jiang Chen's body, Earth Zombie Power. Dragon Shenying shouted. A pair of black dragon scale skeletal wings appeared on his back again, and he released his aura, causing the withered earth to tremble violently under the power of his aura. He threw a punch at Heavenly Demon Du Wan. Hong! The fist and palm collided. The void shook violently and countless bones on the ground exploded instantly. The fist and palm were in a deadlock. Dragon Shenying blocked the palm of a perfected Heavenly Palace Master with all his strength. Jiang Chen's body? Ah, your body is indeed strong. But don't you know that there's a world of difference between perfected and non-perfected? Heavenly Demon Du Wan's expression turned cold. Her hand shook violently. Boom. Dragon Shenying was immediately sent flying by Heavenly Demon Du Wan's palm. Blood Mosquito Sting. Suddenly, a sharp spike shot toward Heavenly Demon Du Wan's head from behind. It was Mosquito Doran's domain clone that had launched a sneak attack. Ding. Heavenly Demon Du Wan flicked her finger. That spike exploded instantly and so did the domain clone. Bam. In the distance, Dragon Shenying crashed into a huge mountain, but he instantly pounced over again. The 9th level of Heavenly Palace is indeed extraordinary. I couldn't have such great power at your level, but do you know what a perfected Heavenly Demon is? Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. Mosquito Doran's divine Dao domain erupted again. At the same time, 10,000 clones pounced on Heavenly Demon Du Wan. Immediately, the Du Wan Heavenly Demon's surroundings were impenetrable, and the terrifying 10,000 punches came crashing down. Break! Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted. Hong! 10,000 Mosquito Doran's clones exploded and shot in all directions. I'm not Amethyst. I broke through to the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan with Master's help. I cultivated myself. Let me show you what a perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan is. Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. As she sneered, she flipped her hand and struck out. It was as if 10,000 palms appeared in the void, and they went toward Dragon Shenying and Mosquito Doran. Boom! With a loud sound, all the clones were pushed back. Humph! Perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan isn't invincible, and it's not impossible to kill. Many have died these days. Dragon Shenying continued to smash down with monstrous power. For a moment, large cracks appeared in the void not far away. Mosquito Doran and Dragon Shenying pounced on Du Wan one after another, but they were suppressed by Du Wan's palms and couldn't get close. Those who aren't perfected heavenly demon do one only use their own power. No matter how strong they are, what can they do? Can they compete with the power of heaven and earth? And perfected heavenly demon do one can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth, merging the body into the Tao, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. How can you bunch of boorish people compare? If you don't enter the perfected heavenly demon do one, you'll never know how strong we are. Break. Heavenly demon do one shouted. Boom. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Shenying were sent flying again. The two of them and their domain clones all spat out blood, but they still continued to pounce forward to protect Guhai. Rumble. Not far away there was a huge battle. The unborn man was guarding Guhai's bone grave, while Gaochen was anxious and didn't know what to do. At this moment, without Mosquito Daoran blocking them, the skeleton tribe finally pounced. Oh no, the skeleton tribe is pouncing on us. The 10 sect masters are all good for nothings. Even if you don't help me deal with the perfected heavenly demon Duwan, you can deal with these skeletons. Gaochen was extremely anxious. The skeletons pounced. Gaochen was in a fighting posture, but he was extremely nervous. Just when they were 100 feet away from Guhai, the skeletons at the front seemed to have sensed a strange aura. Plop, plop, plop. The skeletons quickly knelt down, seeming to be extremely frightened. My lord, please spare us. Countless skeletons said in horror. It was Guhai's skeleton clone, emitting the aura of the bone ancestor. Instantly, the skeletons seemed to have met their nemesis, and they were inexplicably terrified. Why are these skeletons kneeling? Gaochen was surprised. Suddenly there was a loud sound in the distance. Dragon Shenying was immediately shot back like a cannonball, crashing not far away from Guhai. Boom. The ground was smashed into a crater. Boom. Dragon Shenying spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, Mosquito Daoran, and I can't hold on anymore. Dragon Shenying said bitterly. Whoosh. After complaining bitterly, Dragon Shenying pounced on the Duwan demon again. In the bone grave, Guhai was at the most critical moment and naturally couldn't respond. However, under the control of his mind, the ancient immortal vault door suddenly opened. In the ancient immortal vault, one day in the outside world was 10 years inside. During these days, Kang Xian had already swallowed all the Jianghu clones into his stomach. At this moment, Kang Xian transformed into his human form and sat cross-legged in the void above. Monstrous black gas was emitting from his body. He was trying to make the final breakthrough. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Although the Jianghu clone helped me improve to the limit, the Jianghu clone wasn't at the great perfection level. No matter how much I eat, I can't reach the great perfection level. I'm just one step away from forming the Peacock Dao body, but this step is a step away from reaching the end of the world. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Kang Xian said anxiously. However, at this moment, a void exit opened in front of Kang Xian. Guhai used his mind to send a voice to Kang Xian's side. There's a great perfection level heavenly palace outside. Just a little bit more, try eating a great perfection level demon. Kang Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. Boom. Kang Xian flew out of the ancient immortal vault. Outside, the sky was filled with azaleas. It was as if the void was sealed off, blocking Dragon God Ing and Mosquito Doran's escape route. The two spat out blood as azaleas flowers surrounded them. You don't know what's good for you. Heavenly demon Azaleas snorted and struck at the two with her palm. When the attack came, all the azaleas around them suddenly turned into palms. It was as if billions of palms were striking them. We're doomed, the two exclaimed. Just as they were about to be defeated, a gust of black wind suddenly swept over them. Rumble. Suddenly, the palm formed by the rolling azaleas was swept by the black wind and entered the mouth of a person who suddenly appeared. It was Kang Xian who resolved the crisis. At the same time, Kang Xian struck at heavenly demon Azalea's palm. Honk. The void exploded. Kang Xian took a step back while heavenly demon Azalea stood in place. However, the palm strike dissipated. Kang Xian? You can actually withstand my palm strike? Heavenly demon Azalea said coldly. Not only did I withstand your palm strike, but I'm also going to eat you. Kang Xian said with a ferocious look. The palm strike made Kang Xian realize that heavenly demon Azaleus was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to how strong one could be. If I can eat him, maybe I can break through? A crazy expectation filled Kang Xian's mind. I must eat him. Kang Xian, your strength has increased so much? But he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. My peacock tribe has records of inheritance. Our foundation is not strong enough. Even if we can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, it's limited. Only a perfected God can mobilize the perfect power of heaven and earth. He's obviously not a perfected God. You can't be fooled by his words, right? What do you mean by mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? I admit that he became stronger after mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. However, his foundation is not as stable as mine, not to mention your majesty. If your majesty was at my level, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Kong Xian said confidently. Is that so? Dragon Shenying said in surprise. The two of you back me up. Watch me kill and eat him. Kong Xian said with a ferocious look. Okay. The two of them answered. Chapter 1039. There was a bloodthirsty look in Kong Xian's eyes. In order to help himself break through to the Great Circle, Kong Xian was willing to give it his all. Moreover, in the previous exchange of palms, Kong Xian could tell that this Duwan demon was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to it because his foundation was not as good as his. Kong Xian did not have the inheritance of the peacock tribe in the past. He had fought his way up. His foundation was extremely solid. Most of the time he was invincible among his peers. Kong Xian did not know how Heavenly Demon Duwan reached the Great Fulfillment Realm. Anyway, Kong Xian dared to fight with him, even risking his life. In an instant, Kong Xian threw out his six-colored divine light and rushed towards Duwan. He fought with his life on the line, even exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom. Pooh. Heavenly Demon Duwan's palm landed on Kong Xian's chest. Kong Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his six-colored divine light cut off a piece of flesh from Heavenly Demon Duwan's shoulder. It seemed like Heavenly Demon Duwan was at a disadvantage. However, Heavenly Demon Duwan only suffered external injuries, while Kong Xian suffered internal injuries. However, Kong Xian did not care. The burning desire in his eyes urged Kong Xian to continue exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom. 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 Under a series of attacks, the battle between the two became more and more fierce and desperate. Kong Xian's robes were torn, and there were many wounds on his body. However, Kong Xian did not care. He continued to charge forward without hesitation. Kong Xian, you lunatic. Heavenly Demon Duwan was shocked and angry. This was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Not far away, Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing, who were cooperating with Kong Xian, also felt their eyelids twitching. I finally understand why I am not as good as Kong Xian. Mosquito Daoran's eyes flashed with shock. Thinking about his cultivation, Mosquito Daoran felt that he was really lucky to be able to cultivate to this level. Rumble. The three experts besieged Heavenly Demon Azalea. Although they were still suppressed by Heavenly Demon Azalea, Kong Xian's craziness made Heavenly Demon Azalea shudder with fear. No matter what, Gu Hai was safe for the time being. Gao Chen and the unborn man guarded Zhou Che. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land followed the skeletons into this world. At that time, the skeletons were not sure where the bone god was, so they split up. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land also split up. However, the huge battle here quickly attracted the attention of the other two people. Suddenly, Old Eight's face sank. Who? In an instant, Old Eight flew close to him. Ha, Old Nine, you can fight against three people who have yet to reach the perfection stage? Old Eight sneered in surprise. Stop talking nonsense. Old Eight, come and help. Duwan said gloomily. She clearly had the upper hand, but she kept getting injured. At this moment, Duwan was very anxious. Although Kong Xian's injuries were more serious, this suicidal battle was very awkward. Old Eight did not go to help but looked around. Countless skeletons knelt down in front of the skeleton grave. Gao Chen and the unborn man stood beside it. It's over, it's over. Call him Old Eight? That was Old Nine and this is Old Eight? Isn't that more powerful? Gao Chen's face changed. Old Nine, what's in the grave that the skeletons are worshipping? Old Eight asked. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai is in there, having a mental battle with the bone god. If you don't help me, then go and kill Gu Hai. Duwan shouted. You dare. Mosquito Daoran shouted in shock. Ha ha ha, you three lunatics, are you worried now? It's too late. At this time, even if I have to suffer more injuries, none of you can leave. Duwan laughed. Rumble. Duwan immediately blocked the three with all her might. Quick, inform His Majesty, quick. Dragon Shenying shouted anxiously. Inform? Ah, it's too late. Gu Hai. Last time at the infinite celestial capital, you caused us so much trouble. Poison expert? You didn't bring him here, did you? Old 8 said coldly. With a cold voice, he hit the skeleton grave with his palm. Gauchen's face changed. Although his cultivation was very weak, he did not hesitate to hit back. The unborn man stood at the grave's entrance, not moving his fingers as if he was also about to attack. Ha ha ha, Central Celestial Palace? Haha, funny, a Central Celestial Palace wants to stop me? You and that Guhai will die together. Old 8 laughed. As he laughed, the power in his hand shook the void, and a strong pressure pressed down on Gauchen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Before the palm hit, Gauchen could not take it anymore. Seeing the palm coming for him, Gauchen's eyes filled with despair. Save me. Gauchen cried out in alarm. But at this moment, a palm appeared beside Gauchen and met Old 8's palm. Her slender palm was extremely small, but it seemed to carry the power of the most magnificent river in the world. It collided with Old 8's palm. Boom. With a loud sound, a huge black hole appeared in the void. Thud, 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 thud. Old 8 actually took 8 steps back, crushing countless bones under his feet before coming to a stop. What? How is this possible? Who are you? Old 8 said in surprise. However, at this critical moment, Long Wanqing arrived and met Old 8's attack with a palm. Beside her stood Ziwei and Changsheng. Mistress, that's great, you're finally here. Gauchen was excited. Gauchen, your pants are wet? Changsheng glared at Gauchen and shouted. He must be scared. How strange, this is the first time I've seen Gauchen pee in his pants. Ziwei laughed. Who said I peed in my pants? This is sweat, sweat. Gauchen's face turned red. Where's Guhai? Long Wanqing looked at Gauchen. Over there, His Majesty didn't let us disturb him. Gauchen shouted. Long Wanqing saw the grave that all the skeletons were worshipping. At the same time she saw the unborn man. The moment she saw the unborn man, Long Wanqing frowned. Why didn't you attack? The unborn man's cultivation is not enough. Gauchen said blankly. The unborn man shook his head. Guhai is not in a life and death situation, I don't need to attack. Gauchen was confused by the unborn man's words, but Long Wanqing understood. The unborn man would only attack when Guhai was in a life and death situation, for the sake of Long Wanqing and her sister. At other times he would not attack. As for other people he would not attack. Long Wanqing frowned slightly, but she did not blame him. Instead she looked at Old 8 who was not far away. You wanted to kill my husband just now? Long Wanqing said coldly. So what? Little girl, I didn't expect that Guhai was hiding a great fulfillment. What kind of power did you use just now? Why did you have the aura of a great river? Old 8 said coldly. Feel it yourself. You want to kill my husband? I'll take your life. Long Wanqing glared at him. She waved her hand. Boom. Hundreds of huge black rivers rushed out. Wherever the black rivers passed, all the bones were instantly decomposed. These black rivers were naturally the river Styx. Back then, when Guhai killed the Nether River Patriarch, he used the Nether River Patriarch's storage to reconstruct Long Wanqing's body. Now, Long Wanqing controlled the hundreds of river Styx with a wave of her hand. Wherever they passed, everything was decomposed. What is this? It doesn't matter what kind of river you have. I have the body of a carp. I can swim in all the rivers in the world. Old 8 said coldly. With a wave of his hand, it was like a sea of golden fish scales rushing towards the hundreds of river Styx. Boom. Crack. Crack. Wherever the hundreds of river Styx passed, the sea of golden fish scales dispersed. Long Wanqing went down the river Styx and arrived at Old 8's place in the blink of an eye. She struck again. Boom. Another loud sound rang out, and Old 8 was sent flying again. Impossible. How can Guhai have a great perfection-level wife? Old 8 cried out gloomily. Long Wanqing did not give up. The 100 underworld rivers instantly disintegrated the fish scale sea and soared into the sky. They were like 100 huge dragons that covered the sky and earth as they swept towards Old 8. Walala. Old 8 was instantly drowned in the river Styx. While resisting the decomposing power of the river Styx, he had to deal with Long Wanqing's monstrous killing intent. Since you want to kill my husband, then die. Long Wanqing kept attacking Old 8. Under the concentrated attacks, Old 8 was immediately defeated. No, this is impossible. Old 8 roared gloomily. In the distance, Heavenly Demon Duwan, Kong Xin, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Goding were all staring in shock. This is Empress Long Wanqing? Then the terrifying aura from the endless celestial capital that I sensed previously was hers? Isn't she too powerful? Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Niece Wanqing? Dragon Goding said in shock. This was his sister's daughter. How could she be so powerful? Kang Xian saw Long Wanqing's strength, and his desire for great perfection-level cultivation grew. Even though he was covered in blood, he still pounced on Heavenly Demon Du Wan ferociously. Heavenly Demon Du Wan was extremely gloomy. She was counting on Old Eight to save her. Why did he get involved too? Boom. The battle between the two parties broke out again. Just as Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changxing were worried, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Guhai's wife? Hey, you do have some ability. Stop now. Otherwise I'll kill Guhai immediately. A voice suddenly sounded. The people fighting in all directions suddenly turned their heads to look. They saw that Guhai's grave was already enveloped by a large area of spider webs. Heavenly Demon Ponzi? The unborn man said in a low voice. Old Six, you're finally here. Heavenly Demon Du Wan said in surprise. This woman is too powerful. Damn, Old Six, you deal with her. Old Eight said urgently. Countless spider webs enveloped the surroundings. A black-robed figure was standing on the spider webs. It was Heavenly Demon Ponzi. It's over. They called him Old Six. Old Six. Isn't that even more powerful? Gaochen said in despair. Husband. Long Wanqing was anxious. She didn't dare to attack with all her strength for fear of breaking the vases. Heavenly Demon Ponzi looked at the skeleton grave, as if she was going to attack at any time. Crash. But at this moment the skeleton grave suddenly collapsed. From inside, a figure immediately stood up. It was precisely Guhai. Just as everyone was holding back Old Eight and Old Nine, Guhai finally completely erased the skeleton clone's recondensed consciousness. That skeleton clone was already formed. It was just that he had just cultivated a clone. Guhai was still not too familiar with it and temporarily stored it in the Immortal Dome of Ancient. After storing the Immortal Dome of Ancient, Guhai stepped out. A large amount of withered bones scattered. Guhai was immediately exposed and saw everyone. Husband. Master. Guhai. It was exceptionally happy to meet friends and family. Chapter 1040. Guhai stepped out of the skeleton graveyard. All of his friends and family had joy on their faces, but the three great Sky Fiends' expressions changed. Bone God was destroyed? Sky Fiend Duan suddenly cried out in alarm. Guhai. Celestial Fiend Ponzi was the closest. Her expression was even colder. Previously, in the infinite celestial capital, because she dealt with Guhai, she almost died under the lethal poison. This fear made Celestial Fiend Ponzi feel as if she was facing a great enemy. At the same time, she waved the surrounding spider webs. Immediately, waves of pink poison gas emerged, charging straight for Guhai. Your poison has already been figured out by Xianair. Do you think that this poison can still hurt us? Guhai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi with a cold smile. However, nothing happened to Guhai as he stood in the poisonous gas. While reaching out, Guhai took out the life-punishing saber. Guhai, be careful. Long Wanqing immediately cried out worriedly. Guhai turned his head to look at Long Wanqing, revealing a trace of gentleness. Relax, I'm still fine. Take care of yourself. Long Wanqing nodded. Reaching out, even more Styx River strangled towards Old Eighth. On the other side, Kang Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing suddenly pounced toward Celestial Fiend Duan. The great battle started once more. Guhai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi. Celestial Fiend poison gas did not achieve any effect. Reaching out, she waved. Boom. All around, rolling spider silk suddenly rolled up. Like a spider silk sea, it twisted towards Guhai. Zhou Qianjiu. Guhai shouted coldly. A blade slashed past. The rolling blade energy instantly chopped the entire spider silk sea in half, exploding in two directions. That torrential might of Zhou Qianjiu instantly arrived in front of Celestial Fiend Ponzi. What? Celestial Fiend Ponzi's expression changed, welcoming with a palm. Boom. The massive blade shattered a large expanse of the void. Celestial Fiend Ponzi's figure suddenly stopped. How do you have such great strength? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in shock. This blade was actually evenly matched with Ponzi Sky Fiend? Guhai waved his hand. Swoosh. All the skeletons were stored in the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Guhai did not waste words with Ponzi Heavenly Demon either. Stepping forward, he slashed down with a blade once more. Zhou Tian 9. Boom. Under the tremendous power, Ponzi Sky Fiend was immediately forced to take a step back. At the same time, she looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Impossible. You haven't even reached the Great Circle, so how can you have such great power? In the past, didn't the Heavenly Cycle 9 need to mobilize the power of a dynasty before it can be accomplished? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said in shock. In the past? The foundation of Gu Hai's cultivation was so solid that even Long Jianghu was ashamed of his inferiority. Every level of cultivation started with the perfect 3 souls. In the past, when he was at the 2nd level of Heavenly Palace, he already had the power of an ordinary 7th or 8th level of Heavenly Palace. Presently, it was at the 7th level of Heavenly Palace. It could be seen how great Gu Hai's strength was. Furthermore, what Gu Hai cultivated was not one kind of qi. At the beginning, he could not see through its mysteries. As the types of qi became more and more, Gu Hai discovered that the power they produced was not just superimposed, but a kind of sublimation. With each additional type of qi, the power rose more than tenfold. In the past, the Heavenly Cycle 9 needed to mobilize the power of a dynasty, and it would even harm the fleshy body. But now, slashing out the Heavenly Cycle 9 was like handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. The Heavenly Cycle 9 was able to injure Rokudo Shinkuin in the past. It already had the might of a great circle. At this moment, since Gu Hai identified Ponzi Heavenly Demon, he naturally did not waste his breath. Kill. Boom. Another blade, the Heavenly Cycle 9. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was immediately slashed flying into the sky. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was the 6th, and in the past Jianghu was the 7th. Although he was stronger than Jianghu, Gu Hai's explosive growth and cultivation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Impossible. Ponzi Domain. Ponzi Heavenly Demon exclaimed. With a wave of his hand, boundless spiderwebs filled the surroundings. A domain formed by spiderwebs seemed to envelop all of Gu Hai's paths. However, when the Heavenly Cycle 9 appeared, it immediately formed a huge domain of saber qi. Around each of the 200 large-sized saber qis were 200 medium-sized saber qis. Around each medium-sized saber qis were 200 small-sized saber qis. Layer by layer, it was like the condensation of Gu Hai's 100,000 go play when he advanced. When the saber qi domain appeared, all the spiderwebs were shredded into nothingness. The Heavenly Cycle 9 slashed at Ponzi Heavenly Demon again. Boom. After another heavy blow to Ponzi Heavenly Demon, the two immediately fought high up in the sky. This is the cultivation of a great circle consummation? It's nothing much. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. The life-punishing saber in his hand continuously slashed, sending Ponzi Heavenly Demon flying backward again and again. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was stronger than Jianghu. Her biggest reliance was poison. However, poison? It did not have the slightest effect on Gu Hai. Chen Xian had long been on guard against Ponzi Heavenly Demon. Naturally, she set things up for Gu Hai's body. Boom 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 boom. Above the starry sky, Gu Hai and Ponzi Heavenly Demon fought along the way, shattering quite a few stars. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would come out on top. Gu Hai even had a slight advantage. Impossible. Unless your cultivation of the gods is close to great circle consummation. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a strong foundation strength. How big is your human soul? How big is your earthly soul? How big is your celestial soul? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said anxiously. Haven't you heard before? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. What? It looks like you did not investigate my information carefully. The leaders of all the major factions in the world should have information on me. I have a human soul of 495 meters. Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. What? Perfect human soul? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said in shock. Earthly soul 64 meters. Celestial soul 81 meters. Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. Under 9 cycles, Ponzi Heavenly Demon's figure retreated once more. However, when she looked at Gu Hai now, it was like she had seen a ghost. Impossible. Perfect 3 souls? Only a great circle consummation person can do it. Furthermore, it is not an ordinary great circle consummation person. Only those great circle consummation deities can achieve perfect 3 souls. Why wouldn't you reach great circle consummation once you break through great circle consummation? I cultivated for 300,000 years and reincarnated 76 times, but I couldn't do it. How is it possible? Ponzi Heavenly Demon cried out in shock. Great circle consummation deities? Gu Hai's brows slightly furrowed. This was because in the battle between Qiyu and Matriarch Ji in the past, The two seem to have mentioned that the two of them were Great Circle Consummation deities. Furthermore, Gu Hai knew that Long Zhangguo was also Great Circle Consummation deities. Even if you have a perfect human soul, I also won't let you become a Great Circle Consummation cultivator. Because today I'm going to kill you and eat your 3 souls. Perhaps it will be of great help to my cultivation. Ah. Ponzi Heavenly Demon laughed nastily. Kill me? You seem to be inferior to me right now, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. What do you know? Hey, Great Circle Consummation cultivators can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Do you know what the power of heaven and earth is? Oh, perhaps the Great Circle Consummation cultivators you encountered in the past were too weak. They simply weren't on the same level. I'll let you see what the power of heaven and earth is. Ponzi Heavenly Demon sneered. As she sneered, her figure suddenly swelled, instantly turning into a giant black spider that was 1,000 feet long. Once the 1,000 feet long spider appeared, strands of black chi emerged from behind it. The black chi soared into the sky, but it didn't spread out. Instead it was like thin threads stirring up the void law. Buzz. Behind the 1,000 feet long spider, the illusory image of a large Tongtian tree appeared. When that large tree appeared, it seemed to carry a power that could destroy heaven and earth. As the large tree swayed, it seemed to draw endless power of heaven and earth through the black chi threads, pouring into the spider's body. The 1,000 feet long spider's body immediately grew in size again. Gu Hai could feel that the aura around this spider's body was expanding without limit. Its power was becoming stronger. This big tree that reaches the sky and roots the earth, is it a great Tao? Is it the laws of heaven and earth? Gu Hai's face sank. That's right, it's the laws of heaven and earth. Right now, I'm mobilizing the power of Great Tao. The cultivation of Old 8 and Old 9 isn't enough to draw out an entire Great Tao. Consummation deity sovereigns can directly mobilize an entire Great Tao or even more. As for me, I am in the center. Although I have not reached the level of completely mobilizing a Great Tao, I can still do so after paying a certain price. Great Tao energy, the world's Great Tao, I can mobilize it. Amid the loud laughter, Gu Hai saw cracks appearing on the shell of the 1,000 feet long spider. Clearly, Old 8's cultivation was still insufficient. Forcefully mobilizing a Great Tao energy put too much of a burden on his body. However, even if he could, the continuously rising strength made Gu Hai's heart pound. Great Tao energy? When Gu Hai mobilized the Go Great Tao, he had always been successful against the Corpse Bug Heavenly Demon and the others. Now, although he did not know what Great Tao Ponzi Heavenly Demon mobilized, as long as it involved a Great Tao, its strength would be incredibly horrifying. 9 cycles. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber again. Boom. With the Great Tao energy, Ponzi Heavenly Demon's spider claw actually blocked the life-punishing saber. My strength has not reached the limits yet. However, it has already increased by more than 5 times. Ah. You still want to use the 9 cycles? It's useless. All of your methods are useless, including that Go Dao ritual array of yours. They are all useless. This is because I am also mobilizing Great Tao energy. The Great Tao is undefeatable. Prepare to die. Ponzi Heavenly Demon laughed sinisterly. You increased your strength by 5 times? This Emperor understands. Since that is the case, take a look at this Emperor's saber strike. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he chopped down with his saber again. When Xiao Qin swung his saber, the surrounding domain of saber chi suddenly expanded by close to 100 times. This domain instantly enveloped the entire starry heavens. When this saber strike appeared, the image of a large tree suddenly appeared behind Gu Hai. The Go Great Tao? It is not a ritual array but directly the Go Tao laws? How can you mobilize the Great Tao's might? You have not reached consummation cultivation yet. Ponzi Heavenly Demon suddenly exclaimed. 10 cycles. 10. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber. Boundless saber chi gathered, seeming to carry the strongest energy in the world. A small portion of the saber chi washed over Gu Hai's physical body. However, the impact made Gu Hai's body feel like it would fall apart. This saber strike drained Gu Hai's full power. It also tore open many internal injuries in Gu Hai's body. Right now, Gu Hai executed the strongest saber strike of the cycle saber technique for the first time after reaching the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, he barely managed to execute it. Even so, every layer of the cycle saber technique increased its might by 100 times. It made this saber strike seem like it could split the world. Buzz. The saber light flashed brightly, and the entire immortal flawed dome of heaven seemed to turn purple from this saber strike. No. Ponzi Heavenly Demon cried out. The battles in the surroundings paused. When this saber strike appeared, everyone felt a heavenly might descend. Everyone felt stifled in their hearts. They even felt fear. Ponzi Heavenly Demon did her best to block. A vast black hole immediately appeared in the boundless starry heavens, shattering several galaxies. Everyone felt like their hearts were being squeezed. It felt like a crack opened in the immortal dome of heaven. When the life-extinguishing saber struck, Ponzi Heavenly Demon's huge spider body suddenly exploded. Perhaps the great Tao energy that Ponzi Heavenly Demon used to protect it did not turn it into dust. However, it instantly split in half. No. Old 8th and Old 9th cried out. Old 6th, who was stronger than them, got chopped in half by Gu Hai. The saber light slowly disappeared, and the void slowly returned to normal. There seemed to be an unrecoverable crack in the starry heavens. The 300-meter-long spider's body was split in half. Gu Hai's figure trembled. Bang! Large cracks appeared on Gu Hai's body, and large amounts of blood flowed out. The Cycle 10 was too much of a burden on Gu Hai. Xiao Chen's heaven-replenishing energy surged out, healing his injuries. Gu Hai released a long breath and looked at the two halves of the spider corpse. Chapter 1041. The power of Zhou Tianten was too great. That most powerful coiling silk sky fiend was actually chopped into two halves by Gu Hai with one blade. Old 8 and Old 9 felt goosebumps all over their bodies. How was this possible? Your backing is dead. Let's see what else you can rely on. Roar. Kong Xian pounced on Old 9 again with a sinister expression. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing also fought fiercely with Old 9 amidst their shock. Seeing Old 6 being cut in half, Old 9's battle strategy was also a little messed up. On the other side, Long Wanqing immediately felt relieved. She also attacked Old 8 with all her might, causing Old 8 to suffer even more injuries. Everyone saw Gu Hai's brilliance, but they did not know how much burden Gu Hai's previous slash carried. Perhaps he could only use the power of the Dahan under the heavens without hindrance. Now, just relying on himself, he suffered countless internal injuries. Fortunately, he had the power of heaven mending, which was rapidly mending his body. Ka. Suddenly, the two halves of the spider's body trembled. Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. Not good. They want to merge? Gu Hai immediately rushed toward the two halves of the spider. Zhou Tianten? Why didn't I know you had Zhou Tianten? The two halves of the spider cried out in shock. Not dead. Gao Chen cried out in shock from afar. Gu Hai once again stepped forward with his saber. Zhou Tian 9. Boom. Under the heavy attack, the two halves of the spider were immediately forced back, unable to merge. However, at this moment, perhaps it was frightened by Zhou Tianten. It turned around and shot into the distance. In the distance, Old 9 still had the upper hand. The two halves of the spider quickly shot toward Old 9. Gu Hai naturally chased closely. Even if his body was injured, he had to endure. Otherwise, once the two halves of the celestial demon merged, he would be in trouble. Old 6, you're still alive? Old 9 was pleasantly surprised. However, in the next moment, Old 9th was alarmed. You lured Gu Hai to me? The might of Gu Hai's 10 cycles had left a deep impression on OL 9. Only Old 6 could survive that terrifying attack. If it had been him, he would have definitely died. Gu Hai won't be able to slash out the 10 cycles. Stop him and allow me to restore my body. Watch me crush Gu Hai into pieces. The two halves of the spider roared at the same time. What? Old 9th was startled. But Gu Hai's expression fell. His injuries were seen through by Ponzi Heavenly Fiend? Stop him. The two halves of the spider roared. Good. Old 9th roared. Despite being hit by Kong Xian's 6-colored divine light, he instantly pounced on Gu Hai. On the other side, Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing knew that things weren't going well and immediately pounced on the two halves of the spider. Boom. Boom. Even though the two halves of the spider were heavily injured, it was still not something that Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing could handle. With a wave of its claws, the two were sent flying. Old 9 threw himself at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's complexion sunk. He knew that this was a moment of crisis. Once he gave Ponzi Celestial Devil a chance to catch her breath. All their previous efforts would be for naught. Gu Hai, prepare to die. Old 9th waved his palm, and the sky full of azaleas whistled towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai was currently suffering from countless internal injuries. He could no longer use the 10th cycle. Although the 9th cycle could still resist the 9th cycle, every time he used it, his injuries would worsen. Just as the azaleas, that sky full of azaleas, transformed into an earth-shattering palm, Gu Hai suddenly paused. He waved his hand. Oh! A black-robed man stepped out from the immortal dome. It was the skeleton clone formed by the Life-Ender saber that walked out. This skeleton clone had just been refined and was still not familiar with its body's strength. Hence, it was sent into the immortal dome and came out after a short time. This was because several days had already passed in the immortal dome. Gu Hai was already familiar with this additional clone. When the skeleton clone stepped out, it gave off a sinister aura that made everyone's hearts tremble. Here, take the Life Slayer saber. Gu Hai cut his skin. A crimson saber immediately rushed out of his blood vessel. The black-robed Gu Hai skeleton clone reached out and grabbed the Life Slayer saber. Ninth cycle. Old ninth cycle instantly executed the ninth cycle. Boom. The palm full of azaleas suddenly exploded. The Life Slayer saber carried an indomitable might as it turned into a beam of scarlet light and instantly arrived before Old Ninth. When the Life Slayer saber slashed out, a scarlet light soared into the sky. The scarlet light seemed to contain an illusion of hell. In the dreamland, all the people who were killed were reduced to white bones. It was like Old Ninth. When he saw himself being killed in the illusion, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. Old Ninth immediately showed a panicked expression. However, this momentary panic was incomparably fatal. Boom. The Life Slayer saber instantly chopped off most of Old Ninth's shoulder. At the same time, black fog and scarlet mist appeared around the Life Slayer saber. Countless small skulls and evil spirits seemed to be gnawing at Old Ninth's flesh. Arg! Old Ninth screamed miserably. Old Ninth's right arm went flying. At the same time, a large amount of blood was drained. After the skeleton clone executed the saber strike, it instantly chased after the two halves of the spider. It executed the ninth cycle again. Old Ninth's spider body, which had just recovered, was cut in half again. If not for the great Tao energy protecting Old Ninth, this saber strike would have cut off a large piece of flesh. What? It's also the ninth cycle? The coiling life demon exclaimed. On the other side, Old Ninth's arm was chopped off by the skeleton clone, which cut off a large piece of flesh. Roar! Suddenly, a huge peacock flew over and swallowed Old Ninth's severed arm in one gulp. No! Old Ninth desperately tried to break free. There's no great Tao energy in my stomach. Refine. Kong Xian shouted excitedly. Boom boom boom. Rumbling sounds came from Kong Xian's stomach. Kong Xian's face immediately turned ugly. Quick, Mosquito Daoran Dragon Shenying, help me. I need energy. Inject your energy into me so that I can refine the Azalea demon. Kong Xian exclaimed. All right. The two immediately jumped onto the back of the peacock and clapped their hands on Kong Xian's back, injecting energy into him. Kong Xian desperately tried to refine the thing in his stomach. Gu Hai waved his hand. Whoosh. Kong Xian led Dragon Shenying and Mosquito Daoran into the Celestial Dome of Ancients. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the Celestial Dome of Ancients. Let's slowly refine there. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked toward the two halves of the spider. The skeleton doppelganger used the life-slaying saber, producing a destructive effect. Although it was not as powerful as the 10 cycles, the 9 cycles was stronger under the enhancement of the life-slaying saber's illusion. No, no. The two halves of the spider shouted angrily. At this moment, Gu Hai's main body also arrived. However, he did not participate in the battle. He only supported the skeleton doppelganger to prevent Celestial Demon Ponzi from escaping. For a moment, the sky was filled with rumbling sounds. The battle on Long Wanqing's side was also about to end. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in shock. How is this possible? I know all about Gu Hai's background. Where did that black-robed man come from? The aura of a skeleton ghost? 9 cycles? Not everyone can use that. The unborn man clenched his fists. This stupid spider is so hard to kill? Gauchen said in shock. The battle in the sky continued for a while. There was still no victor. Phew. The exit of the Celestial Dome of the Ancients opened again. Kong Xian and the other two came out again. Kong Xian's body was emitting a red light. Kong Xian, have you broken through? Gu Hai's main body asked from afar. I've already refined Celestial Demon Du Wan. However, I'm still lacking. It's not enough. Kong Xian said gloomily. Kong Xian? You want to eat a great perfection stage cultivator to break through? Long Wanqing, who was at the Netherworld River, suddenly shouted. Yes, Empress. Kong Xian answered immediately. Coincidentally, this old aide is about to die. I won't kill him. You can eat him. Long Wanqing said. Happiness came too suddenly. Kong Xian was very grateful. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Empress. Old aide is about to die? The two halves of the spider suddenly trembled. He was blocked by the black-robed man. If this dragged on, he would die. Explode. The two halves of the spider suddenly roared loudly. Boom. Boom. The two halves of the spider suddenly exploded with a huge energy wave and knocked the skeleton clone away. Of course, the price of the sudden explosion of energy was that the spider's body cracked again. However, the price was worth it. After knocking the skeleton clone away, he could escape. The two halves of the spider immediately split into two. Whoosh. Whoosh. They turned into flowing lights and shot in two different directions. Even Gu Hai's main body could not keep up with the speed of a great perfection stage cultivator from Heavenly Palace fleeing aimlessly, especially now that he was severely injured. The skeleton clone caught up with the other half of the spider in an instant. Zhou Tianjiu. The skeleton clone slashed down. Boom. The escaping half of the spider was instantly blasted back. The explosion of energy just now had overloaded the injuries all over his body. Now that he was slashed again, a huge crack appeared on his body. He was extremely weak. Kong Xian swallow? Gu Hai's main body ordered. Screech. Kong Xian immediately pounced on the heavily injured half of the spider. Whoosh. He swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing it, Kong Xian's stomach rumbled again. Mosquito Daoran, please help me again. This half of the spider is more powerful than the Duan demon just now. However, I have improved a lot just now. One person is enough. Kong Xian was in pain but happy at the same time. It was a huge blessing, but it did not disappear. It was a huge sorrow. Fortunately, there was someone to help him and he could also subdue this half of the spider. All right. Once again, Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the two of them into the immortal dome of antiquity. The other half of the spider had already escaped to the horizon. Your Majesty, the other half of the Ponzi demon escaped? Dragon Shening asked anxiously. It can't escape. Gu Hai's main body said indifferently. As he spoke, the skeleton clone in black robes flashed and chased after the other half of the spider. Even the two halves of the spider were not a match for the skeleton clone, let alone the other half of the spider. In an instant, the skeleton clone and the other half of the spider disappeared into the horizon. On Long Wanqing's side, she had severely injured old Eight to the point that he was on the verge of death. After waiting for a while, Gu Hai waved his hand. Swish. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran appeared again. Kong Xian had not broken through yet. Kong Xian was depressed. Your Majesty, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Kong Xian catch. Long Wanqing shouted. Boom. Suddenly, the heavily injured old Eight was thrown over. Thank you, Empress, thank you, Empress. Kong Xian said excitedly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the heavily injured old Eight into his stomach. Rumble. Old Eight hit Kong Xian's stomach heavily, but Kong Xian's face was cold. This time I alone am enough, Kong Xian said. After saying that, Kong Xian sat down cross-legged. His body emitted bursts of green light. Gu Hai and the others waited patiently for a while, but they saw that behind Kong Xian, there was a sudden burst of light. In the light, there seemed to be a six-colored rainbow rushing to the sky. The six-colored rainbow seemed to be connected with a looming shadow of a big tree. Tongtian was extremely vast. Boom. The last loud sound was heard. With Kong Xian as the center, a superstorm broke out. The storm stirred up the void and the void shook violently. Kong Xian opened his eyes. Boom. Two rays of seven-colored divine light shot out from his eyes. The divine light rushed to the sky and shot into the sea of stars. Phew. Kong Xian trembled slightly with excitement. He quickly got up and bowed to Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Goding gratefully. I have reached the peak of the Heavenly Palace and sensed the existence of the Heavenly Tao. Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress. Mosquito Daoran was envious. Congratulations, Master Kong. Dragon Goding took a deep breath and said enviously. Chapter 1042. Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian tree behind Kong Xian. Great Tao. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. I have already sensed a great Tao of heaven and earth. However, I can only use a little of its power. Even so, it is much more powerful than before. Kong Xian explained. Oh, you can sense a great Tao and use it? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he thought about the reason. Long Wanqing stepped forward and said, I heard one you say that when you cultivate to the great perfection realm, your physical body will become a Tao body. Because of the Tao body, you can sense the corresponding great Tao. What is a Tao body? Gu Hai was puzzled. I'm not sure. I heard one you say that it is similar to the manifestation of a physical body. It can be consistent with a certain great Tao. Long Wanqing explained. Same frequency resonance? Gu Hai's expression changed instantly. The great Tao of heaven and earth has a special frequency of vibration. The Tao body was to cultivate the physical body to the same frequency, then form resonance and use the power of the great Tao. This subject feels that only when the three spiritual souls have completely achieved the perfect three spiritual souls, like your majesty, can one completely grasp a great Tao. Kong Xian analyzed. That is called great perfection realm. Mosquito Daoran said with jealousy. Gu Hai nodded and said, since that is the case, then properly cultivate. Find a way to reach great perfection realm as soon as possible. Yes. Kong Xian answered. No matter what, Kong Xian's achievement of great perfection realm was a huge help to the Dahan imperial dynasty. The Dahan imperial dynasty's strength would be stronger. Wanqing, I have kept you waiting all these years. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing's hand and said with guilt in his eyes. Wanqing is already very happy that my husband can come. Long Wanqing also said softly. It was not appropriate for the others to interrupt. They all turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. Master, I Gaochen, am very touched that you came to save me. Gaochen wants to write a song for you. Gaochen's shout immediately disrupted the beautiful atmosphere of the couple's reunion. Mr. Good, I haven't seen you in a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. You're amazing. Chongqing said anxiously. That's right. Do you have any ideas to increase our strength? The kind where you don't need to suffer hardships to improve your cultivation. Ziwei also asked anxiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Every time I improve, I break through at the edge of life and death. Ziwei's face stiffened. The brink of life and death? Forget it. This is good. Chongqing shook his head. When the unborn man flew over, he looked deeply at Kong Xian. Kong Xian was also at the great fulfillment realm. The Dahan imperial dynasty's strength was growing too fast. Husband, I heard from Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing that you fought with the bone god? Long Wanqing asked. Although there were a lot of husband and wife whispers to each other, Long Wanqing could not bring herself to say it in front of so many people. She could only go back to the previous topic. That's right. It has been destroyed. Oh no. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Long Wanqing was puzzled. Wanyu is in danger. Before the bone god was destroyed, he cursed himself and sent a message to the Immortal of Six Paths. He asked the Immortal of Six Paths to come to the flawed celestial dome. Gu Hai said. What? Everyone's expression changed. The Immortal of Six Paths? When the Immortal of Six Paths came and found Wanyu, he would have destroyed her immediately. Your Majesty, why didn't you stop him? The unborn man anxiously blamed Gu Hai. It's not your fault. You just watched. If you had acted earlier, this would not have happened. Long Wanqing looked angrily at the unborn man. Let's go. We're going back now. The unborn man could only shout gloomily. Whoosh. Everyone instantly flew into the distance. While flying, Gaochen asked curiously, Master, where are the countless skeleton race members? They are in the Immortal of Ancient Dome. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. Immortal of Ancient Dome? Gaochen was slightly stunned. Gu Hai did not explain further. It didn't take long before they arrived at a white cloud. Wanyu is in there. Long Wanqing explained. Time is of the essence. Let's go in quickly. The unborn man said anxiously. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly stopped everyone. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Was there a battle recently? Gu Hai asked in confusion. No. This place is peaceful. It has been a long time since outsiders came here. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai pointed at a few mountains below. Everyone looked down. He saw that the mountains were charred black as if they had just been burned not long ago. Is this Mao Tianyun's fire? Ziwei stared. Maybe that darned cat set the fire for fun. Gaochen said. Long Wanqing shook her head and said with a frown, although Mao Tianyun is a little capricious sometimes, he won't make a mistake when it comes to major issues. It's also impossible for him to wreak havoc outside goddess Ho Tu's array. Are you saying that the fire was not set by Mao Tianyun? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Daorin waved his hand and a large number of mosquitoes swarmed into the charred land. They searched carefully for a while. Your Majesty, there is still a faint smell of fire in the charred land. Although the fire has been put out, it should have been put out not long ago. Mosquito Daorin explained. Did something happen inside? The unborn man's face changed. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry came from the white cloud. Everyone was stunned. Mao Tianyun walked out of the white cloud. I was the one who set the fire. Is there any meaning in your analysis? When I excrete feces, do you want to study it? Mao Tianyun said in annoyance. Everyone's face stiffened. The unborn man immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Long Wanqing also smiled bitterly, as if she was ashamed of her earlier suspicion. Only Gu Hai did not relax his brows. He looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. Have you dealt with the celestial demon? That was fast. Mao Tianyun said with a smile. How did you know it was the celestial demon? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. When Mao Tianyun was called back by Ho Qing, Long Wanqing could tell that Mao Tianyun should not have known about the celestial demon's ambush. But now Mao Tianyun said it out loud? Mao Tianyun panicked slightly. Then he smiled coldly and said, I don't know how to see with my eyes. Do you think that with my strength I could not see the battle just now? Long Wanqing was relieved. However, Gu Hai felt that Mao Tianyun was getting weirder and weirder. Let's go. Let's go in. The unborn man said. This was a large array in the clouds. There seemed to be a small space inside. Gu Hai could see that there were some Godao arrays in this space. However, this Godao array was not as good as his. The group immediately entered. There were many palaces in the small space. Divine power of faith gathered in the air. It seemed to come from all directions and slowly gathered in the central main palace. Heaven's Palace. A large number of guards stood at the entrance of Heaven's Palace, ready for battle. What's going on? When I left, weren't all the guards cultivating in their own palaces? Why did they come out together? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. When you left, Long Wanyu came out once. She said that she was going to cultivate in seclusion and that no one was to disturb her. She asked us to stand guard outside and not get close. Mao Tianyun explained. What? Cultivate in seclusion? Not now. How can she cultivate in seclusion now? I want to see Wanyu. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Immortal Six Paths received the news. Although he was not sure if she would come, Wanyu would be in trouble. Whoosh. Mao Tianyun suddenly stood in front of Long Wanqing and said, Long Wanyu said that no one is to disturb her. Even if the sky falls, no one is to get close. I am her sister. Long Wanqing said angrily. I'm sorry. We are also waiting for her orders. Mao Tianyun shook his head. Get out of the way. Long Wanqing glared at him. At this moment, Ho Qing stepped forward and said, Long Wanqing, although Long Wanyu is your sister, she is also the reincarnation of heaven. At this moment, her cultivation has reached a critical juncture. My sister said that once you get close, you will cause irreparable harm to Long Wanyu. So, if you care about your sister, please stand guard for her with us. Ho Qing also stood in front of them. Irreparable harm? What's going on? What are Wanyu and Goddess Hooded doing inside? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. I am not sure, but please believe in my sister. Ho Qing said solemnly. Long Wanqing was confused and looked at Gu Hai. Calling out Long Wanyu might not work. If the immortal of the Six Paths came, no one would be able to escape. The unborn man also looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at all the guards and frowned. Finally he said, All right. Let's wait for a while. Everyone nodded. Although Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing were on guard against Gu Hai and the others, they did not stop Gu Hai and let him land in a pavilion. I feel that the cat was acting weird just now. Ziwei was confused. Me too. In the past it would slack off whenever it could. Why would it stand in front of us? Chongqing asked curiously. That damn cat even dares to stop my master. Does it know the relationship between Long Wanyu and my master? Gaochen was also depressed. Only Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the hall. Gaochen, back then you and Mu Qinfeng's rumbling sky camp entered the netherworld together. Where is Mu Qinfeng's rumbling sky camp? Gu Hai was confused. He's cultivating in that palace over there. Gaochen pointed at one of the palaces. Bring them all here. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gaochen nodded. Soon Mu Qinfeng walked over from a large hall in the distance. Where are the others? Gu Hai was confused. I don't know. They are not here. Gao Chen shook his head. Mu Qinfeng stepped forward and bowed happily. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Hearing Mu Qinfeng's greeting, the others did not take it seriously. Only Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Because Mu Qinfeng usually only called him Hall Master. Hall Master of the first-class hall. Not His Majesty. This person is not Mu Qinfeng. Chapter 1043. When Gu Hai was dealing with the bone god's head, Ho Qing discovered Ponzi Sky Fiend and the other two. He wanted to use them to kill Gu Hai, so he left the battlefield with Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing discovered Ponzi Sky Fiend and the other two, but he didn't notice 50 white-robed men standing in a village far away. The leader was the minister sent by Matriarch Ji, Dahong. Ho Qing didn't notice because the 50 of them blended in perfectly with the village. It was as though they were a part of the village and no one would notice anything unusual. Ho Qing left with Mao Tianyun. The leader, Dahong, squinted his eyes. This is getting more and more interesting. This flawed immortal dome? What are Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun doing here? And that Gao Chen. No wonder Gu Hai wants to come. My lord, Sky Fiend Du Wan and Ponzi Sky Fiend are over there. Gu Hai is dead for sure. A subordinate laughed. Dahong nodded. Let's go and take a look. Look? What are we looking at? Are we not going to kill Gu Hai? The subordinate asked curiously. 3 perfected earthly immortals can't kill Gu Hai? Isn't the heavenly demon Holy Land a joke? I have a feeling that this group of people has a huge secret in the flawed immortal dome. We have to follow them. Let's go. Dahong said. Yes. The 50 of them immediately followed Dahong and quietly tailed Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun didn't notice. They chased until they reached the land of clouds where the Hall of Heavens was. They have entered. A subordinate said in surprise. Dahong's eyes suddenly glowed red. He seemed to have seen something different. My lord, are we going in? A subordinate asked. The power of faith? The people of this world worship Rokudo Shinkuin crazily. All living beings worship him, and the power of faith produced is extremely vast. A portion of the power of faith is gathered in the statues of Rokudo Shinkuin in the various sections. However, the majority of the power of faith is directed here. The power of faith filled the sky? Dahong said in surprise. Oh. Everyone was slightly stunned. Following which, everyone followed Dahong's example. Their eyes instantly emitted a large amount of red light as they looked at the fearful power of faith coming from all directions. It was like the water of the sea pouring into a hole in the eye of the sea. So much power of faith. Compared to the 800,000 years of faith that Tai Chu had the angels gather, it's far inferior. A subordinate said. Was the faith of the flawed immortal firmament deliberately guided by someone? Dahong's expression changed. Deliberately leading? The creatures in the immortal flawed dome are the descendants of Rokudo Shinkuin's divine heavens sect disciples. They worship Rokudo Shinkuin. If we guide them, all the creatures in the world will worship him. Anyone who doesn't believe in him will be considered a heretic, and we will kill them with full force, said one of the subordinates. That's right, Yang Qi said. Someone's been collecting faith power for 800,000 years. All of the faith power of all living beings has been gathered here. At the very most, some of it will be left in the statues of the various sects and clans. Most of the power of faith has entered here. Dahong's expression froze. Is it Rokudo Shinkuin? The subordinates asked worriedly. No, the people in the flawed immortal firmament don't know about this place. That means it's not Rokudo Shinkuin? Dahong said in a low voice. If it's not Rokudo Shinkuin, then it could be? If I'm not wrong, it should be Goddess Hutu. Dahong said in a low voice. Goddess Hutu? That's right. 800,000 years ago, after the heaven-defying battle, Hutu has been hiding in the netherworld. Although she has a few residences, she doesn't stay there for long. There's Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun here. That explains everything. It's Hutu. She's here to trick all the creatures in the world into believing in Rokudo Shinkuin. Meanwhile, she's secretly taking all the power of faith for herself. But how did she do it? A subordinate asked in surprise. Sinyuan. Dahong said in a low voice. Sinyuan? Everyone's eyes narrowed and their breathing quickened. Everyone knew that Sinyuan was the only immortal in heaven back then. He ruled the entire world and the laws of heaven and earth were at his disposal. After that, Rokudo Shinkuin tricked him out of heaven and earth and was killed by Rokudo Shinkuin. Rokudo Shinkuin obtained Sinyuan. When he returned to heaven and earth, Rokudo Shinkuin became the only immortal. Whoever obtained Sinyuan would obtain the immortal firmament. From then on he would become an immortal and live forever. All lives would be subdued. If Sinyuan had the flawed immortal firmament, he could indeed collect most of the power of faith. A subordinate said in shock. However, my lord, this flawed immortal firmament should have a huge flaw. It could collapse at any time. Another subordinate said worriedly. What do you know? Sinyuan haven't trusted Rokudo Shinkuin very much back then and helped Rokudo Shinkuin create a new immortal firmament. Therefore, the 3,000 great Tao of heaven and earth must have been recorded in Sinyuan here. In other words, there are records of the 3,000 great Tao in Sinyuan here. Even if it's not complete, it's not far from it. Dahong said excitedly. Records of the 3,000 great Tao? Heaven imitates the great Tao of heaven and earth in our world. Once it's obtained by the Great Yellow Dynasty. A subordinate said in shock. This is a peerless heavenly art. If the Great Yellow Dynasty obtains the records of the 3,000 great Tao, His Holiness will replace the immortal of 6 paths. There's a high chance of that happening. Dahong said excitedly. We must obtain the flawed immortal firmament's Sinyuan. A group of subordinates said excitedly. That's right. Even if we don't kill Gu Hai, we must obtain this Sinyuan. Whether the Great Yellow Dynasty can suppress the world and dominate both the Yin and Yang realms will depend on this. Dahong gritted his teeth and said. Yes. The 50 people answered immediately. Swish. However, at this moment, within the white clouds, Long Wanqing brought Ziwei and Changsheng and flew towards the battlefield in the distant ancient sea. Long Wanqing? Ignore them. Let's go. Dahong said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. The 50 people soared into the sky and arrived at the white cloud in the blink of an eye. They began to study the entrance. Near the Hall of Heavens. Mao Tianyun was looking gloomily at Mu Qinfeng leading a group of elite Hall's rumbling sky camp disciples. Senior, did Hall leader really come? Where is she? Can you tell me? Mu Qinfeng asked anxiously. Meow. I don't know. Mao Tianyun was still throwing a tantrum. Senior, we've been obedient to you all these years. We're really excited that the Hall leader is here. Please tell us. Mu Qinfeng pleaded. Senior, please tell us, the elite Hall disciple said excitedly. Mao Tianyun looked at the crowd and felt uncomfortable. Is Gu Hai that good? Are all of you looking forward to him? However, these elite Hall disciples did help Mao Tianyun resolve his loneliness over the years. Hutu Long Wanqing and the unborn man were too serious and could not play with him. Ho Qing? He was too gloomy. Mao Tianyun did not like to play with him. Ziwei, Changsheng and Gaochen? Mao Tianyun did not know how those 3 reincarnated. They were all weirdos. After suffering a few losses at Mao Tianyun's hands, they stopped chatting with him. Fortunately, these elite Hall disciples were more normal. When Mao Tianyun went out to catch fish, they accompanied him. When Mao Tianyun went out to hunt, they helped him with the sky-piercing cannon. They were also obedient. Now that they were begging him, Mao Tianyun's heart softened. Gu Hai and the others are very far away. It will take you a long time. When you are halfway there, Long Wanqing might have brought them back. Mao Tianyun advised. Then we'll wait and watch from the outside. Mu Qinfeng was still looking forward to it. That's right. Senior, just give us a direction. We will look there. The elite Hall disciple said excitedly. All right, a little to the east. Go and wait there. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. Okay. Thank you, Senior. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and quickly rushed to the outside of the small space. Seeing this group of people leave happily, Mao Tianyun frowned. Did I go overboard? Looking in the direction where Ho Qing was, Mao Tianyun's face darkened. It's that bastard Ho Qing's fault. I shouldn't have bothered with him. Forget it. I will be a good cat until the end. I will bring this group of brats to Gu Hai. At that time, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng will have no reason to scold me. Mao Tianyun immediately thought through everything. Immediately, Mao Tianyun flew to the exit. However, once he was out of the white clouds, rumbles, a series of loud sounds rang out. Ah! 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 The group of people who had flown out impatiently just a moment ago were all blasted apart by the group of white-robed experts. No! Only Mu Qinfeng barely managed to escape. She looked desperate. Meow! How dare you! Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end. A monstrous rage instantly rushed to his head. This group of people were his only friends and they were actually killed? They were killed? In an instant, the sky was filled with flames. A mountain below was engulfed in flames and started burning. A fire dragon head rushed towards a group of white-clothed people. This group of white-clothed people was naturally De Hong and his group. A group of people who suddenly came out wanted to go back when they saw them. Go back? How could they let them pass the message? Kill. In an instant, the elite hall disciples couldn't escape from the clutches of De Hong and his group. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment Mao Tianyun came out. Kill them all. I will deal with this cat. De Hong stared. Buzz. His red eyes looked at Mao Tianyun's eyes. Mao Tianyun also stared into De Hong's eyes. Under this stare, Mao Tianyun suddenly fell into a trance. In a trance, the flames around him suddenly dissipated. Meow. You want to control my mind? Meow. This is impossible. This is the secret technique of the ancient sorcerer tribe. This isn't. Mao Tianyun exclaimed in shock. However, Mao Tianyun's eyes slowly lost focus. As they lost focus, they gradually became hollow. Then he stopped struggling. Buzz. Mao Tianyun's eyes narrowed and returned to normal. However, at this moment, Mao Tianyun was extremely respectful towards De Hong. Greetings, Master. Mao Tianyun actually knelt down. Ancient Sorcerer Tribe, one of the 5 main tribes. Mind control. This is what His Holiness just extracted from the Divine Path Sorcerer book. It is really powerful. However, you have consumed a lot of my divine power. De Hong sneered. Sir, don't worry. Even if there are other people inside, we can still control them. The group of subordinates immediately shouted. As for Mu Qinfeng, who was the only one alive, she was controlled by a white-clothed subordinate. All right, Mao Tianyun. Now bring us in and control everyone. De Hong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyun said respectfully. Chapter 1044. Mao Tianyun was being controlled. Mu Qinfeng was also being controlled. With Mao Tianyun leading the way, De Hong and the other 50 people swaggered into the small space within the palace. The people in the surrounding palaces were curious, but Mao Tianyun didn't care. He led the 50 people to a large hall. The door of the large hall was closed. In just a short while, Quang. The door of the large hall opened again, and Mao Tianyun led the 50 people in white robes out. At the same time, a large number of internal guards followed them out respectfully. The group of guards led the 50 people in white robes and spread out. Not long after, all the guards in this small space were under the control of their hearts. After everyone was controlled, De Hong led the 50 people in white robes to the large hall where Ho Qing was. Quang. He pushed open the door of the large hall. What are you doing? Ho Qing was furious. Ho Qing, I have something to ask you. Mao Tianyun shouted coldly. If you have something to ask me, don't you know how to knock? Mao Tianyun? Who are they? Ho Qing looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. He then looked at the group of people in white robes. Look at his eyes and you will know. Mao Tianyun shouted. Ho Qing didn't react and looked at De Hong's eyes instinctively. De Hong's eyes were red and Ho Qing was in a daze. Oh no, mind control? That's impossible. It has long been lost. Could it be Jiang Lianshan's Divine Path Sorcerer's Code? Ho Qing shouted as he struggled. Whoosh. Mao Tianyun immediately used the law of fire to trap Ho Qing. If it were any other time, Ho Qing would be able to break free. However, his mind was restrained and he couldn't move. Come together. De Hong shouted. Yes. The 50 people in white robes stared at Ho Qing with red eyes. You. Ho Qing was furious. You are indeed a wind zombie ancestor. You can resist my mind control. However, you won't be able to hold on for long. De Hong said coldly. Sister, come out. Ho Qing shouted in a daze. It's useless. We have already set up an array formation outside your hall. Your voice won't be heard. De Hong said coldly. With Mao Tianyun's help, Ho Qing's pupils dilated after a while. Then he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Greetings, Master. Ho Qing said respectfully. Okay. De Hong nodded. The entire small space was under De Hong's control. Next would be the Heavenly Hall. Are Ho Tu and Long Wanyu inside? De Hong looked at Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun. Yes. The two nodded. What's inside? De Hong asked. I don't know. Ho Tu never let us in. Mao Tianyun shook his head. Everyone shook their heads. My lord, all the power of faith in the surroundings is pouring into the Heavens Palace. Sun Yuan is definitely inside. A white-robed subordinate said in a deep voice. De Hong nodded. A group of people slowly surrounded the Heavenly Palace. Looking at the hall in front of him, Hong gave Ho Qing a look. Ho Qing nodded and stepped forward. Quang. Ho Qing immediately opened the door. Who is it? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter without my permission? A cold female voice sounded from within the hall. Sister, there's an urgent matter. Ho Qing shouted. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. Hong looked inside. The interior of the hall was a smaller space. Around the space there were small floating islands. They surrounded the space in the hall. In the center of the space in the hall was a platform. At the top of the platform was a small ball emitting white light. The small ball emitted a hazy fog that made one's mind waver. Sinyuan? Hong instantly confirmed what the small white ball was. His face lit up. Around Sinyuan, the power of faith was being drawn. As it was being drawn, the power of faith was being channeled into a humongous object below. It was a golden dragon that exuded a boundless noble aura. It seemed to be dead as it crawled in the void and absorbed the endless power of faith. It wasn't a golden dragon of destiny but a real golden dragon. However, some parts of the golden dragon were illusory as if it was absorbing the power of faith to repair its physical body. His Majesty mentioned that the previous generation's firmament was a golden dragon. Is this Heaven's corpse? That's not right. Heaven was killed by the six paths back then and was smashed into pieces. Is he using the power of faith to revive himself? Goddess Ho Tu was Heaven's subordinate in the past. She has been collecting the power of faith for 800,000 years to revive Heaven and rebuild his physical body? Hong's pupils suddenly constricted as he understood everything. On the golden dragon's head, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. She was Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu had her eyes closed as if she was meditating. Hong didn't care about Long Wanyu. His focus was on the beautiful woman in a gorgeous black robe on the platform. She was none other than Goddess Ho Tuesday. Hong saw Goddess Ho Tu, and Goddess Ho Tu also saw everything outside the hall. When Hong and his group appeared, Goddess Ho Tu's pupils constricted. Ho Qing Mao Tianyun, what are you doing? Who are they? Are you trying to rebel? Goddess Ho Tu said with a cold expression. Rebel? Haha, Goddess Ho Tu, you are the one who wants to rebel, right? The world belongs to the six paths now. Aren't you rebelling by reviving Heaven here? Hong sneered. As he spoke, he was about to step into the hall with a group of white-robed men. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun followed closely behind with a respectful expression. Are you crazy? Why are you listening to him? No, you are being controlled. Are you being controlled? Goddess Ho Tu's expression changed. Goddess Ho Tu is knowledgeable. Why don't you take a look at who I am? Hong laughed. As he laughed, Hong's eyes turned red. As long as Goddess Ho Tu stared at his eyes, he would immediately capture her mind and make her at his mercy. Since Goddess Ho Tu knew that he was being controlled, she naturally wouldn't fall for it. She waved her hand. Boom. Instantly, countless small floating islands started to revolve around the space inside the hall. Rolling fog rose as Goddess Ho Tu set up an array formation. Humph, what kind of array formation can you set up in such a small place? Mao Tianyun, break it. Hong said coldly. Meow. Boom. All of a sudden, scorching flames surged directly into the hall, causing the surrounding space to tremor violently as well as countless clouds of mist to tremor. Remove the fog and let me see Goddess Ho Tuesday. Humph. Let's see how he can escape from our eyes. Hong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyun shouted. At this moment, Hong. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the entire space outside the Hall of Heaven shook. What's going on? Hong said in shock. It's the sound outside. I'll go and take a look. Ho Qing immediately flew out of the small space. Soon Ho Qing flew back. Not good, master. The loud sound was Gu Hai's saber slashing heavenly demon Ponzi in half. Furthermore, Long Wanqing is suppressing Old 8 of the heavenly demon sacred ground. Kong Xian and the rest are holding Old 9 back. Ho Qing said anxiously. Gu Hai. Humph, what an annoying thing. Hong's face darkened. Long Wanqing went to fetch them. Gu Hai should be back soon. Mao Tianyun explained. Hong's eyes were filled with uncertainty. All of you stand guard outside. Don't let anyone come close. Hong said in a low voice. Yes. Mao Tianyun answered. Hong led 50 white-robed men into the hall. Creak. The doors of the hall closed. Mao Tianyun, Ho Qing, and the rest stood guard outside. Mind manipulation wasn't as simple as a puppet without intelligence. It had its own intelligence and quickly dealt with the surroundings. They were waiting for Gu Hai to return. Indeed, after a while, Gu Hai and the rest arrived. Mao Tianyun went to welcome them. He was afraid of being seen through, so he only stopped Gu Hai and the rest from approaching the Hall of Heavens before he left. Right now, Mu Qinfeng was the only one left in Class 1 Hall. As the others trusted Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun too much, they weren't too suspicious. Only Gu Hai was suspicious from the moment he entered. When Mu Qinfeng addressed him as Your Majesty, Gu Hai was sure that something was wrong. Mu Qinfeng? The best way to get to the bottom of this was to put Mu Qinfeng into the immortal dome of antiquity and interrogate him. She was his subordinate, so no one could say anything. However, Gu Hai didn't do that. He only nodded and didn't alert the enemy. That was because many pairs of eyes were staring at Mu Qinfeng. Everything was unusual and dangerous. Gu Hai looked around. He wanted to know what was going on. At the same time, Gu Hai gave Kong Xian a look. Kong Xian and Gu Hai had fought together many times. Gu Hai knew what he meant with just a look. Although he looked calm, Kong Xian was instantly on guard. At the same time, in the outside world, Gu Hai's skeleton clone stabbed the Life Slayer saber into half of the spider's body. Countless evil spirits and small skulls gnawed at the spider's body in the blood and black fog. After a few slashes, the heavenly demon had nowhere to run. It could only release poison. Gu Hai's main body wasn't afraid of its poison, let alone his skeleton body. On my legs? You bit off all my legs. Let me go. I beg you to let me go. The heavenly demon begged. You followed us here. Aren't you going to fight us to the death? If it were you, would you let us go? The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty. Matriarch Ji sent people to your location. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty's orders. They are the culprits. The heavenly demon cried out in despair. What? The Great Yellow Dynasty? The skeleton Gu Hai suddenly paused. At the same time, in the pavilion in the small space, the pupils of Gu Hai's main body shrank. He instantly understood everything. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun weren't targeting him. There was a third party. The Great Yellow Dynasty? Matriarch Ji was such a reliable person. She even sent a few groups of people to capture Gu Tang's soul. This time she only wanted to kill with a borrowed knife? No, there must be someone else. The problem here was caused by the Great Yellow Dynasty. They were guarding the Heavenly Palace. Something must have happened in the Heavenly Palace. The people of the Great Yellow Dynasty must be inside. Do it. Wan Yu is in danger. Quick. Gu Hai immediately pounced toward the Heavenly Palace. Kong Xian immediately attacked. Swoosh. The six-colored divine light was thrown toward the Heavenly Palace. Stop. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun's expressions changed. They immediately came forward to stop him. Long Wanqing, Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei still didn't understand. The unborn man suddenly understood. Wan Yu was in danger. Chapter 1045. Swoosh. The moment Kong Xian's six-colored divine light was thrown out, Ho Qing extended his hand and a white gust of wind rushed forward. With a loud boom, the six-colored divine light and the white gust of wind exploded. Kong Xian and Ho Qing clashed together. Instantly, the two of them were surrounded by fierce flames. Kong Xian had a ferocious expression, while Ho Qing had a murderous look on his face. When the two of them clashed, huge spatial waves were created. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed. All the guards guarding the Hall of Heavens were instantly sucked into the ancient celestial dome. Meow! Mao Tianyun swung his claws. Instantly, huge flames were created in all directions. A huge flaming dragon head rushed towards Gu Hai. Styx River. Long Wanqing shouted. Walala. The surging water of the Styx River rushed towards the flames. The huge flaming dragon head plunged into the Styx River. Long Wanqing, what are you doing? I told you that the Long Wanyu cannot be disturbed. Are you trying to kill the Long Wanyu? Mao Tianyun shouted. I believe in my husband. Long Wanqing said coldly. When the unborn man heard that the Long Wanyu was in danger, he panicked. Almost at the same time as Gu Hai, he arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Heavens. Boom. The two of them slammed open the huge door of the Hall of Heavens without hesitation. The moment the door was opened, a huge fog surged out from the inside. At this moment, everyone could see everything clearly. The surrounding small floating islands were all blown into pieces. Clearly, Da Hong and the rest had destroyed them. The Long Wanyu above Sinuan and the golden dragon's head was still there. Goddess Hutu, who was wearing a black robe, was in a confrontation with the 50 white-robed men. Goddess Hutu waved a huge river, and the 50 white-robed men resisted with all their might. The 50 white-robed men had their backs facing Gu Hai and the unborn man. Just as Gu Hai and the unborn man were rejoicing that they had arrived in time, Goddess Earth Mother's eyes suddenly turned red. Buzz. The battle in the hall came to a sudden stop. Greetings, Master. Goddess Hood suddenly greeted Da Hong and the others respectfully. Pay respects to Master? You're crazy, Hood. The unborn man shouted in shock and anger. Goddess Ho Tuesday Gu Hai had met her once 800,000 years ago, so they could be considered acquaintances. Goddess Hood took these white-robed figures as her master? Master, Gu Hai and the others have entered. Be careful. Mao Tianyun shouted from outside. Master? Master? Who's your master? The unborn man shouted angrily. However, the group of white-robed people slowly turned around and looked at Gu Hai and the others. 50 people, each of them had a red light in their eyes, making one's heart and soul tremble. Boom. In between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal shook violently. Gu Hai's heart trembled and he almost fell into a trance. Don't look into their eyes. Gu Hai shouted. However, everything was a little too late. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing Yi, who were following Gu Hai, fell into a trance. Dragon God Ing Yi fell into a trance and suddenly knelt down. Greetings, Master. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Daoran, who was in a trance, regained his composure. I'm fine? I remember now. This is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. Your Majesty, this is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. I heard Taoist Fly mention it in the corpse tomb world. Mind control. Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Mind control? The unborn man was also surprised. Don't look into their eyes. It seems to be one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Mind control. I don't know where Taoist Fly heard it from, but he said that in ancient times, there were very few sorcerer race members. At that time, there was a bloodline that shone brightly and controlled a large number of demons. Be careful of their eyes. Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. Mind control? Gu Hai's face fell. Gu Hai, you are really lucky. You actually survived the encirclement of 3 sky fiends? Da Hong sneered. Not far away, Long Wanyu seemed to be meditating. Gu Hai, who was behind them, felt anxious. He waved his hand. Whoosh. The immortal dome of ancients formed a suction force that was about to suck them all in. How dare you? Goddess Hood snorted coldly. She extended her hand and struck with her palm. Boom. Suddenly, the void rippled, and the entrance to the immortal dome of ancients was knocked back. Mind control. You really controlled everyone. The unborn man said with a gloomy expression. The unborn man was also very worried about Long Wanyu, so he naturally rushed over immediately. Unborn man, do you want to die? Goddess Hood struck at the unborn man with her palm. Boom. When the palm landed on the unborn man's body seemed to explode. He's dead? Da Hong said in shock. The unborn man was dealt with just like that? However, just as everyone thought that the unborn man had died from the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Lady of Earth and struck her back with a palm strike. Boom. Goddess Hutu instantly staggered from the impact. Goddess Hutu was sent flying, but the unborn man instantly pounced on Long Wanyu. Come back. Da Hong's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. Boom. A huge net seemed to appear in the void and instantly blocked the unborn man. The unborn man tore at the net with his palms, instantly tearing it apart. However, during this short delay, Goddess Huda reacted and instantly appeared in front of the unborn man. Bastard, get lost. Goddess Huda slammed her palm down. Honk. The shockwave crashed and the unborn man paused. It wasn't that the unborn man didn't have enough strength, but he didn't dare to use too much strength. Once he tore through the void, Long Wanyu would also be affected. Gu Hai also pounced over immediately. However, Gu Hai saw that there seemed to be a chess array formation inside, so he extended his hand and waved. Bus. Gu Hai controlled the array formation, and a white barrier enveloped Long Wanyu. Unborn man, you can use your full strength now. I have already protected Wanyu. Gu Hai shouted. All right. The unborn man said coldly. Da Hong waved his hand and threw all the white-robed men out of the hall. You are courting death. The Mosquito Daoran pounced with a cold expression. The Mosquito Daoran couldn't deal with Goddess Hutu and Da Hong, but he could deal with this group of white-robed men. The moment the white-robed men left the hall, they immediately scattered. In the blink of an eye, the Mosquito Daoran caught one of them. That person looked at the Mosquito Daoran with red eyes. I have the heart of a mosquito. Your mind control is useless against me. The mosquito Daoran laughed sinisterly. Buzz. Instantly, a large number of mosquitoes surrounded him. With just a scream, he was devoured until only a layer of skin was left. After devouring the white-robed man, the mosquito Daoran was overjoyed. This, devouring you can strengthen my heart of a mosquito? The mosquito Daoran's heart thumped violently. Just as he was about to turn his head and continue, swoosh! A beam of six-colored divine light suddenly shot towards the mosquito Daoran. Kong Xian, you are crazy. The mosquito Daoran shouted in shock. Boom! With his full defense, the mosquito Daoran was instantly blown away by the six-colored divine light. However, Kong Xian suddenly stopped fighting with Ho Qing. Under the mind control of the group of white-robed men, he suddenly bowed to Dahong, who was inside the hall. Greetings, master. The Kong Xian said respectfully. While bowing respectfully, the Kong Xian and Ho Qing instantly pounced towards the Hall of Heavens. Oh no, Kong Xian is also being controlled. The mosquito Daoran shouted in shock. The mosquito Daoran's scalp went numb. This mind control was too terrifying. Empress, be careful. Don't look at their eyes. The mosquito Daoran shouted in shock as he looked at the Long Wanqing who was fighting with Mao Tianyun. At this moment, a large group of white-robed men had already rushed over. All of them looked at the Long Wanqing with red eyes. Meow. Although Mao Tianyun was being suppressed by the Long Wanqing, he was able to stall the Long Wanqing. As long as the Long Wanqing was controlled, everything would be over. At this moment, the Long Wanqing did not know what was going on. When she saw the situation, she was in a daze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, a large group of mosquitoes surrounded the Long Wanqing and blocked the red light in the white-robed men's eyes. Bastard black mosquitoes, die. Mao Tianyun used fire to burn the mosquitoes. Long Wanqing, on the other hand, quivered and suddenly sobered up. That was close. The Long Wanqing shouted in shock. I will kill them. Empress, be careful of Mao Tianyun. The mosquito Daoran shouted with injuries. While they were talking, the black mosquitoes covered the sky and covered the earth. Meow. Mao Tianyun shouted angrily. Long Wanqing instantly unleashed a torrential flood towards Mao Tianyun. With a boom, Mao Tianyun's body suddenly retreated. The remaining white-robed men were all surrounded by the black mosquitoes. My lord, save us. My lord. The group of white-robed men shouted in shock. In the Hall of Heavens, the arrival of the Kong Xian and Ho Qing reduced the pressure on Dahong's side. Suddenly, Dahong heard the cries from outside and his face sank. Ho Tu, go and save them. Dahong said in a deep voice. Yes. Ho Tu immediately rushed out of the hall. Ho Tu waved her hand, and the water of the heavenly river gushed towards the white-robed men who were surrounded by the black mosquitoes. On the other side, after the Long Wanqing used the Styx River to knock Mao Tianyun away, she suddenly waved hundreds of streams of Styx River water towards Ho Tu's heavenly river water. Rumble. The water rushed over. Amid the screams, the group of white-robed men were all sucked by the black mosquitoes until only a layer of skin was left. The mosquito Daoran sucked the flesh of the white-robed men and suddenly trembled. It was very uncomfortable. Bastard. Ho Tu said angrily. Ho Tu, stop them. I will go and help master. Mao Tianyun shouted. Whoosh. Mao Tianyun rushed into the hall. Crazy, crazy. What are Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing doing? Gao Chen shouted in shock. Kong Xian betrayed us? How did this happen? Chang Xing said in confusion. Mind control. This is not good. Ho Tu and Mao Tianyun are being controlled. Ziwei also shouted in shock. Control? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Long Wanqing, it's best if you don't move. Once master is done, he'll let you live. Goddess Huda said coldly. Mosquito Daoran, protect Gao Chen and the rest. Long Wanqing shouted. Yes. Mosquito Daoran rushed over. Long Wanqing waved her hand. Boundless Styx River. Rumble. The huge black water instantly destroyed all the buildings in the small space. The small space also collapsed in an instant. The black water surged towards Goddess Ho Tu's boundless heavenly river. Goddess Ho Tu was not afraid as she waved her hand. Rumble. Boundless blue water covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly competing with the black water. Mosquito Daoran led Gao Chen, Chang Xing, Ziwei, and Mu Qinfeng and rushed into the distance. Long Wanqing was anxious as she fought with Goddess Ho Tu's. It was hard to tell who would win. The four small spaces were destroyed. Countless palaces were destroyed. Only the Heavens Hall was intact. The chaotic battle in the Heavens Hall stopped. Gu Hai and the unborn man stood on one side. Opposite them were De Hong, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun and Kong Xian. Looking at Kong Xian who was standing behind De Hong, Gu Hai was shocked. Mind control? This is too terrifying. That day, Qiyu led the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to the Great Yellow Dynasty. If De Hong controlled the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to deal with Qiyu, Matriarch Ji would not have to do anything. Is this Matriarch Ji's trump card? What a terrifying trump card. Chapter 1046. In the blink of an eye, Kong Xian was being controlled? Gu Hai and the unborn man were horrified. This person was so perverse that it made one's hair stand on end. No wonder he could become one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Kong Xian was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Ho Qing was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Mao Tianyun might have broken through and was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Gu Hai knew that De Hong was Empress Ji's subordinate, but he didn't expect De Hong to be at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection as well. For Great Perfection? At that moment he looked coldly at Gu Hai and the unborn man. The outside world couldn't count on them. Gu Hai only hoped that Long Wanqing wouldn't be hurt. Master, they want Long Wanyu. One is Long Wanyu's father, and the other is Long Wanyu's brother-in-law. Ho Qing explained. Oh, you are after this girl? Ho Qing looked at Long Wanyu on the golden dragon's head in surprise. Sun Yuan, the golden dragon, and Long Wanyu. De Hong looked down on Long Wanyu the most. What was the use of a little girl? That's right. We only want her. Give her to us and we will leave. The unborn man said in a low voice. The unborn man was worried that De Hong would hurt Long Wanyu. De Hong, you can have everything in this hall. We only want to take Long Wanyu away. Gu Hai said again. Ha ha. Gu Hai, do you care so much for your sister-in-law? Do you think I will give Long Wanyu to you now? What a joke. De Hong sneered. De Hong wanted to kill Gu Hai. It would be better if Gu Hai was afraid of Long Wanyu. How could he give her away? Gu Hai's face darkened. The unborn man said solemnly, leave them to me. You save Wanyu? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in surprise. You want to deal with the 4 of them? Was the unborn man really that powerful? All right. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man's figure blurred as he pounced over. Hee hee, unborn man, you are just a longevity master, yet you want to be my enemy? Do you think I don't know your background? Kong Xian suddenly sneered and waved his hand, sending out the 6-colored divine light. Boom. The 6-colored divine light exploded on the unborn man. The unborn man seemed to have exploded into a cloud of black fog. In the next moment he appeared behind Kong Xian in a strange manner. Kong Xian's face changed. He surrounded himself with a protective aura. He was sure that he would be fine even if the unborn man struck him with a palm strike. The profoundness of a longevity master isn't something a bunch of boorish people like you can understand. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. Become old for me. The unborn man waved his hand at Kong Xian. Swish. A gray light surged towards Kong Xian and the rest. However, wherever the gray light shone on, it would rapidly age. In just a moment, some white strands appeared on Kong Xian's hair. What? Kong Xian's face darkened. His body swayed and green light surged into the sky. The peacock territory erupted. Instantly, tens of thousands of Kong Xian shadows appeared and were about to pounce on the unborn man. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. When will the years end? Flowing light time. The unborn man formed a seal with both hands. Billions of gray light appeared around the unborn man. The gray light enveloped a circle with a diameter of 10,000 feet. It was the gray territory. Kong Xian was within the circle. Tens of thousands of Kong Xian's doppelgangers threw out 6-colored divine lights at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh. However, as soon as they entered the gray light domain, the 6-colored divine lights instantly dissipated. Even the doppelgangers strangely disappeared all of a sudden. The unborn man pounced on Kong Xian. As the gray light shrouded Kong Xian, more and more white strands of hair appeared. Impossible. Break. Kong Xian slapped the unborn man's body. Boom. The unborn man's body exploded and turned into black fog. However, in the next moment he appeared behind Kong Xian again and continued to age Kong Xian. The bizarre lifespan Dao cultivation method left everyone astounded. Attack. De Hong shouted. Meow. Umph. Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing pounced on the unborn man together. The unborn man was still using the flowing light time domain. He moved in the middle of the three unparalleled experts, but they couldn't hit him. Their hair was turning white bit by bit. That's not right. Kong Xian's aging speed is slowing down? In other words, the more people enter your flowing light time domain, the weaker the effect? Dahong's expression changed. As he spoke, Dahong was about to pounce on the unborn man. At this moment, Gu Hai was charging towards the Long Wanyu. Haha, I was almost fooled by you. You want the Long Wanyu? Don't even think about it. Dahong stared and immediately stopped Gu Hai. Zhou Tianjiu. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. Dahong took out a long sword and slashed at Gu Hai. Boom. The saber and sword clashed, but there was no clear victor. Gu Hai, His Holiness asked me to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. However, you were just lucky. Now you don't have the chance. Zhou Tianjiu, what a good move. However, it seems like your Zhou Tianjiu is weaker than mine. Dahong laughed coldly. Boom. 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 Even though his injuries had not healed, Gu Hai couldn't care less. He used Zhou Tianjiu's full power and clashed with Dahong again and again. Even the Heavenly Palace Hall exploded, revealing everything inside. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Long Wanyu was pinned down by Goddess Hutu and couldn't do anything else. On the other side, Mosquito Daoran and the others couldn't even get close. Although Gu Hai fought with Dahong time and time again, he couldn't look into Dahong's eyes. As a result, his combat prowess was greatly reduced. Long Wanyu, the Golden Dragon, and Sinuan were enveloped in the chess formation that Gu Hai had set up temporarily. They were fine for now. However, Gu Hai was also suppressed because he couldn't look into Dahong's eyes. Far away, Gu Hai dragged half of the spider's corpse and flew over quickly. The small skeletons and evil spirits in the black fog and blood fog kept gnawing at the spider. Finally, half of the spider was eaten clean. After the spider was eaten clean, a small transparent ball dropped from the spider's body. Mystic Realm Immortal Dome? Gu Hai immediately picked it up and guessed what it was. However, this wasn't the time to investigate. He quickly flew to the location of the main body in the distance. The battle there had reached a stalemate. He had to get there as soon as possible. At the location of Gu Hai's main body, the battle was in a stalemate. Long Wanyu, who was inside, suddenly emitted a faint golden light. Buzz. That golden light twisted around Long Wanyu's body and slowly entered the Golden Dragon's body. I have a body. This is great, I finally have a body. Haha, many thanks, Long Wanyu, many thanks, I finally don't have to live as a parasite in your body, and you even gave me this Golden Dragon's body, woo. The Golden Dragon let out extremely moved cries. Demon Ghost Spirit? Ichu. Gu Hai's expression changed. Had the demon ghost spirit been separated from Long Wanyu's body? Gu Hai guessed the reason, but Dahong didn't. When he suddenly heard the Golden Dragon's voice, his expression changed. Oh no. The little girl wants to revive the Golden Dragon? Dahong reached out and shattered the chess formation. Then he grabbed at Long Wanyu. Oh no. Gu Hai's expression changed. Heavenly Cycle 10. Gu Hai used all his strength again and slashed down with his saber. An illusory image of a huge Tongtian tree appeared behind him. When the saber slashed out, Gu Hai's back exploded with a large number of bloody wounds. It was already difficult to execute Heavenly Cycle 9, let alone Heavenly Cycle 10. The burden was horrifying. Gu Hai's injuries had yet to recover. When he executed it, his body exploded with bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. When he executed Heavenly Cycle 10, its power was greatly reduced. However, it was more than 10 times stronger than Heavenly Cycle 9. He had no choice but to execute it. Once Dahong hurt Long Wanyu, it would be too late for him to regret it. A Heavenly Saber aura suddenly appeared. Dahong could originally suppress Gu Hai. However, when he saw the saber aura, he was horrified. No. Dahong screamed. Hong. There was a loud sound. The world seemed to have been split open. The huge impact sent everyone in the surroundings flying. Dahong tried his best to dodge, but he still couldn't. Bam. From the waist down, everything exploded into dust. His flesh was mangled and it was a tragic sight. BFFF. Half of Dahong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, but he didn't die. Gu Hai was in a worse state. After the saber slash, he was completely drained of energy. His body was mangled and everyone was worried. Perhaps it was because of Sinuan, but Long Wanyu's surroundings were still calm. The huge tremor woke Long Wanyu up completely. Long Wanyu slowly opened her eyes. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Hai, who was covered in blood. What? Brother-in-law? How did you become like this? Long Wanyu screamed and pounced over. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai was covered in blood. When he saw Long Wanyu pouncing over, his weak eyes revealed a trace of relief. Half of Dahong also spat out blood. He immediately pounced toward Sinyuan. Gu Hai, I will remember this slash. I will make you pay with your lives. Dahong roared with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and Goddess Hood still wanted to pounce over, but the unborn man and Long Wanyu blocked them with all their might. They couldn't help. Brother-in-law, don't scare me. Why are you like this? Long Wanyu hugged Gu Hai, who was so weak that he was about to fall. Her eyes were watery. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. I just need to recuperate for a while. Gu Hai said weakly. Inside his body, waves of heaven replenishing power surged into his injured body. This time the burden almost made him collapse. Long Wanyu was still terrified. She wanted to save Gu Hai. Whoosh. Suddenly the skeleton Gu Hai arrived. Who are you? Long Wanyu's expression changed. She was about to attack. Don't attack. He's my clone. Gu Hai's main body said weakly. Clone? Long Wanyu was stunned. She saw a huge amount of power surging into the skeleton Gu Hai's main body. This time his injuries were too severe. He didn't have enough heaven replenishing power. Fortunately, the Life Ender Saber could replenish Gu Hai's energy after consuming flesh and blood according to Gu Hai's needs. After consuming Ponzi Heavenly Demon, Gu Hai's main body naturally had a huge amount of energy to nourish it. Buzz. Gu Hai's main body immediately felt much better. Ha! Sinyuan. Dahong only had the upper half of his body left. He was severely injured. However, he was still very excited when he was about to catch Sinyuan. Dahong was about to catch Sinyuan. However, at the very last moment, a jade white hand actually managed to grab the immortal origin before him. What? Dahong looked at the hand that appeared out of nowhere in shock. Buzz. It was a white-robed man who gently grabbed the celestial origin in his hand, snatching it first. Who dares to snatch my Sinyuan? Dahong roared with a ferocious expression. Dahong looked up at the white-robed man. The moment he saw the white-robed man, his expression changed drastically. Primordial? Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning? Dahong gasped. Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at Dahong with disgust. This Sinyuan doesn't belong to you. Chapter 1047. Primordial. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning? Dahong gasped. Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at Dahong with disgust. Sinyuan doesn't belong to you. Yuanshi Qinzuan gently grabbed Sinyuan. With a buzz, Sinyuan seemed to be connected to the entire immortal dome. It wasn't easy to take it away. However, this was Yuanshi Qinzuan. How could he not take the ownerless Sinyuan? Rumble. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning pulled, and the void trembled. Dahong watched as Yuanshi Qinzuan grabbed Sinyuan. Although he knew that he wasn't as strong as Yuanshi Qinzuan, he couldn't accept it. A group of his subordinates had died, and he was injured to the point where he only had the upper half of his body left. He had fought so hard and was about to succeed. Suddenly, someone came to take the fruits of his labor? Sinyuan was his. Yuanshi Qinzuan was strong? So what? What he had was the secret technique of the sorcerer race, mind control. Weren't the great perfection heavenly palaces instantly controlled as well? Yuanshi Qinzuan, look at my eyes. Dahong suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Buzz. Dahong's eyes turned red instantly. They were like two lanterns emitting a dazzling red light. The shout attracted Yuanshi Qinzuan's attention. He turned his head and looked at Dahong. Oh no. Gu Hai's face darkened. Dahong wanted to control Yuanshi Qinzuan? Once he was controlled, everything would be over. Yuanshi Qinzuan stared at him. Dahong was so agitated that his body trembled. He saw it. He really saw it. Ah. As long as you look into my eyes, no one can escape from my mind control. However, when Yuanshi Qinzuan looked, the scene of him being controlled didn't happen. Yuanshi Qinzuan was still as cold and callous as ever. What? Not being manipulated? That's impossible. Continue. A look of horror flashed across Dahong's eyes. The ancient sorcerer tribe can manipulate people's minds? Yuanshi Qinzuan suddenly asked. Dahong's expression changed drastically. Was Yuanshi Qianzuan really not being controlled? That was impossible. His ability to manipulate people's hearts had always been successful. How could he fail? However, Yuanshi Qianzuan suddenly extended his other hand and tapped on De Hong's glabella. De Hong's expression changed. He wanted to dodge but he couldn't. Yuanshi Qianzuan's hand didn't seem fast, but it gave people a sense of hopelessness. He watched as the fingers curled into the shape of an awl. It hit De Hong's glabella. No, no. De Hong roared in despair. At this moment he was filled with regret. Even His Holiness couldn't deal with Yuanshi Qianzuan, so why did he have to deal with him? Wasn't this courting death? Tisk. There was a dull sound, but a hole was opened in De Hong's glabella by Yuanshi Qianzuan's finger. Yuanshi Qianzuan's hand went into De Hong's glabella. Everyone who saw this trembled. Was De Hong so powerless in front of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning? Kuji. Yuanshi Qianzuan's hand retracted from De Hong's glabella again. When he did so, there was a sarcoma-like object in his palm that was emitting a red light. After the sarcoma-like object was taken out, the red light in De Hong's eyes instantly disappeared. How did you know? De Hong said weakly in shock. Manipulating people's minds. Everything must have originated from this heart source. Yuanshi Qianzuan curiously activated the sarcoma-like object. Ah. No. Demon. Save me. The sarcoma-like heart source let out extremely shrill screams. Oh, these screams came from pregnant women? Yuanshi Qianzuan's eyes flashed with curiosity as he activated the sarcoma-like object again. Buzz. As if history was replaying, many virtual images appeared in front of him. The situation in each image was the same, but the characters were different. In the images, De Hong cut open a pregnant woman's stomach in front of her. He took out the baby in her womb and broke the baby's neck. Blood splattered everywhere as he laughed maniacally. When the pregnant woman saw her baby's head being taken out and broken, the bloody scene made her go crazy with fear. Despair, fear, hatred, resentment, helplessness, and grief accumulated in the pregnant woman's screams. The intensity of the resentment seemed to surpass all the resentment in the world. That immense resentment strangely surged into De Hong's glabella. Effused with this wish. So the heart source is refined using the most vicious method. There are 100,000 resentment here. That means you killed 100,000 pregnant women and took out the babies in their wombs in front of them. You made them watch as their heads were broken and used their resentment to refine this wish. This resentment is so strong that even a perfected heavenly palace couldn't withstand it? Yuanshi Qianzuan narrowed his eyes and looked at De Hong. De Hong's head had been taken out, and he was on the verge of death. Give me back my heart source. Give me back my heart source. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the people around him and said coldly, it seems like there are more than 100,000 pregnant women. This resentment is a consumable. The more you use it, the less it will be used. It seems like you have used up a portion of these people. You still have 100,000 resentment left. Are you going to use it on me? Yuanshi Qianzuan clenched his hand gently, and the sarcoma-like heart source exploded instantly. Oh. As if his mind was affected, De Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't know. This is a great sin. Those who have committed grave sins will die a horrible death. This is the cycle of heaven. You can't escape the karma of heaven and earth. I don't care about karma, but it doesn't mean that trash like you can. You are Matriarch Ji's subordinate, right? Why didn't Matriarch Ji cultivate this mystic technique? It is because the karma is too great. Back then, that branch of the sorcerer race relied on this person's manipulation and was successful. However, do you know how they died? They died the most miserably among the sorcerer race. It wasn't that they didn't take revenge, but it wasn't time yet. You have offended me today. You deserve to die in hell. Yuanshi Qianzuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yuanshi Qianzuan waved his hand. Oh. The crushed heart source released surging resentment. With a wave of his hand, Yuanshi Qianzuan gathered all the resentment and pushed it into De Hong's body. Give me back my child. My child. Demon, you will die a horrible death. Don't kill me. De Hong was suddenly filled with endless resentment. This time, without the heart source to restrain the resentment, the most despairing resentment instantly crushed De Hong's will. The scenes of the pregnant women before they died made De Hong feel as though he was there. No, don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't bite my flesh. De Hong seemed to have gone crazy. He kept tearing his own flesh with his hands. At the same time, he gnawed on his own flesh like a maniac. In an instant, De Hong's self-harming appearance made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The moment Yuanshi Qianzuan crushed the heart source. Buzz. Kong Xian, Ho Qing, Hutu and Mao Tianyun instantly woke up. Ah, what happened? Unborn man, you made me old. Kong Xian exclaimed. Me? Long Wanqing, why am I fighting with you? Hutu also exclaimed. Meow, my black fur. Unborn man, you old man, give me back my lifespan. Mao Tianyun immediately exclaimed. Ho Qing also looked at the unborn man in shock. The unborn man and Long Wanqing were slightly stunned. Looking at Gu Hai in the distance, Gu Hai's main body nodded. I haven't extinguished your lifespan. Take it. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Whoosh. 3 rays of rainbow light instantly surged towards Kong Xian, Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing. The 3 of them quickly swallowed it. In an instant their bodies emitted rays of rainbow light. Their white hair slowly returned to its original state. Hutu and Long Wanqing quickly gathered towards Gu Hai. Husband, that De Hong is so cruel. He even killed a pregnant woman? Long Wanqing said in shock. Some people are willing to do anything in order to become stronger. However, it was really terrifying just now. Heavenly Palace Peak? Gu Hai's main body said in a deep voice. His Heavenly Palace Peak is fake. Because of this secret technique, he pushed his heavenly soul to the Heavenly Palace Peak. Long Wanyu said. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. This cruel technique can only be endured by those who are extremely ruthless. As for those who are ruthless, their heavenly soul will be emotionless and can be pushed to the perfection stage because of this technique. However, it's all fake. When he reached the perfection stage, he just entered the Heavenly Palace Peak. He will never be able to become stronger. Long Wanyu said. He had 50 subordinates just now, but I ate all of them. Can all of them be controlled? Mosquito Daoran said. Those 50 people are definitely not as ruthless as De Hong. Therefore, they can't push their cultivation to the perfection stage. Moreover, they need De Hong's guidance to cultivate this technique. They can only be De Hong's assistant. However, none of them are good people. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Long Wanyu said. Indeed, their deaths are not to be regretted. However, I don't know if Matriarch Ji only has De Hong as her subordinate. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Since Matriarch Ji had sent De Hong to cultivate this technique, could she have sent someone else? Brother-in-law, don't worry. There are too few people who are extremely ruthless. De Hong's appearance is already a special case. Those who cultivate this technique by themselves will instantly be driven crazy by this resentment. Of course, even if they cultivate this technique, they won't live long. The karma is too great and they will die a horrible death. Long Wanyu explained. Everyone gathered around. Yuanshi Qianzuan suddenly pulled. Rumble. With a loud sound, Sinuan was completely pulled down from the void by Yuanshi Qianzuan. The entire flawed celestial dome suddenly shook as if there was a huge earthquake. I can move. The golden dragon under Sinuan suddenly twisted its body in ecstasy. Is that a demonic ghost? Gu Hai looked at the golden dragon. Yes, he is actually the reincarnation of Hichu. However, when he was reincarnated, he was unlucky and lost some of his memories. He also entered my body. I sent him out. Long Wanyu nodded. The golden dragon was excited. Boom. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the golden dragon. It was Yuanshi Qianzuan. He was holding Sinuan in one hand and the golden dragon in the other. Don't tell me I'm still unlucky? The golden dragon looked at Yuanshi Qianzuan in shock. Yuanshi Qianzuan's eyes were cold. Sinuan is mine. From now on you are mine too. What? The golden dragon was shocked. It was screaming in its heart. Why am I so unlucky? I was just about to be free but I was caught again? Save me, Empress Ho Tu, save me. Hichu shouted in despair. Before Gu Hai and the rest could speak, a voice suddenly came from the void in the distance. Sinuan of the sagely celestial dome? He doesn't belong to you. A majestic voice came from the sky. Gu Hai had heard that voice more than once. Immortal of the 6 paths? Kong Xian's expression changed. Chapter 1048. The Flawed Immortal Dome. As Yuanshi Qianzuan pulled the immortal source out of the void, the entire immortal vault shook with a loud bang. If one was in the void, one would notice that large cracks had suddenly appeared on the flawed immortal dome. Crack, crack, crack. The previous 18 huge cracks turned into 800 in the blink of an eye and continued to expand. In the flawed immortal dome, Countless disciples looked at the shaking sky and earth in shock. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Sacred leader, what's going on? While the disciples of the various sects were panicking. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly entered the flawed immortal dome from the road to the underworld. As the stream of light appeared, it slowly twisted and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. It was a man in a black Taoist robe. If Gu Hai saw it, he would recognize the man at a glance. He was Rokudo Shinkuin, whom he had seen 800,000 years ago. At this moment, it was not Rokudo Shinkuin, but Immortal Six Paths Bone God sent a message to Immortal Six Paths through a curse. Immortal Six Paths' Eye of Heaven wandered around the underworld sea for a while. He hesitated. Immortal Six Paths found the road to the underworld almost instantly. However, should he go over? Immortal Six Paths remembered the death of Firmament clearly. He was the one who had tricked Firmament to go out and then killed him. Now, would someone trick him out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and wait for him to fall into a trap? Because once he left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, he would not be able to use the power of heaven and earth. He was curious about the other side of the road to the underworld. It was not that Ancestor Bone was still alive. Even if he was, what could he do? It would be easy for him to kill him. What made Immortal Six Paths curious was the Immortal Dome. Isn't that my Immortal Dome? It should have been destroyed long ago. It still exists? Immortal Six Paths was looking forward to it. Go over? Actually, it did not matter. His main body was still in seclusion. If he went over, it would at most be a strand of divine will. Even if something happened to this strand of divine will, so what? His main body was still in the Six Paths Immortal Dome, and he was invincible. Swish. He immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the road to the Yellow Springs. Soon, Immortal Six Paths Divine Will arrived at the Immortal Dome of Flaws. As soon as it entered the flawed Immortal Dome, this strand of divine will instantly mobilize the surrounding power to reconstruct a Taoist robed body. Standing in the void, the Immortal of the Six Paths looked at the world with a serious expression. Saintly Celestial Dome? Does it really still exist? Immortal Six Paths said as he looked around. Buzz. Immortal Six Paths closed his eyes and sensed the world. The laws of heaven and earth here were modeled after the Immortal Dome of Six Paths, so Immortal Six Paths was able to sense countless places through the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was within his senses. Rumble. All of a sudden, the boundless faith power seemed to have found a target and strangely surged toward the Immortal of Six Paths. The surging power of faith shocked the Immortal of Six Paths. All the living beings in this world believe in me? Are they all fanatics? Immortal of Six Paths' eyes lit up. Suddenly, Immortal of Six Paths felt like he had returned to the days when he was the sect leader of the Divine Heavens sect. Yes, this is what I need. Unlike the Six Paths Immortal Dome, a bunch of traitors who only know how to fight and defy the heavens. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. This Immortal Dome of Flaws is supposed to be cracked. 18 cracks? It has existed for 800,000 years? 800,000 years? Someone must have mobilized the Sinuan here to continuously use the power of Sinuan to repair this Immortal Dome. Unfortunately, in the end it could not be repaired. This Immortal Dome is constantly being consumed and will eventually be destroyed. What a pity. So what if it is destroyed? The people here believe in me so much. When the time comes, I will bring all of you back. Immortal of Six Paths said lightly. Rumble. At this moment, Yuanshu Chenzuan plucked the immortal origin from afar. The moment he did so, he stopped channeling the power of heaven and earth to mend the 18 cracks. The moment he stopped, the power of the void was fully exposed. In an instant, the void power corroded the immortal dome, causing countless cracks to appear on its periphery. The number of cracks multiplied exponentially. The whole world was shaking. The people were crying for help. Immortal of Six Paths' face turned cold and turned his head to look into the distance. Whoosh. In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. From afar, he saw Yuanshu Chenzuan, Hotu Mao Tianyun Gaochen and the others. Then he suddenly saw the golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Heaven's corpse? No, I have already destroyed Heaven's corpse. Was it resurrected with the power of faith? I have been wondering what else Heaven has. It turns out that she asked her lackeys to resurrect her corpse. Using my power of faith to resurrect her corpse? It's useless. No one can resurrect you. Even if you are resurrected, you are not you. Even if you are the original you, so what? Without Sinuan, you are nothing. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. In the distance, Yuanshi Qinzuan's voice could be heard. Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyes were cold. Sun Yuan is mine. You from now on are mine too. Yours? Sun Yuan of the immortal dome of Sage Heaven? This is not yours. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. Boom. In an instant, Immortal of Six Paths arrived where everyone was. Immortal of Six Paths? Kong Xian's expression changed. The black-robed Immortal of the Six Paths stood in the air. Although he seemed to be illusory at the same time, everyone was frightened. Every one of them had a look of shock on their faces. He did not release his aura, but it formed a natural pressure that made Mosquito Doran's heart tremble. This is Immortal of Six Paths? Mosquito Doran opened his eyes wide and did not dare to say anything. Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the newcomer. Golden Dragon Hichu, who was in Yuanshi Qinzuan's hand, also opened his eyes wide and trembled. Hudu, is this what you have done all these years? You want to resurrect heaven? Immortal of Six Paths looked at Goddess Hudu coldly. Hudu's face was gloomy, but she did not say anything. Ho Qing, who was standing at the side, trembled. He was afraid of Immortal of Six Paths. Now that Immortal of Six Paths had arrived, he felt like the end of the world. I'm not heaven. You're wrong. I'm not. Hichu shouted. Hichu was scared when he was caught by Yuanshi Qinzuan, but Hichu was terrified when he saw Immortal of Six Paths. Yuanshi Qinzuan might not destroy him, but Immortal of Six Paths definitely would. Hichu's shout made Immortal of Six Paths turn around. He said coldly, "Humph, reconstructing the body and gathering the soul is just a cowardly consciousness. You're far inferior to heaven. That's all there is to it." Yes, that's all there is to it. I'm just a fart. Let me go. Hichu said anxiously. Immortal of Six Paths frowned and looked at Hichu. Don't worry. The Sun Yuan of the saintly sky is mine and so are you. I'll crush you and make you disappear. Hichu's face froze. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Why am I so unlucky? Immortal of Six Paths raised his head and looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan. Wansho Taoism? Immortal of Six Paths asked in a low voice. Wansho Taoism, Yuanshi Qinzuan. Yuanshi Qinzuan said calmly. Immortal Six Paths ordered, Grand Supreme Tongtan, you have served this immortal for 800,000 years. You have been very conscientious. Out of respect for them, this immortal will let you live. Give me the celestial source and the golden dragon. Immortal of Six Paths' tone was arrogant. As if it was a matter of course and as if he had to listen to orders. Give you? Yuanshi Qinzuan stared at Immortal of Six Paths. Yes. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. What if I don't want to? Yuanshi Qinzuan was not afraid at all. He sneered. Don't want to? Kong Xian, Hutu and Ho Qing looked at Immortal of Six Paths in surprise. This was the Immortal of the Six Paths. No one had ever dared to refuse or disobey the Immortal of the Six Paths. What did I just hear? Yuanshi Qinzuan refused Immortal of Six Paths? Immortal of Six Paths did not expect that Wansho Taoism would dare to disobey him. The saintly heaven and the immortal dome were his, so the immortal source should have been his as well. As for the golden dragon, it should not have been able to escape. It was a matter of course, but the primeval Lord of Heaven had dared to refuse. You don't want to? Immortal of Six Paths' eyes flashed coldly. A murderous aura was emitted from his body. As soon as the murderous aura was emitted, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A storm seemed to be brewing in those dark clouds. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the middle of the rolling dark clouds, and an eye of the heavens appeared. Just like the Immortal of Six Paths in the past, when the eye of heaven appeared, a heavenly aura pressed down. Everyone had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Mosquito Doran knelt down subconsciously. Gaochen, Ziwei and Changxing did not escape and immediately knelt down. Swoosh. Gu Hai waved his hand. Mosquito Doran, Mu Qinfeng, Gaochen, Ziwei, Changxing, Long Wanyu, and the skeleton were all put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Even half of Da Hong's body, which was self-mutilating, was also put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Only Gu Hai's main body, the unborn man, Kong Xian, Long Wanqing, Hutu, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun were left outside. Except for Gu Hai, who was lying there injured, the others were at the peak of the heavenly palace. They barely managed to stand and not kneel. Long Wanqing and Kong Xian supported Gu Hai. The others followed and slowly retreated. The Immortal of Six Paths and Yuanshi Qinzuan were not people they could provoke. The two of them stared at each other fiercely. When the Eye of Heaven appeared, a fierce aura shot out in all directions and approached Yuanshi Qinzuan. Yuanshi Qianzuan sneered. Do you think you're the only one who has the eye of heaven? Yuanshi Qianzuan's eyes turned cold, and a monstrous murderous aura suddenly appeared around him. Boom. Crack. Crack. Rolling dark clouds suddenly appeared above Yuanshi Qianzuan's head. As the dark clouds rolled, they suddenly split into two from the middle. Another eye of heaven appeared. No, this eye of heaven seemed to be on Yuanshi Qianzuan's side. Its pupils were purple. The eye of heaven of the immortal of six paths had black pupils. The two eyes of heaven, separated by a distance, burst out with equally powerful auras at the same time. The two fierce auras seemed to be on par, but neither of them was backing down. The murderous aura stirred the entire void. Chapter 1049. Yuanshi Qianzuan held the Sinuan in one hand and the golden dragon in the other as he stared coldly at the immortal of the six paths. The immortal of the six paths opened his eye of heaven, and a huge pressure surged out. Yuanshi Qianzuan opened his eye of heaven and stared at the immortal of the six paths without backing down. Immortals were the rulers of heaven and earth, the most respected existence among all life. No one would dare to go against them. But now, Yuanshi Qianzuan was not afraid of the immortal of the six paths at all. In fact, his words were full of disdain. In the eyes of Kong Xian, Long Wanqing and Ho Qing, all of this did not make sense. This was not like the hatred between Mao Tianyun and the dominator of Samsara, nor was it a case of breaking a jar. But everything before them was so strange. Gu Hai did not speak and neither did the others. They just watched quietly. Gu Hai sent the others into the immortal dome because the commotion was too big. Those people were not strong enough and would only be in danger if they stayed. Moreover, the skeleton clone and Long Wanyu did not want to be seen by the immortal of the six paths. Even in the immortal dome, the skeleton clone could still release energy, which Gu Hai absorbed into his body to repair himself. Within the immortal dome, Gu Hai set up a time zone so that the people inside could see the outside world. Is this Yuanshi Qianzuan courting death? Is he going against the immortal of the six paths? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. No, Yuanshi Qianzuan has cultivated a talent. Long Wanyu said in a low voice. Talent? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. Yes. Before I died in my previous life, I was worried that Rokudo Shinkuan would take all the spiritual light in the world. So, I put most of it into the divine continent. It turned into 4 talents. The remaining 1/5 must have been refined by Rokudo Shinkuan into the 5th part of the talent. Yuanshi Qianzuan's eye of the heavens was one of his innate skills. He must have obtained an innate skill. Long Wanyu said solemnly. His talent was that amazing? What is this divine light of heaven and earth? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Spiritual light is spiritual light. Long Wanyu said impatiently. But I don't understand. What is the divine light produced? Is it nurtured by heaven and earth? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Long Wanyu shook her head. Lifespan and divine literature spirits are all man-made. Yuanshi Qianzuan dared to challenge the immortal of 6 paths. His talent must have reached a very high level. Everyone was stunned. You are the reincarnation of heaven. Have you recovered your memories? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The lifespan and divine literature spirits are man-made? How is that possible? Mosquito Daoran said in astonishment. Of course I recovered my memories from my previous life. Why is it impossible? Where did Shoushio come from? Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. Shoushio was created by Fushi. But the other 4 are impossible. How could they be man-made? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. Shoushio was created by me in my previous life. Long Wanyu said indifferently. What? Impossible. You created Shoushio? The way of the emperor? Destiny of heaven and earth? Dragon Shenying, who had recovered, said in disbelief. Long Wanyu looked at Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying, although you are my uncle in this life, even the old man Long Jianghu is very polite to me. Do you know why? Because father respects the heavens. Dragon Shenying said with a frown. But why does the old man respect the heavens? When he was born, I had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Why does he respect me so much? Long Wanyu said indifferently. Dragon Shenying was at a loss. Indeed, even if Long Wanyu was the reincarnation of heaven, what did it have to do with Long Jianghu? Cultivating the emperor's destiny will form the golden dragon of luck, right? Long Wanyu glanced at Dragon Shenying. That's right. Dragon Shening nodded. What is the shape of the golden dragon of luck? Long Wanyu asked again. Dragon Shening was stunned. The golden dragon of luck was indeed the golden dragon of luck. Was there a need to ask? In confusion, Dragon Shening looked at the golden dragon in Yuanshi Qianzuan's hand. Dragon Shening raised his eyebrows when he saw the golden dragon. The golden dragon of luck was too similar to the golden dragon outside. However, one was illusory while the other was real. Back then, I controlled the immortal dome and commanded the 3,000 Great Tao. I merged with the 3,000 Great Tao and infused my mark into the 3,000 Great Tao. Therefore, the 3,000 Great Tao gave the golden dragon of luck some special abilities. Because of me, there was the cultivation of luck. Do you understand? Long Wanyu said indifferently. Is this true? Dragon Shening said in shock. Those who cultivate luck don't know where it comes from. What a joke. Back then, when Long Zhangguo established the dynasty, he also cultivated luck. He knew my identity and knew that it was thanks to me that he had the Deqian celestial dynasty. If it wasn't for me, there would be no such thing as luck. Is Long Zhangguo not grateful to me? Does he not respect my previous life? Long Wanyu said indifferently. Ah yes. Dragon Shening said bitterly. The others were stunned, including Gu Hai. So the golden dragon of luck's form came from heaven? My previous life was heaven, and the emperor had the golden dragon of luck, called the son of heaven. Because all their golden dragons of luck were my marks. I am heaven, they are sun, the son of heaven. I am the reincarnation of heaven, and I created the cultivation of luck. Long Wanyu said proudly. Everyone nodded and sighed. The cultivation of life was created by Fuxi, and the cultivation of luck was created by heaven. What about the spiritual light you mentioned? What about spiritual cultivation? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Long Wanyu frowned. That person should be dead. Oh, dead. What do you mean? Who is he? Gu Hai asked in surprise. His name is 30. Long Wanyu said with a frown. 30? Everyone was confused. Only skeleton Gu Hai was startled. The pupils of Gu Hai's main body in the outside world also constricted. 30? Others didn't know about 30, but Gu Hai was very familiar with this name. The deity dome of the six paths corresponded to the 30 deity dome. 30? The deity on earth. The absolute ruler on earth. The 30 deity dome was under 30's control. On earth, the peerless overlords like Laozi and Shakyamuni were hiding in the deity realm like mice. Gu Hai had never seen 30, but he knew how terrifying 30 was from the attitude of Laozi and Shakyamuni. It seemed that 30 had sensed the deity dome of the six paths 800,000 years ago and came to invade. At that time, Fuxi and 30's immortal will perish together. 30? Shouldn't he be the ruler on earth? How did Long Wanyu know? No, she should say that she knew about 30 in the past. Had she seen 30? Was the spiritual light the cultivation method left by 30? Everything sounded like a heavenly book, making Gu Hai feel inexplicably shocked. However, Gu Hai knew that he couldn't talk too much about 30 at this time. He had to wait until the crisis was over and then ask Wanyu. Yuanshi Qianzuan can compete with the deity dome of the six paths because of his talent? Gu Hai changed the topic. Sure enough, everyone looked outside. Long Wanyu shook her head. I don't know. In fact, the cultivation of each branch is very different. I studied the spiritual light for a long time, but I couldn't find a way. What? You were the heavens in your previous life. You couldn't find a way? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. So what? Said Long Wanyu disdainfully. Every branch of cultivation has special requirements. For example, brother-in-law's Go Dao is amazing. If he wants you to cultivate Go Dao, he'll give you 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Can you beat him? I get a headache when I see the chess game. I can't even learn it in 100 million years. However, you were the heavens in your previous life. You should be omnipotent. Why can't you study the spiritual light? Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. You don't know a lot. I was the heavens in my previous life. I'm not omnipotent. Long Wanyu said. Oh no, that Dahong is crazy. He's going to kill the people here. Dragon God Ying's expression suddenly changed. Dahong self-mutilated for a while and started killing everywhere. It's useless to keep it. Destroy it. Gu Hai said indifferently. Don't. Give it to me. I want it. That resentment is good for me. Mosquito Daoran said excitedly. Skeleton Gu Hai was stunned, but he nodded and said, Go. Don't snatch it from me. Mosquito Daoran said excitedly. A large number of mosquitoes swarmed toward the crazy Dahong and started devouring his flesh. Everyone looked outside again. Yuanshi Qinzuan and the Immortal of the Six Paths were facing each other. Their eyes of heaven were looking at each other coldly. Yuanshi Qinzuan, you better think about the consequences of going against me. From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Yuanshi Qinzuan flipped his hand and pinched the golden dragon Hichu. Hitu's entire body seemed to have been restrained. Immortal of the Six Paths, this is not your immortal dome. If I'm not wrong, you are just a divine consciousness now, right? Even your main body is not qualified to make me lose my place in this world. What's more, you are just a strand of divine consciousness now. If you are so capable, why don't you come here personally? If your main body comes, I will reenact the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago. How about that? However, this time it will not be the heavens but you, the Six Paths, who will be killed. Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Qinzuan's words made Ho Qing and the others' jaws drop. Is this a joke? Is Yuanshi Qinzuan courting death? Presumptuous. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Presumptuous? Here you are just a strand of divine consciousness. I dare to be presumptuous because I have the strength. Do you believe that I can destroy your strand of divine consciousness with a flip of my hand? At the end of the day, you are not the ruler of this world. You are still far from being able to command me. The primeval divine pillar said coldly. The ruler of this sage heaven? Ah, how do you know that I am not the ruler here? In the Six Paths immortal dome, I am an immortal. Here I am still an immortal. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. The Sinuan here is still in my hands. What kind of immortal are you? Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. All living beings believe in me and I am an immortal. In this flawed immortal dome, all living beings believe in me. With a wave of my hand, I can mobilize the power of all living beings. Do you believe that? The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Yuanshi Qinzuan narrowed his eyes. The Immortal of the Six Paths waved his hand. A golden dragon of luck that was 100,000 miles long suddenly appeared in the void. Brr. The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that echoed throughout the flawed immortal dome. All living beings, listen to my command. I am the Immortal of the Six Paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your strength. The Immortal of the Six Paths shouted coldly. Oh. The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that was instantly heard by all living beings in the flawed immortal dome. Almost all living beings trembled and suddenly knelt down in excitement. It had been 800,000 years since the sacred leader's voice. Finally, the sacred leader's voice was heard again. Chapter 1050. The Flawed Celestial Dome. The moment the Sinuan was pulled out by Yuanshi Qinzuan, there was no longer any power of heaven and earth to repair the 18 cracks. Suddenly, the void power invaded, and large cracks appeared on the flawed celestial dome. The entire celestial dome was about to be destroyed by the void power. At this moment, the flawed celestial dome was shaking and shaking. The living beings inside were naturally the most terrified. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the sky as if the end of the world was coming. The disciples of the various sects all knelt down. Sacred leader, what's going on? The sky is going to be destroyed. Are we all doomed? Sacred leader, you haven't appeared for 800,000 years. What should we do now? Sacred leader. The fear of the end of the world made everyone pin their hopes on the Immortal of the Six Paths. Everyone knelt down and begged. But there was no other way. Just as everyone was in despair, the voice of the Immortal of the Six Paths finally appeared, accompanied by a dragon's roar. All living beings, listen to my command. I am the Immortal of the Six Paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your power. The voice of the Immortal of the Six Paths made everyone's eyes widen. I heard it. I heard it. It's the voice of the sacred leader. The sacred leader didn't abandon us. All kinds of blissful voices rang out. The sacred leader that they had worshipped all their lives had finally appeared. Quick, raise your hands. Raise your right hands. Sacred leader, please save us. Everyone was excited and kept raising their right hands. The flawed celestial dome was full of fanatics of the Immortal of the Six Paths. When the Immortal of the Six Paths spoke, the power of faith transmitted to everyone. Everything was real. Almost everyone raised their right hands. No hesitation, no waiting. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of power from all directions rushed toward the golden dragon of destiny above the Immortal of the Six Paths' head. The power of all living beings. Almost all of them gathered. How much power was the combined power of all the living beings in the immortal dome? Even if the number of living beings in the flawed celestial dome was only 1% of the 6 paths, it was still in the trillions. This surging power was even greater than the power that the 6 paths borrowed from His Holiness in one celestial dynasty. If such a scene had happened in the divine continent, many people would have been scared witless. The waves of power surged over like a tsunami. The golden dragon of luck was about to enter the body of the immortal of 6 paths. Within the ancient immortal dome. Zealots borrowing power? Hutu and the others have made a wedding dress for the 6 paths. Ziwei said with a displeased expression. Samsara? I was the one who spread this luck technique and he actually used my method. Long Wanyu felt uncomfortable. But no matter what, the body formed by the immortal of the 6 paths divine will was about to become much stronger. On the other side, Yuanshu Qianzuan was not afraid. Instead he sneered. Mobilizing the power of all living beings? It is indeed a method, but unfortunately, it is useless against me. Yuanshu Qianzuan said coldly. How is it useless? Immortal of 6 paths said disdainfully. In the sky, the golden dragon of fate roared and dragged the power from all over the world towards the immortal of 6 paths. It was about to fuse with this boundless power. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuanshu Qianzuan waved his hand lightly. You want to kill me? It's still too early. Immortal of 6 paths sneered. I'm not only talking about you. I'm talking about anyone who stands in my way. Yuanshu Qianzuan said coldly. Immortal of 6 paths did not care. After mobilizing the power of all living beings, he could immediately kill Yuanshu Qianzuan. It was useless to say anything more. At that moment, Yuanshu Qianzuan suddenly stretched out his right hand and raised it to the sky. Suddenly, a gray energy ball that was 10 feet wide appeared in his right palm. There seemed to be countless sword chi condensing inside the gray energy ball. The gray energy ball gathered more and more power. 10 feet? No, it became 1,000 feet wide in the blink of an eye. Is that chaotic sword chi? Although it is powerful, it is still weaker than the immortal of 6 paths who can mobilize the power of all living beings, right? Goddess Hudu asked curiously. That's not right. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Kong Xian did not finish his question. Boom. The giant ball in the primeval Lord of Heaven's palm suddenly exploded. In an instant, it exploded into pieces, releasing billions of sword chi that shot in all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Huh? His chaotic energy ball broke? Mao Tianyun stared in confusion. No, he wants to kill. Gu Hai said as his eyelids twitched. Bastard. Yuanshu Qianzuan, how dare you? Immortal of 6 paths stared at him. However, it was too late. Each of the chaotic sword chi seemed to have transcended time and space. They were extremely fast and instantly spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic sword chi exploded everywhere in the world, creating huge craters. However, the most terrifying thing was that each of the sword chi pierced through a body. Each of the sword chi killed a living being in an instant. Don't help. Because of the golden dragon of luck, it could hear the screams of living beings everywhere. However, the screams only lasted for a short while. Buzz. Where the golden dragon of luck was, there was no sound. Rumble. All of the power of all living beings that had gathered suddenly collapsed. The golden dragon of luck also let out a wail and suddenly fell apart. The power that was about to enter Immortal 6 Path's body, or even had already entered it, suddenly vanished. Hiss. Not far from where Gu Hai was, a group of people gasped. What is going on? In the immortal dome of ancients, Gaochen and Changxing stared. Yuanshu Qianzuan just killed all the living beings in the world. Long Wanyu said in shock. What? He killed all the living beings in the immortal dome of flaws? Everyone is dead? All the demons are dead? Gaochen exclaimed. Not only Gaochen, but everyone was shocked by Yuanshu Qianzuan's means. Destroying the world with a flip of his hand? Killing all the living beings because of a disagreement? Except for Gu Hai's group, all the living beings in the immortal dome of flaws were dead. Even the dead spirits in the underworld were all destroyed. In an instant they were all dead. What a ruthless killing intent. Long Wanyu said in shock. This was the first time Long Wanqing had seen someone so ruthless and merciless. Trillions of living beings were killed in one move. It was not that he was strong, but that ruthlessness really made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. How much karma does he have? Is he not afraid? Ziwei said in shock. His talent should have been cultivated to the late stage. Only when he cultivated to the late stage can he not be affected by karma. Long Wanyu said in shock. Not be affected by karma? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes, not be affected by karma. I just didn't expect him to be so ruthless. So many living beings were killed in one move? Just because he was blocked? Just because he was blocked? Long Wanyu said in shock. He also killed once when he was in the southern sea of the divine continent. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah. He's heartless by nature. Gu Hai sighed slightly. In the distance, Yuanshi Qinzuan turned his hand and killed all the living beings, making the power that was rushing towards the Immortal of Six Paths disappear. The Immortal of Six Paths also looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan in surprise. He was angry, but he was also angry. Because this was the first time the Immortal of Six Paths met someone as ruthless as him. Only by being ruthless could one be invincible. The Immortal of Six Paths looked at Yuanshi Qinzuan, who had grown to such a level. Killing intent rose in him. Such a person could not be left alive. He had to kill him as soon as possible. He was the only one who was heartless and heartless. I've said it before. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuanshi Qinzuan sneered. The Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes at Yuanshi Qinzuan and sneered, Wansho Taoism? I didn't expect you to be such a character. You killed my disciple. Today you won't have a good ending. As he spoke, the Immortal of Six Paths waved his hand. The Immortal of Six Paths' eye of heaven suddenly emitted a ray of black light. A huge ray of God-slaying light shot out from the eye of heaven. That's all you got? Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Qinzuan's eye of heaven also emitted a huge purple ray of God-slaying light. Boom. The two rays of God-slaying light collided, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared. The black hole was expanding rapidly. Let's go. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh. The group of people immediately shot off into the distance, escaping from this huge battlefield. Under the impact of the God-slaying light, Yuanshi Qinzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths finally attacked each other. Both of their palms collided, and a huge force rushed to the sky. Boom. Crack. In an instant, Gu Hai and the others saw the whole world being split into two by the collision of the two's power. The world was split vertically? The flawed immortal dome was already full of cracks. The strength of the two was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Suddenly, a huge chain reaction occurred. The world was torn apart, and for a moment the surging power of the void rushed in. The whole world exploded in countless places. Let's go. We'll go back to the road to the underworld. Gu Hai said. Yes. Kong Xian immediately answered. They were about to return. Brother-in-law, it's better not to go back through the road to the underworld. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. What? Gu Hai asked. The Immortal of Six Paths is only a strand of divine thought. There must be a strand of divine thought guarding the underworld sea. Yuanshi Qinzuan is here, so he doesn't pay attention to us. However, once we leave the underworld sea, the Immortal of Six Paths will definitely not let us go. Long Wanyu said. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. On the other side, Yuanshi Qinzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths started fighting. The terrifying battle strength, coupled with the invasion of the void power, caused the flawed immortal dome to be torn apart. It was as if the whole world was about to shatter. Brother-in-law, I have a formation that requires 5 perfect deities of Heavenly Palace to work together to form a formation. We can stay in the void for a short time. When the battle between Yuanshi Qinzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths ends and they leave, we can go back. I have a way to find the way back. Long Wanyu said. Rumble. The whole world was falling apart. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched and he finally nodded. Let's go to the void and leave this battlefield. Listen to Wanyu. Chapter 1051. Gu Hai and the others flew straight into the starry sky. As they soared into the sky, the power of the void invaded them. Dark ribbons visible to the naked eye surged into the immortal dome of imperfection. Everyone dodged as they flew up. My formation is called the Primordial 5 Elements Formation. I was going to let the 5 divine messengers use it, but now they're... However, it's not impossible to let the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces use it. This is the formation diagram. The 5 great perfection heavenly palaces will form a 5 elements formation. Each of them will stand in a position. The 5 forces will fuse and form a primordial element. The consumption of power will be slowed down. It can last for at least 10 years. Long Wanyu said. As he spoke, he waved his hand and used a spell to form a formation diagram. Kong Xian, Wanqing, Hutu, Hoqing, Mao Tianyun, the 5 of you are all great perfection heavenly palaces. How about you set up the formation? Gu Hai asked. I'm fine with it. Long Wanqing immediately shouted. The others also nodded. Long Wanyu's formation diagram was displayed by Gu Hai. The 5 of them immediately occupied 5 positions and waved their hands. Boom. Suddenly, the 5 types of energy collided in the void according to a specific frequency. Then, a small spherical barrier was formed, surrounding everyone in the center. Looking at the billowing dark power of the void, everyone's expression turned solemn. Enter. The spherical enchantment enveloped everyone, and they instantly entered the pitch-black void. Hum. The barrier shook for a while like a drop of water falling on a soldering iron. It made a sizzling sound as if the energy was evaporating. After evaporating, it disappeared. The void was depleting the power of the boundary, and it was also depleting the power of the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces. Once the power of the 5 was depleted, the boundary would break because there was no energy supply in the void. It's done. This is more than 100 times less than when I entered the void alone. Hutu's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Long Wanyu said proudly. Look at the flawed immortal dome. Kong Xian said with a glare. Only by standing in the void and looking at the immortal flawed dome could one see clearly. At this moment, one could faintly see 2 forces colliding with each other inside. They were the 6 paths immortal and Yuanshi Qianzuan. Boom. Every time they collided, the resulting force was like a saber cleaving the entire immortal dome in half. After a few times, the flawed immortal dome shattered into pieces. The Sage of 6 Paths and Yuanshi Qianzuan are so powerful. Kong Xian was shocked. Kong Xian was now at the peak of Heavenly Palace, but he still didn't expect that the power of the 2 could shatter the whole world. You're overthinking things. The goddess Earth Mother shook her head. If it wasn't for Yuanshi Qianzuan and the Immortal of 6 Paths, they wouldn't have been able to do that. The reason why the heavens and earth shattered was because they already had countless internal injuries. The flawed immortal dome was already on the verge of shattering. At this moment, with the influx of void energy, the immortal dome shattered even faster. Yuanshi Qianzuan and the 6 Paths Immortal are just a catalyst to accelerate the process of the flawed immortal dome shattering. They're just the straw that broke the camel's back. The goddess Earth Mother said solemnly. Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Boom. Crack. Crack. The flawed immortal dome shattered into hundreds of large pieces. Tens of thousands of small pieces. It was as if a planet had exploded. The magnificent scene shocked Gu Hai and the others. The power of the void was quickly melting these fragments. The large fragments still needed time to melt, but the small fragments melted away in an instant. Vaguely, they could see that in the remaining hundreds of large pieces, there were countless energy shadows in the shape of trees pulling at them, as if they wanted to fuse with these pieces. However, they couldn't resist the void energy and were still disappearing. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Yuanshi Qianzuan and the Immortal of the 6 Paths wasn't over. The entire flawed immortal dome shattered, but the 2 of them instantly pounced into the void. Accompanying the 2 of them was the subdued golden dragon. The golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu let out a cry of despair and disappeared into the void with the 2 of them. They're gone. Let's go back and take a look. Gu Hai said. Whoosh. The barrier enveloped everyone as they rushed into the shattered flawed immortal dome. But now they couldn't tell what was right and what was wrong. The road to the underworld had also disappeared. The road to the underworld is gone. What should we do now? Hoqing asked anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the countless tree shadows and the remaining fragments of the flawed immortal dome. His eyes narrowed. Be careful. I'm going to put these into the immortal dome. Gu Hai said. What? Everyone was slightly stunned. Just leave me an opening in the barrier. Gu Hai said. No, you're hastening our destruction. Hoqing exclaimed. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Buzz. Kong Xian opened a small opening. No, do you want us to die with you? Hoqing said angrily. Shut up. Kong Xian glared at him. Long Wanqing also glared at Hoqing. Hutu and Mao Tianyun didn't say anything. They saw Gu Hai waving his hand at the small opening in the barrier. The immortal dome seemed to open a huge mouth and swallowed a fragment that was millions of miles large. Whoosh. The enormous fragment entered the immortal dome of the ancients. At the same time, the immortal dome continued to swallow those tree-like energy shadows. Gu Hai knew that those were great Daos that were struggling in the void. The 6 paths immortal dome, the 3,000 great Daos were a whole. They formed a cycle and formed a perfect world. Therefore they weren't afraid of the void invasion. Now, in the flawed immortal dome, these great Daos couldn't hold on alone. The immortal dome was shattered. This was the final struggle. It was like a drowning person suddenly finding a life-saving straw. They naturally rushed over. The immortal dome was the way to survive. All the struggling great Daos dragged the huge flawed immortal dome fragments into the immortal dome. Rumble. The great Daos entered the immortal dome. They were immediately recorded by the Book of Life and Death. Then they formed great Dao patterns and merged into the immortal dome. And those flawed immortal dome fragments were like the energy of the great Dao. They were quickly filling up the great Dao. In the past, Gu Hai used countless spiritual stones to shape the great Dao of chess. Now he was directly using the world Dao to fill up the world Dao. This was more perfect than spiritual stones to nourish the great Dao. Where to find it? Rumble, rumble. The ancient immortal dome expanded rapidly as the great Dao merged with it. At the same time, the entire world seemed to have the shadow of a giant tree. That was the great Dao taking root in the immortal dome. This is the old man's immortal dome, right? Long Wanyu said in surprise. In the void. The void force and the immortal dome of the ancients were competing to devour the fragments of the immortal dome 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 of the ancients. Fortunately, the great Daos of the immortal dome of the immortal dome of the ancients favored the immortal dome of the ancients. It expanded the immortal dome. This time there was no need for energy or the power of space. Everything in these fragments was self-contained. The living beings in the ancient immortal dome watched as the entire world underwent earth-shaking changes. 1 great Dao, 10 great Daos, 100 great Daos. The immortal dome continued to expand, and the spirit chi continued to rise. While everyone inside was shocked, outside, Ho Qing's expression changed drastically. Gu Hai, enough is enough. Ho Qing said angrily. Ho Qing could see that Gu Hai had benefited greatly. He already had a problem with Gu Hai and now he was even more jealous. At the same time, because Kong Xian had opened a small hole in the barrier, everyone had used up a lot of energy. The barrier said it could last 10 years, but who knew how long it could last? 1 year? It was a land of death outside. How dare you? Kong Xian glared at Ho Qing. Ho Qing, now is not the time to argue. Long Wanqing said in a low voice. What do you mean it's not the time to argue? Kong Xian is Gu Hai's subordinate. Long Wanqing, you are Gu Hai's woman. Of course you'll side with him. He's messing around here, but he wants us to die with him. We don't even know where the immortal dome of the 6 paths is. We can't lose anything now. We'll play with him until we die. Sister, don't you think so? Mao Tianyun, do you want to die? Ho Qing said coldly. Mao Tianyun and Huda frowned, but didn't say anything. They were hesitant. Who said so? I know how to get to our immortal dome. I'll be there soon. I've been calculating how much energy my brother-in-law needs. If he can't handle it, we'll go back to our immortal dome immediately. Long Wanyu said angrily. The immortal dome of the ancients didn't block out Long Wanyu and the others' voices. You were heaven in your past life and I respected you. But now you're Gu Hai's sister-in-law. Don't think I don't know. You're siding with Gu Hai. You're asking us to die with him. Ho Qing glared. How dare you? Ho Qing, how can you say that? Buddha glared. Sister. The old heaven is dead. This is no longer heaven. It's just heaven's memories. Their personalities are completely different. Ho Qing said angrily. Don't spout nonsense. Buddha glared. I don't care. If you can find our immortal dome, go ahead and find it. Tell me. Ho Qing said angrily. Long Wanyu was also annoyed. Fine, you don't believe me? Fine, I'll make a void-piercing eye. See for yourself. With that said, Long Wanyu waved her hand and used magic to condense an eye-like magic treasure. She activated it gently. The eye-like magic treasure immediately spread out in all directions, forming pieces of light. Most of the light screens were empty. Suddenly, the immortal dome of the 6 paths appeared. There? Everyone's eyes lit up. Follow the direction of the void-piercing eye and we'll be able to go back. What are you worried about? Long Wanyu said. Then let's go back. Ho Qing said happily. No, my brother-in-law's matter isn't over yet. We'll leave after it's over. Long Wanyu shouted. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Sister, Mao Tianyun, don't you want to go back immediately? Ho Qing said. Ho Qing, shut up. Listen to Long Wanyu. Hudu said. No, I have to go back. I don't believe them. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Ho Qing shouted. You'll go? If you go, what about our array? Long Wanyu glared. So be it. I have to go. Sister Mao Tianyun, are you sure you don't want to go? Ho Qing looked at the two of them. If the two of them left with him, the primordial 5 elements array would be completely destroyed. Gu Hai would not be able to stay in the void any longer. He would not be able to get any benefits from it. Meow, Ho Qing, I've been tricked by you once. Do you think I'll listen to you again? Mao Tianyun said coldly. Obviously, Mao Tianyun was on Long Wanyu's side. Ho Qing, you disappoint me too much. Goddess Hudu also had a look of disappointment on her face. It's fine if you don't want to go. But let me remind you. Even though that unborn man fought against me, Kong Xin and Mao Tianyun, he's not a heavenly palace greater perfection being. He only used Master Shou's methods. Once I leave, your primordial 5 elements array will be destroyed. You won't be able to stay for long. Ho Qing looked at Gu Hai coldly. With that, Ho Qing was about to deactivate his array. Ho Qing, you. Everyone was enraged. There had to be 5 heavenly palace greater perfection beings. One less wouldn't do. But now that Ho Qing had left, I'll fill in the gaps. Suddenly, Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome. Chapter 1052. Seeing Gu Hai's main body use the immortal dome of the ancients to swallow the immortal dome, Ho Qing didn't know what was going on, but he knew that Gu Hai was getting great benefits, so he didn't want to let Gu Hai get what he wanted. That was why he wanted to leave, so that everyone would compromise and stop Gu Hai from getting benefits. But now, a black-robed man suddenly appeared? Ho Qing hadn't seen him fight, but Gu Hai wanted to replace him, so Ho Qing was shocked. Do you have Heavenly Palace peak cultivation? You need to make up for it. Ho Qing sneered. Just a little bit, that's enough. Gu Hai said calmly. Wrapped in a black robe, skeleton Gu Hai did not let Ho Qing see his appearance. A little bit? Do you know how much this void costs us? You don't have Heavenly Palace peak cultivation, you're asking for death. Ho Qing glared. Gu Hai's main body said, Ho Qing, do you want to leave or stay? Of course I want to leave. Ho Qing glared. If you want to leave, then don't be so noisy. Leave now. Gu Hai's main body said. Ayu. Ho Qing glared. Gu Hai's expression of disdain made Ho Qing depressed. Ho Qing, if you dare to leave, then you're not my brother. Hudu scolded Ho Qing anxiously. Sister, I already said that the heavens are dead, why are you still loyal to Long Wanyu? Ho Qing was depressed. Shut up. Hudu said angrily. I don't care. This black-robed man hasn't reached Heavenly Palace peak, you're just waiting for death here. See how this formation works without me. You'll all go to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome like me, Ho Qing snorted. Boom. Ho Qing left the formation and shot into the distance. As soon as Ho Qing left, the barrier immediately began to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Gu Hai's body flashed and stopped at a spot where the formation was lacking. Immediately, skeleton energy surged into the formation. The formation stabilized again. However, it also used up a lot of Gu Hai's energy. However, Gu Hai extended his hand out of the formation. A skeletal hand stretched out, and everyone who saw it was slightly stunned. A skeleton? This black-robed man was a skeleton? Was it a bone god? However, the crowd was soon stunned by another scene. The skeletal hand reached out, but it didn't use a barrier to protect itself. Instead, the skeletal hand touched the void, but the strange thing was that the skeletal hand didn't melt. Meow. What the hell? That palm is unaffected by the void? Mao Tianyun was shocked. In its shock, it stretched out one of its paws. Sizzle. Sizzle zul 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 zul. After a series of sizzling sounds, the fur on the cat's hand disappeared like water vapor. Meow, you're lying. How can you be fine? Mao Tianyun quickly retracted his hand and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai was indeed fine. In fact, there were traces of mysterious void energy entering his body. Not only did it not dissolve Gu Hai, it even strengthened Gu Hai. Brother-in-law, this is? Long Wanyu's eyes lit up as if she had guessed something. Gu Hai nodded. That's right, it's him. Gu Hai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients. Long Wanyu was very excited. I thought it was destroyed. How did it come into being? Your ribs? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, it's actually my spine from my previous life. After most of it was melted by the void energy, it looked like a rib and all the joints were fused into one. Long Wanyu said in shock. It's a pity that his consciousness now. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Brother-in-law, don't worry. It's useless to me. I'm very happy to be able to become brother-in-law's clone. Moreover, this spine was broken before. After I asked someone to fix it for me, I often felt uncomfortable. 800,000 years ago, it mutated in the void. I don't know what kind of mutation it was. Anyway, brother-in-law, you can figure it out yourself. Long Wanyu shook her head. Gu Hai's body nodded. In the outside world, as skeleton Gu Hai absorbed more and more void energy, the supply to the formation increased. For a moment, Mao Tianyun, Hutu, Long Wanqing, and Kong Xian all looked at skeleton Gu Hai in shock. Miao, you really haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace. What? Why is the formation filled with your energy? I don't even need to consume it? Yeah, it seems that we only need to stabilize the formation. We don't need to provide energy? Kong Xian was also surprised. Isn't it better that we don't need to provide energy? Thank you for your trouble. Solemnly, skeleton Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Your voice, Gu Hai? Mao Tianyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, when skeleton Gu Hai and Gu Hai's body were together, no one thought about it. Now that Gu Hai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients, they immediately realized that skeleton Gu Hai's voice and skeleton Gu Hai's body were the same person. Skeleton Gu Hai nodded. Everyone was surprised, but they immediately understood. A doppelganger? This skeleton is Gu Hai's doppelganger? Rolling void energy kept flowing into skeleton Gu Hai's body, strengthening skeleton Gu Hai. It seemed to be helping him to reach the peak of the Heaven Palace. On the other side, the celestial dome of ancients was constantly devouring great Daos. After being shattered by immortal six paths and Yuanshi Qianzuan, some of the flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients had already drifted away. Skeleton Gu Hai led everyone to search around for some time. At this moment, they didn't need to consume any of their energy. Naturally, no one complained. Within the celestial dome of ancients, more and more flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients and great Daos merged into the celestial dome of ancients. The entire celestial dome of ancients expanded by more than 100 times. Rumble. Great Daos were erected one after another. The entire world was undergoing a tremendous change. 220 great Daos. Brother-in-law, this celestial dome of ancients is also becoming more powerful. Long Wanyu said in surprise. The 220 great Daos were also surging power into Gu Hai's body, healing the injuries of Gu Hai's body. Not long after, Gu Hai's injuries were 80% healed. Other than the 5 people who were setting up the array outside, everyone else was brought into the celestial dome of ancients by Gu Hai. How many great Daos are there in the flawed celestial dome of ancients? Gu Hai's body looked at Long Wanyu. A total of 300 great Daos. They are the treasures of 6 paths and I over the years. Long Wanyu exclaimed. Treasures? Gu Hai was puzzled. Of course. Great Daos are not so easy to form. You need to have the most thorough understanding of a great Dao and have endless energy to fill in the gaps. I have collected them for countless years. In every era, various geniuses helped me comprehend and perfect the rules of each branch of the great Dao. How many generations did it take to complete the accumulation of one great Dao? I have collected 200 great Daos. I don't know where 6 paths found 100 great Daos. With these 300 great Daos as the foundation, he collected countless rules to create the embryonic form of the great Dao. I helped 6 paths wholeheartedly, but I didn't expect him to be a liar. Long Wanyu said angrily. We have only found 220 great Daos. It seems that the other 80 great Daos have disappeared? Gu Hai sighed slightly. No, the strength of each great Dao is more powerful than the complete heavenly palace. They will not disappear within a year. Long Wanyu said immediately. If that's the case, let's continue to search. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The group continued to search in the void. Sure enough, one great Dao after another was found and collected by Gu Hai. Half a year later. Boom. A loud sound suddenly came from skeleton Gu Hai's body. It seemed to have formed a wave of air that rushed toward the group. Meow. You made a breakthrough? Complete heavenly palace? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Hutu also looked at skeleton Gu Hai blankly. What? Skeleton Gu Hai nodded. The group looked at skeleton Gu Hai blankly. This doesn't make sense. In this place there is only consumption, not accumulation. How did you make a breakthrough? What did you use to make a breakthrough? However, that was the truth. Skeleton Gu Hai really made a breakthrough. The group was speechless and continued to search for Great Tao. 2 months later they finally found the last Great Tao. Boom. The immortal dome of the ancients swallowed and then closed its mouth. The entire immortal dome of the ancients was now 1% the size of the immortal dome of the six paths, and there were two realms of yin and yang. A smaller immortal dome of the six paths was born. After all, a lot of it was consumed by the void. It is half of the flawed immortal dome. Long Wanyu frowned. I'm satisfied. Gu Hai smiled. Brother-in-law, you have the great Tao of chess? Oh, there is also the Hell Tao, Human Tao, Azura Tao and Beast Tao. However, there is no extra energy for them to condense. These are the records of the 4 paths of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation. They are the foundation of the 3,000 paths of Tao. If you want to use energy to make them appear, you will need to consume 100 times more energy. Long Wanyu said in surprise. It doesn't matter. We will think of a way to deal with the 4 paths of reincarnation in the future. Gu Hai said with a smile. But, brother-in-law, how did you get their pictures? Isn't it only possible to draw a great Tao after completely comprehending it? How did you? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Gu Hai did not hide it. He reached out and took the Book of Life and Death. The 305 great Tao patterns in the Book of Life and Death made Long Wanyu's eyes light up. The Book of Life and Death? It is really the Book of Life and Death. I thought it was taken away by 30. Long Wanyu said in surprise. Gu Hai dismissed everyone. Only Gu Hai and Long Wanyu stood at the entrance of a large hall. Wanyu, you mentioned 30 just now. What is going on? Also, 30 knows about the Book of Life and Death? Gu Hai said in surprise. Of course. However, most people would not know that 30 is already here. He is too old. Long Wanyu recalled. Gu Hai said in surprise. Brother-in-law, do you know how I became heaven in my previous life? Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai. You are the first living being born in heaven and earth? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. No, I am the second living being born in heaven and earth. I am called 30. Long Wanyu recalled. 30? 30 is from the 6 Tao Immortal Dome? Gu Hai said in shock. 6 Tao Immortal Dome? Fine, I will also call it the 6 Tao Immortal Dome. However, speaking of which, 30 is indeed the second creature of the 6 Tao Immortal Dome. Back then he was the true ruler of the Immortal Dome, the ruler of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Immortal Dome's development was extremely slow, and there were too few creatures. One day, 30 came to find me, saying that he wanted to search the void to see if there were any other immortal dominions. 30? He wants to search for other immortal domes in the void? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes. He said that our world was too boring. There were too few living beings. He had no desire to rule, so he wanted to leave. Hence he took out the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death had 3,000 records of law, which could mobilize 3,000 great Tao. He forcefully removed the 3,000 records of law from the Book of Life and Death and refined them into Sinuan. He gave me the Sinuan and I became the heavens. Then I ruled heaven and earth. As for him, he left heaven and earth and went to the void. He might have died long ago. Long Wanyu said regretfully. Gu Hai's heart was in turmoil. What was going on? 30 from Earth was the ruler of the 6 Tao Immortal Dome and then invaded Earth? 30 was from the 6 Tao Immortal Dome? Gu Hai would not have believed it if it were someone else. However, Long Wanyu was the reincarnation of the heavens. Her words were naturally the truth. Even so, Gu Hai took a long time to recover from the shock of the news. Chapter 1053. 30 is the second living being and was once the ruler of heaven and earth. Did you just say that 30 has a strong desire to rule? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Yes, he cares more about his own strength. In order to perfect his cultivation system, he slaughtered almost all the living beings in the world and collected their souls to practice his techniques. After that, new living beings were born. He ruled over billions of living beings, but he felt that it was too little and too weak. It was like a human ruling over ants. There was no sense of accomplishment, so he went to the void to find another immortal firmament. But how could there be another immortal firmament in the void? Infinity begets Taiji. Infinity begets nothing and Taiji begets something. The void is the opposite of our immortal firmament. Long Wanyu frowned. What will happen if the 30th returns? Gu Hai asked with a frown. 30? Comes back. Isn't he dead? Long Wanyu was stunned. What if he's not dead? Gu Hai asked again. Solemnly. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai in surprise, then frowned. He will immediately seize control of heaven and earth. Moreover, he treats the common people even more coldly than Yuanshi Qinzuan and the dominator of samsara. Moreover, with 30 strength, the dominator of samsara might not be able to stop him. 30 gave me Sinyuan before he left, but he must have a backup plan. It won't be difficult for him to take control of the immortal firmament. Long Wanyu recalled. I understand. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. But brother-in-law 30 is most likely dead. The one we should worry about the most is still Jiang Qin. Long Wanyu smiled bitterly. Jiang Qin. Gu Hai was confused. Yes. Although I was killed by Rokudo Shinkuan, perhaps Jiang Qin's shadow was also involved. Long Wanyu guessed. Why? Gu Hai was puzzled. He's the source of chaos. Long Wanyu said with a frown. What do you mean? What's the background of this Jiang Qin? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm not too sure either. He appeared out of nowhere 30,000 years after 30 years' time. At that time the world was peaceful and I was a peace-loving person. However, Jiang Qin was always causing wars and riots. Long Wanyu recalled. Why would he want to cause a riot? Gu Hai was puzzled. He said that the people of this world are too weak, and they can't stand up to the wind and rain. He needs to make the people of this world stronger. Peace can't be exchanged for strength. Only battles, continuous battles, can nurture peerless experts one after another. Long Wanyu recalled. Nurture peerless experts? What? Gu Hai asked in shock. This Jiang Qin didn't want to seize the world, but was nurturing the experts of the divine continent? He seems to know of 30's existence, so he hopes to nurture peerless experts to deal with 30. Long Wanyu recalled. Jiang Qin has a grudge with 30? Gu Hai asked in shock. Perhaps, but it's also very strange. 30 and Jiang Qin have never met before. I don't understand either. Oh, right, back then the witch tribe was created by Jiang Qin. He led a group of humans and taught them strange cultivation techniques. No, he only led them through the door but let the witch tribe explore on their own. They explored one strange cultivation technique after another, and then fought against the demons. He didn't want the results, he only wanted the process, he only wanted the strong. He didn't want the witch tribe, but he controlled the war between the witch tribe and the demons. He wanted to use the war to make the strongest in the world stronger. Long Wanyu recalled. No wonder Jiang Qin stopped the war when the witch tribe was about to win. Gu Hai said with a frown. No one knows what Jiang Qin is thinking. Back then, the war between the witch tribe and the demons caused countless casualties. Of course, I couldn't bear to see it, so I went to find Jiang Qin to reason. But Jiang Qin kept avoiding me and I didn't know what he was thinking. He wanted war and I wanted peace. Perhaps Rokudo Shinkuan's appearance was to help Jiang Qin kick away this stumbling block. Ha! Long Wanyu laughed bitterly. You're right. In times of peace, humans are humans. In times of war, humans are worse than dogs. Your policy of peace allowed all living things to retain their dignity, Gu Hai consoled. Long Wanyu nodded. Right, that day you merged Hichu into the Golden Dragon. What? Gu Hai asked curiously. I think it's good to have Long Wanyu's body in this life. Although Hutu and the others used the power of faith to help me rebuild my physical body, the Golden Dragon's physical body was very different from my previous lives. I didn't want it. I didn't want them to work for nothing, so I absorbed some of the power I needed to improve my cultivation. Then I gave it to Hichu. Long Wanyu said with a smile. How much did your cultivation improve? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm now at the 2nd level of Heavenly Palace. Long Wanyu said proudly. All right. You decide for yourself your own path. Gu Hai nodded. It's a pity that Hichu seems to be very unlucky. Long Wanyu said regretfully. Yes, I don't know what the result is now. However, the flawed immortal dome has been collected. We should go back. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Wanyu nodded. 6 paths immortal dome, divine continent. Wansho Taoism. Yuanshi Qinzuan's hair was a little messy. He grabbed the golden dragon and returned to the premier hall. Boom. The golden dragon fell on the square of the main hall and smashed a large number of stone slabs. At this moment his cultivation was sealed and he couldn't move. The golden dragon Hichu was in despair. Why am I so unlucky? Greetings, sect leader. A group of Wansho Taoism disciples came forward to pay their respects in surprise. Yuanshi Qinzuan ignored them and looked up at the sky. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky and rolled down. A crack appeared in the middle. Suddenly, the black eye of heaven stared at Yuanshi Qinzuan. Walala. In an instant, all the Wansho Taoism disciples knelt down under the heavenly might. Yuanshi Tianzuan? The Immortal of Six Paths shouted coldly from the sky. Oh, Immortal of Six Paths? You know what I'm capable of in the previous battle. What? Do you want to fight again? Your main body is still in seclusion, right? Come out and let me fight you again. What do you think? Yuanshi Tianzuan did not give in at all. He looked at the eye of heaven with a cold expression. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, all the Wansho Taoism disciples shuddered. As for the others who were paying attention to this place, they were also shocked. Is Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? How dare he speak to the Immortal of Six Paths like this? However, the Immortal of Six Paths didn't say anything. He just stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. For a moment, the Wansho Taoism entrance fell into a strange atmosphere. Far away, at the entrance of the Divine Temple in the Western Spirit Mountain, Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the entrance of the Wansho Taoism entrance with a smile. Yuanshi Tianzuan? You've cultivated the spiritual light left by 30 to this level? Even the Immortal of Six Paths hesitated? Jiang Qin was slightly surprised. It seemed to have sensed Jiang Qin's gaze. The eye of heaven in the distance suddenly turned around. From a distance, it looked coldly at Jiang Qin, who was at the entrance of the Divine Temple. Jiang Qin? Yuanshi Tianzuan? Wait a little longer and enjoy yourself. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. The Immortal of Six Paths snorted coldly in the sky. Let's wait and see. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Jiang Qin in the distance also smiled slightly. Rumble. The eye of heaven slowly closed, and the dark clouds slowly dissipated. The Immortal of Six Paths finally left. At this moment, the disciples of the Wansho Taoism were stunned because they seemed to understand something from the Immortal of Six Paths' words. Even the Immortal of Six Paths couldn't do anything to the sect leader now. Just how strong was the sect leader? Everyone was shocked. The Immortal of Six Paths couldn't do anything even though he knew there was a heaven-defying person. Only the Longzhangwa could be so domineering. Is the sect leader as strong as the Longzhangwa? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared coldly at Jiang Qin, who just arrived at the entrance of the temple. Jiang Qin looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He smiled at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Jiang Qin and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be a little confused, but he also knew that Jiang Qin was powerful. He relied on his true strength to make the Immortal of Six Paths compromise while his real body was in seclusion. Is Jiang Qin the same? He snorted coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored Jiang Qin. He turned his head and looked at the golden dragon on the ground. Transform into your human form and come in with me. Yuanshi Tianzuan pointed at the golden dragon. The golden dragon was instantly freed from the restraints as if it was free. Yuanshi Tianzuan put his hands behind his back and entered the primeval hall. The golden dragon slowly transformed into a thin man. His appearance was exactly the same as the He-Tu from 800,000 years ago. He-Tu watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped into the primeval hall. This was the best time to escape, but He-Tu didn't dare. This was Yuanshi Tianzuan, who didn't even take the Immortal of Six Paths seriously. He was like a chicken in his hands. Escape? Wasn't that courting death? Why am I so unlucky? He-Tu cried sadly as he followed Yuanshi Tianzuan into the primeval hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed with a bang. At the entrance of the primeval hall, Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan has traces of the Great Path in his hands. Could it be the pattern of the laws? Looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength is going to rise to another level. Allah, there's a message from the Guqin figurine of Wansho Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan is challenging the Immortal of Six Paths. Long Outyin hurried over. Long Outyin, the son of Dragon God Ing, was now following Jiang Qin. I already know. Jiang Qin said lightly. Yes, Allah is invincible. Long Outyin said respectfully. It looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan fought with the Immortal of Six Paths in the void. And Yuanshi Tianzuan got the golden dragon? And could that be the Sinuan of the Immortal of Sage Heaven? Jiang Qin frowned and analyzed. What did you say, Allah? Long Outyin was puzzled. Long Outyin. Jiang Qin said lightly. Yes. Long Outyin's face suddenly became serious. Go to the underworld's Yellow Spring Sea and help me find out the situation there. Jiang Qin said lightly. Yes, but what do you need? Long Outyin was puzzled. The Yellow Spring Sea? I haven't been there for 100,000 years. There are a few yellow spring paths there that lead to the immortal of Sage Heaven. Huda was doing something there and I didn't disturb her. But it looks like all her plans were in vain. Yuanshi Qinzuan got a lot of benefits. The immortal of Sage Heaven must have been destroyed without the protection of Xin Yuan. Go and take a look. If there's anything unusual, report to me. If there's nothing unusual, just leave it. Jiang Qin said lightly. Yes. I have to go somewhere, so I don't have time to find out. When you come back, if I'm not there, just wait for me. I'll be back in a few days. Jiang Qin said. Yes. Long Outyin replied. Whoosh. Jiang Qin's body swayed and disappeared. Chapter 1054. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Mosquito Doran's black mosquito had swallowed the crazy Dahong. The boundless resentment had also replenished Mosquito Doran's heart of darkness, which was the heart of the mosquito. Mosquito Doran's body suddenly expanded, and a powerful aura was emitted. Mosquito Doran, have you reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm? Dragon Shenying asked. Mosquito Doran shook his head. Not yet. It's not enough. I need this resentment. Gu Hai was puzzled. I'm still a little short. Your Majesty, I'm useless. Mosquito Doran smiled bitterly. It's fine if you haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm. Just increase your cultivation. Gu Hai consoled. Yes. Mosquito Doran nodded. Since Matriarch Ji sent someone to cultivate the heart control, it shouldn't be just Dahong. There should be others. We will wait for an opportunity in the future. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. In the great yellow dynasty of the Divine Continent, in an extremely remote mountain valley, Matriarch Ji stood outside the mountain valley, listening to the miserable screams of a woman coming from within. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Give me back my son. A woman's miserable screams rang out. A torrential resentment seemed to have dyed the sky black. Suddenly a scream rang out. It was as though something had exploded. Soon, a white-robed man was dragged out by a group of great yellow dynasty guards. The white-robed man's head exploded and he died miserably. His holiness failed again. A guard said respectfully. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. What's the situation inside? Your Majesty, we have imitated Dahong's original method to assist in the cultivation of this sorcerer tribe's secret technique. However, until now, only Dahong has been able to withstand the resentment of a pregnant woman who lost her child while cultivating this technique. The others have all been overwhelmed by resentment and their brains exploded. A guard said bitterly. Only Dahong was able to cultivate it? Matriarch Ji asked with an ugly expression. Yes. For now, no one was able to endure it, except for those that Lord Dahong extradited. However, those people were Dahong's subordinates. Dahong had to pass some sorcerer chi to them every now and then. Otherwise their 3 souls would explode and die. Only Lord Dahong was able to cultivate it. Matriarch Ji said Matriarch. Matriarch Ji's expression. Matriarch Ji followed. Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Ji US body. Said Matriarch Arch. Dahong extradited a total of 100 people. This time he only brought 50 people to chase after Gu Hai. The other 50 people remained in Shenyuan City. However, they all died in one night. With Dahong's death, the heart essence in their glabella was no longer restrained. They were all overwhelmed by resentment. Matriarch Ji coldly said. I wonder if Gu Hai is dead. Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. When using the mind control technique, we have to exhaust the resentment. I have not used it for many years because I was waiting for an opportunity to control all the emperors and matriarchs. Unfortunately, before I could do it, he was... Matriarch Ji's expression turned gloomy. What should we do now? Matriarch Ji asked anxiously. Continue. Continue to find people to test. Find those heinous people from the prison and test them one by one. Eventually we will find someone similar to Dahong. I don't believe that no one can cultivate this technique after losing Dahong. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes. In the void. It's in that direction. Quick, we are back. Mao Tianyun said happily. After choosing to return, Gu Hai and his group wandered in the void for almost a month. Under Long Wanyu's guidance, they found the way back to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. They saw a huge object in front of them. The outer area was naturally filled with stars that were distorted by time. Seeing these stars, everyone felt a sense of familiarity. This is the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. We are back. Just as everyone was about to rush into the stars, Goddess Ho-Tu's expression suddenly changed. That is? Ho-Ching? Goddess Ho-Tu exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of Goddess Ho-Tu's exclamation. They saw a huge yellow net at the edge of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The net was flowing in a liquid state, as though yellow energy was continuously flowing out from the Six Paths Immortal Dome. In the center of the net, Ho-Ching was tied up in the shape of the Chinese character. His body was emitting waves of black gas as though his strength was melting away. Ho-Ching is tied up? He didn't return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Kong Xian said in surprise. Serves him right. Miao, he should have run. Mao Tianyun said with a glare. Is this the power of the Yellow Spring Sea? The Yellow Spring water is continuously supplying the formation to prevent Ho-Ching from returning. It has been more than half a year. Ho-Ching can't hold on any longer, right? Long Wanqing said in shock. He has been in the void for more than half a year. Ho-Ching can't hold on any longer. Mr. Good? Goddess Ho-Tu looked at Gu Hai with a hint of pleading in her eyes. No matter how angry she was, Ho-Ching was still her younger brother. She naturally wanted to save Ho-Ching. However, she knew that Long Wanyu listened to Gu Hai. Everything still needed Gu Hai's approval. Let's go. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you. Goddess Ho-Tu said gratefully. When Ho-Ching left the group earlier, it could be said that he had betrayed everyone. Gu Hai had gone to save Ho-Ching because of him. The group quickly walked towards the Yellow Spring Great Array and arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. Let me go. Ho-Ching was extremely weak at this moment. He couldn't even speak. The void power surged into his body and kept breaking down Ho-Ching's strength. Ho-Ching no longer had the strength to struggle. His body would be broken down soon. A green ball of light was between Ho-Ching's eyebrows. Half of it was in Ho-Ching's body, while the other half was exposed. Kikik, Ho-Ching, you're so stubborn. You're still alive. Don't blame us. Blame your zombie progenitor seed for being too precious. Or blame yourself for being too stupid. We just finished setting up the array and you came back. Kikik. A sinister laugh came from the great array. Ho-Ching trembled. I can give you the zombie progenitor seed. Let me go. Let you go? Kikik, do you think we're stupid? When Chun Shinsho asked me to come here, I was only going to kill Gu Hai and get my revenge. But I didn't expect to get such a reward. Once the zombie progenitor seed is removed from your body, I can create a new wind zombie progenitor. Ho-Ching, you haven't matured for so many years. It's a waste for the zombie progenitor seed to fall into your hands. The sinister voice laughed again. Let me go, let me go. Dongfang Shou, let me go if you dare. Fight me one-on-one. Ho-Ching roared. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? One-on-one? Even against Gu Hai, I'm not going to show up. Instead, I'm going to activate the array on the Yellow Spring Sea. The array here was set up by Jiang Lianshan. It uses the Yellow Spring water as the foundation and can extend beyond the void. Humph, Jiang Lianshan wanted to learn from Rokudo Shinkuin and kill beyond the Immortal Dome. That's why he set up this Yellow Spring water array. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this array is a joke. It can't stop Immortal of Six Paths. Even a peak heavenly palace wouldn't fall for it if they were careful. But Ho-Ching, you're so stupid. Aha, Jiang Lianshan didn't even set it up and you fell for it? Dongfang Shou's mocking voice came again. Ho-Ching roared gloomily. Just you wait. Soon your body will be decomposed. The moment you're completely dismembered will be the moment I take the zombie progenitor seed. Dongfang Shou's voice came from the array. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ho-Ching was filled with grief and indignation. But now he couldn't break free at all. The array was being drained, but the Yellow Spring water kept pouring out to replenish it. He couldn't do anything. At this moment, Ho-Ching finally regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have come back alone. It was all Gu Hai's fault. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, he wouldn't have lost his composure. In a daze, Ho-Ching weakly closed his eyes. Whoosh. Just as Ho-Ching was in despair, a ball of light suddenly appeared. It was Gu Hai and the others. Is this a longevity array? The unborn man was shocked. A longevity array? Gu Hai was shocked. Yes, your majesty. You just need to hit the 8 Yellow Spring ropeways to break the array. The unborn man pointed out. Ho-Ching, how did you become like this? Hodu shouted. Hodu anxiously followed the unborn man's instructions and sent out 8 beams of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The Yellow Spring weak water array exploded with a loud boom. Ho-Ching was immediately relieved. Sister, is that you? Sister. Ho-Ching immediately woke up. He was overjoyed when he saw Hutu. Who dares to break my array? A furious voice suddenly came from the other side of the array. Guhai sneered. Dongfang Shou? You've been searching high and low and now you've run into me? Whoosh. The group instantly rushed into the Six Paths Immortal Dome among the billions of stars. They returned to the sky above the Yellow Spring Sea. As soon as they entered the Six Paths Immortal Dome, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Although there wasn't much danger before, they were on tenterhooks every day in that void. They had enough. The moment they stepped into the Six Paths Immortal Dome, everyone suddenly felt relieved. As for Master Shou Dongfang Shou, Kang Xian, find Dongfang Shou and capture him. Guhai ordered. Yes. Kang Xian's figure flashed and rushed towards the direction of the voice. Hutu kept channeling energy into Ho Qing's body to help him heal his injuries. Although Ho Qing was awake now, he seemed to have lost a lot of his cultivation. He couldn't move his body and there were large cracks on his body. Sister, I'm sorry. Ho Qing said regretfully. Meow ha Ho Qing, weren't you reluctant to admit your mistake earlier? Mao Tianyan mocked. Guhai's main body stepped out of the immortal dome of ancients. Long Wanqing immediately stepped forward and held Guhai's hand. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. Wanqing, we're back. Guhai's main body held Long Wanqing's hand and said, Long Wanqing said gently. Mosquito Daoren, Dragon God Ing, and Long Wanyu all stepped out of the immortal dome of ancients with Guhai's main body. Long Wanyu looked at her sister enviously. Mosquito Daoren, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man rushed towards Kang Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Chapter 1055. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Guhai had left the infinite sky for almost a year. Most of the officials thought that Guhai was in seclusion. Only a minority knew that Guhai had gone out on business. In these days, some major events had happened in the Divine Continent, casting a shadow over the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Outside the Great Strength Hall, Chen Xian was waiting with Gu Qin and the other officials. Some of the officials were pacing back and forth anxiously. Quang. The door to the Great Strength Hall opened suddenly. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Mahavairakana, who had walked out. Mahavairakana, how are Shangguan Hen, Ao Sheng and Guhan? Chen Xian asked anxiously. Amit Ba, they have already passed the most dangerous period. They will recover in a while. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Phew. Everyone outside the hall breathed a sigh of relief. However, Montez, Gao Xianji, Gu Qin and Qin Tianshan were still shrouded in a shadow. Shangguan Hen and Guhan were great circle heavenly palaces. Yet they had suffered such injuries. They had been in great danger previously. Empress Qin, I will treat Shangguan Hen and the others. But those outside? Mahavairakana frowned. Those who dared to trespass in the infinite sky capital have all been poisoned to death by me. Don't worry, unless Matriarch Ji and her army come, no one can enter. Qin Xian said angrily. Empress Qin is mighty. However, there are also some spies in the infinite sky capital. Mahavairakana frowned. Mahavairakana Buddha, don't worry. The embroidered uniform guards have already placed the entire city under martial law. They will definitely find all the spies. Montez said immediately. Mahavairakana nodded. The Great Yellow Dynasty is like the sun in the sky. Too many things have happened this year. I only hope that Mr. Good will return soon. Mahavairakana sighed softly. Everyone nodded. Only Empress Qin felt tormented. This was because when Immortal 6 Dao and Yuanshi Qianzuan fought and shattered the Immortal Dome, the Yellow Springs Road was cut off. Thus Qin Xian couldn't sense Guhai anymore. At first, Qin Xian was terrified, but she didn't dare to tell anyone. He had been bearing it all by himself. She firmly believed that her husband would be fine, but after half a year Qin Xian was also afraid. What if? What should he do? There was a thick layer of fog surrounding the limitless celestial capital. On a mountain peak outside the fog stood a group of black-robed men. Sir, the boundless heavenly capital is too hard to chew on. We've already lost so many people. What should we do now? The group of black-robed men looked at their leader. No one knows what's going on inside. Has no one ever come out? The black-robed leader asked in a deep voice. How can they come out? The fog is poisonous. Even perfection heavenly palace cultivators can't stand it. Who dares to go in? A subordinate shook his head. Don't worry. His Holiness will soon be free to destroy the limitless celestial capital. Also, I heard that old fourth of the heavenly demon Holy Land is coming soon. The black-robed leader said. What about old fourth? That great demon? The group of black-robed men shuddered instinctively. Yes. The Dahan imperial dynasty suffered a great loss this time. Gu Hai didn't appear. I think he must have met with misfortune. His fate is gone, his emperor is dead, and the Dahan is a thing of the past. The black-robed leader sneered. Yes, his fate is gone. Gu Hai must have died long ago. The group of black-robed men nodded. Just as everyone looked at the limitless celestial capital mockingly, Gu Hai and his group returned to the immortal dome of the Sixth Tao and entered the Yellow Spring Sea. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed in the sky above the limitless celestial capital. In the cloudless sky, golden light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Waves of fate came from all directions and rushed toward the limitless celestial capital. Fate, endless and boundless fate. A rolling sea of fate suddenly appeared and condensed into a 40,000-mile-long golden dragon of fate. Roar! The golden dragon of fate roared. Its voice spread to all parts of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Heaven and earth shook. Silence. The group of black-robed men outside the limitless celestial capital suddenly froze. They just said that the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate was gone and the emperor was dead. In the blink of an eye, the fate was back? How was this possible? And my lord, the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate is back. Gu Hai is back? A subordinate said blankly. Go, leave the limitless celestial capital immediately. The black-robed leader shivered and turned to shoot into the distance. The limitless celestial capital without Gu Hai was already scary enough. Now that Gu Hai was back, he would definitely take revenge. Revenge? Then the first thing he would do would be to get rid of these troublemakers outside. The black-robed men all fled. The spies from all over the world also left quickly to avoid harming the innocent. After almost a year, Gu Hai appeared again, above the limitless celestial capital. Everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. The rolling fate and the huge golden dragon made everyone's eyes turn red. Father is coming back. Guqin shouted excitedly. The fate is back. Everything is going to be good. Mo Yike secretly sighed. Good things come after bad. Mahavairakana said with a smile. Qin Xiener's eyes suddenly turned red. Little Qin, you'll be in charge here. Qin Xiener said before disappearing in a flash. Qin Xiener returned to her bedroom. Because she didn't want others to see her tears, she was worried for so long. Qin Xiener was so happy that she cried. Husband, you're still alive. That's great. Xiener is so scared that we will be separated from each other again. Qin Xiener cried very loudly and laughed very loudly. Yin Realm, Extreme North, Yellow Springs Sea. Gu Hai's group returned. Dongfang Shou used the Yellow Springs weak water formation to trap Ho Qing, causing him to be extremely weak. The moment Gu Hai's group entered the Six Immortal Dome, he ordered Kong Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Kong Xian naturally obeyed the order and left. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Shenying followed closely behind. However, the strange thing was that the unborn man also took the initiative to chase after them. The Yellow Spring Sea was a huge sea with waves that stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, the yellow water soared into the sky. Below, on what seemed to be an island, a group of figures stood. Most of them were Yin Realm's ghost kings. At this moment, they were looking at the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars that soared into the sky and into the void. The Yellow Springs weak water formation in the void was broken, and the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars descended again. In front of the group of ghost kings stood two figures. One was a skinny old man in black robes, and the other was a short young man in white robes. Dongfang Shou, something happened. Is that Kong Xian? The skinny old man in black robes asked worriedly. Chun Xinsho, what are you afraid of? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if that's Kong Xian? You are now under the heavenly demon Holy Land. When you came to ask me for help, you were not so cowardly. The white-robed Dongfang Shou sneered. How can that be the same? I thought that the formation set up by Jiang Lianshan was powerful, but wasn't it broken in an instant? Kong Xian is in the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. Our cultivation is far from his. Chun Xinsho said anxiously. What are you worried about? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if he is in the consummation of Heavenly Palace? Dongfang Shou said coldly. As he spoke, Dongfang Shou waved his hand. Boom! A towering fog surged out of the Yellow Springs Sea. In an instant, Tong Tian Shou was enveloped in it. Screech! Kang Xian shouted and entered the yellow fog. For a moment he seemed to be lost in it. What a powerful formation. Dongfang Shou, you can control the formation here? Chun Shinsho said in surprise. Didn't you look for me because you want to use the formation here? That's right. Back then, I followed Jiang Lianshan here to set up the formation so I have some understanding of it. However, you know that old bastard Jiang Lianshan. He won't tell you all his trump cards. I know at most 1/10 of the formation here. There are still 90% that I don't know. However, even this 1/10 is enough to deal with Kang Xian and the others. Dongfang Shou sneered. Why? Chun Shinsho asked in confusion. Do you know how Jiang Lianshan obtained so many secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe? Also, the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon? Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Oh. That's because of a survivor of the sorcerer tribe. Legend has it that in the last battle between the sorcerer tribe and the sorcerer tribe, Jiang Chen suddenly turned against the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's intention. All the branches of the sorcerer tribe gathered their secret techniques and a great elder escaped with them. That great elder even escaped from Jiang Chen's surveillance. After several reincarnations, he finally met Jiang Lianshan and was subdued by Jiang Lianshan. He gave all the secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe to Jiang Lianshan and wanted to restore the sorcerer tribe's glory. This is the last place that great elder stayed. Here he set up a strange formation for Jiang Lianshan to help Jiang Lianshan kill the immortal of 6 paths in the future. The underworld weak water formation just now was one of the formations. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. What about the great elder? Chun Shinsho asked curiously. He was killed by Jiang Lianshan. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. What? Chun Shinsho asked in surprise. I don't know why the great elder went crazy, but he drowned Jiang Lianshan's youngest daughter. Dongfang Shou recalled. That Jingwei? Jingwei was drowned by that great elder? Chun Shinsho asked in surprise. That's right. That's why Jingwei is just a spirit body. Isn't he attached to Lin Wan'er's body now? That Lin Wan'er seems to be Gu Hai's woman. Sooner or later they will fight. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. He drowned the girl and the girl's spirit turned into Jingwei. What about the girl's body? Wouldn't it be fine to find the body and possess it again? Chun Shinsho asked doubtfully. I don't know. The girl's body fell into the sea and disappeared. It should have been eaten by the fish and prawns. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Then why did the great elder want to drown Jingwei? Who knows? In any case, Jiang Lianshan was incomparably angry and buried the great elder with him. Dongfang Shou said coldly. All of you follow my instructions and enter the formation. It's best to find Gu Hai and kill him quickly. Kill him as soon as possible. Dongfang Shou said to the ghost kings behind him. Us. Don't worry. This great underworld formation has the poison of the weak water. They won't be able to survive very soon. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. They can't escape in this fog? Chun Shinsho laughed. That's right. The great underworld fog? They can't break it. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. Just as Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black gust of wind swept in all directions. All of a sudden the earth-shattering yellow fog was sucked into a huge mouth. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the yellow fog disappeared and entered Kang Xian's mouth. Kang Xian floated in midair and looked coldly at Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinsho and the others on the island. What? Impossible how did he? Dongfang Shou said in shock. Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinsho, surrender. Kang Xian glared and shouted coldly. Chapter 1056. What? Impossible. How did he? Dongfang Shou exclaimed in shock. Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinsho, surrender yourselves. Kang Xian glared and shouted coldly. Kang Xian was standing in the air. Even though he was far away, he still posed a great threat to Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinsho. Fly. He can fly on the Yellow Spring Sea? Isn't he at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace? Chun Shinsho's expression changed. Complete Heavenly Palace? Dongfang Shou's expression changed as well. Although he spoke arrogantly, Kang Xian's breakthrough in cultivation had completely disrupted Dongfang Shou's train of thought. It's fine if you don't surrender yourselves. Your formation is useless against me. I'll catch you myself. Kang Xian's figure flashed as he charged towards Dongfang Shou. Not good. Activate. Chun Shinsho, quick. Activate the formation with me. Dongfang Shou's expression darkened. Boom. The two of them quickly activated a huge rock on the island. Wong. Suddenly, the yellow spring sea around them seemed to have exploded. A large amount of seawater shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the island and Kongxian. Huge waves surged in the yellow spring sea. Just as Kongxian's palm was about to grab everyone, a palm strangely surged out of the yellow spring sea and clashed with Kongxian's palm. Hong. The collision of the two palms caused the yellow spring sea, which was already in chaos, to surge again. Under the palm, Kongxian paused and looked at the person in front of him in shock. It was a human figure formed by the yellow spring sea water. It was none other than Kongxian. What? Kongxian's expression darkened. Kongxian looked at him and he looked at Kongxian. Kongxian did not move, and neither did Kongxian in the yellow spring sea. You want to stop me with a broken puppet? Kongxian's expression turned cold. The six-colored divine light was flung out. What was strange was that yellow spring Kongxian also threw out a six-colored divine light. Boom. With a loud bang, the two six-colored divine lights seemed to be evenly matched. Impossible. Kongxian immediately rushed forward. Boom boom boom. Kongxian and Huangquan Kongxian immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Ha ha ha, Dongfang longevity array. This array is not bad. It's not a longevity array, right? What is this? Chun Shinsho asked in shock. That was the consummate level of the Heavenly Palace. How could he block it? I told you, this is a formation set up by the great elder of the sorcerer tribe. I can only activate 1/10 of it at most. However, it's already activated 1/10 of it. It's enough. As long as we're on this island, we won't lose. Dongfang Shou said proudly. In the distance, Kongxian and Huangquan Kongxian were engaged in a fierce battle. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Deity Ying had also arrived. However, above the Yellow Spring Sea the rules were chaotic. There was even a strange force that suppressed their flight. Both of them fell into the Yellow Spring Sea at almost the same time. This is the sorcerer tribe's formation? The unborn man's expression changed. He also fell. However, the unborn man took out a huge mountain and threw it into the Yellow Spring Sea, forming a huge island. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Deity Ying immediately climbed onto the island. On the Yellow Spring Sea, three figures of yellow spring water slowly condensed. They were Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Deity Ying, and the unborn man, exactly the same as us? This formation is really strange. Dragon Deity Ying said in surprise. I don't believe that they have my special ability. I'll go first. Mosquito Daoran glared and was about to attack. Wait, don't move. Suddenly a voice sounded. Mosquito Daoran paused and looked up into the sky. Gu Hai and his group had landed on the island. On the surface of the sea, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Long Wanyu, and the others condensed from the yellow springs appeared. Don't move. This is one of the strongest formations of the sorcerer tribe in the past, the Yellow Spring Self-Formation. Long Wanyu said with a frown. Witchcraft array? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes. Actually, these Yellow Springs doppelgangers are all fake. No, they can be considered real. They are formed because of your heart. If your heart is not moved, they are trash and will not do anything. If you have any thoughts of attacking them, they will immediately attack you. Moreover, they have the same strength as you. Their strength comes from your heart, so as long as you attack, you will be attacking yourself. Long Wanyu explained. Huh. Mosquito Daoran was surprised. If you don't move, they won't move. Ask Kongxian to stop. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Kongxian, back off. Gu Hai shouted. Kongxian, who was fighting furiously in the distance, was startled. However, he still obeyed the order and quickly retreated. Buzz. When Kongxian retreated, the Yellow Springs Kongxian also retreated. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent Yellow Springs Sea calmed down. The Yellow Springs Sea would condense a corresponding Yellow Springs doppelganger. If they continue to fight, they will be exhausted to death. It is indeed a strange formation. Gu Hai said in surprise. The sea gradually calmed down. Gradually they saw Chun Shinsho, Dongfang Shou, and the others on the opposite island. They even had their own Yellow Springs doppelgangers on the periphery of the island. Dongfang Shou. Gu Hai suddenly sneered. Chun Shinsho was anxious. What's going on? Why aren't they fighting? Why don't they fight? Dongfang Shou, hurry up and activate it. What should we do next? Hehe, if we don't move, why don't you let them do it? Gu Hai laughed. Dongfang Shou's face turned ugly. How do you know about this formation? Just the few of you? Gu Hai sneered. What's wrong with us? If you have the ability, why don't you come and catch us? Dong Fang Shou said with hatred. Gu Hai would not be fooled. If he rushed up now, the Yellow Springs doppelganger would attack him. Gu Hai smiled coldly and waved his hand. Rumble. The entrance to the immortal dome of ancients opened. A powerful suction force instantly sucked in the Yellow Springs water. The Yellow Springs water surged into the immortal dome of ancients. Don't worry, this emperor will come. When this emperor drains the Yellow Springs water, let's see how you escape. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned at this moment. Not long ago, in the void, he forcefully absorbed the fragments of the immortal dome of ancients. However, in the Yellow Springs Sea, it was extremely difficult to extract them. It was as if there was a force dragging the Yellow Springs water. However, Gu Hai still pretended to be casual. This scene made Dong Fang Shou's face change drastically. This formation was indeed powerful. However, without the Yellow Springs water, this formation was nothing. If Gu Hai drained all of the Yellow Springs water, wouldn't he be dead? Let's go. Chun Shinshou led the Ghost Kings to leave. Boom. Chun Shinshou's Yellow Springs doppelganger appeared on the surface of the sea, blocking their way. Dong Fang Shou, we can't leave too? What kind of formation is this? Chun Shinshou complained immediately. How would I know? Dong Fang Shou said anxiously. However, this longevity array is indeed powerful. If it can block Kong Xian, then there must be even more powerful ones. Can you activate it to block them? At least let us leave, right? Chun Shinshou said anxiously. I can't do anything. Once this 10th is activated, it can't be stopped. If I activate the remaining 90%, it will be out of my control. Jiang Lianshan, that old fool, didn't tell me. Dong Fang Shou said anxiously. Then why don't you try activating it? Chun Shinshou said anxiously. But what if? What if? Is there anything worse than this? Once Gu Hai drains the Yellow Springs water, we won't be able to escape. Chun Shinshou urged. Okay, I'll try, but... No buts. Quick, I'll help you. Oh. Chun Shinshou said anxiously. Activate this. We'll completely activate this formation. Dong Fang Shou pointed at the formation diagram on a large rock. Okay. The two moved at almost the same time. Buzz. Suddenly, the formation diagram lit up. At the same time, the entire Yellow Springs Sea suddenly became as flat as a mirror. A huge formation diagram strangely appeared. The formation diagram emitted a dazzling yellow light and suddenly froze. Boom. A huge force pressed down on the Yellow Springs Sea. It seemed to have created a powerful defensive force that prevented the ancient immortal dome from absorbing the Yellow Springs water. Gu Hai's face darkened. It's working. He can't absorb the Yellow Springs water. Chun Shinshou suddenly said excitedly. But it seems like we can't escape. Dong Fang Shou said with an ugly expression. That was because the Yellow Springs avatars around them did not disappear. They were still in the same place, staring at their main bodies. A Ghost King rushed out. Immediately, the corresponding Yellow Springs avatars blocked it. They won't let us go. What should we do? Chun Shinshou said anxiously. Your Majesty. Dragon God Ing suddenly shouted from afar. Everyone looked over. They saw that Dragon God Ying's Yellow Springs avatars had disappeared. Meow. Dragon God Ing, why is your Yellow Springs avatars gone? Mao Tianyun said in surprise. Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. I don't know either. Long Wanyu shook its head. Although Long Wanyu had heard of this formation, it did not know the specific details. Kong Xian tested it again. As long as Kong Xian attacked, the Yellow Springs avatars would fight him again. Furthermore, they would stop everyone from leaving. Wait, I feel like my blood is disappearing. Dragon God Ing said in surprise. Dragon God Ying's pores were emitting faint blood qi. The blood qi was being absorbed by the Yellow Springs Sea's formation. And Ho Qing? Ho Qing too? Huda said in surprise. Ho Qing was also extremely weak at the moment. However, the zombie ancestor seed between his eyebrows was emitting waves of green light. It seemed like it was going to fly out and enter the Yellow Springs Sea's formation. Dragon God Ing and Ho Qing's Yellow Springs avatars are gone. Does this mean that this witchcraft formation does not target zombies? The two of them can leave the Yellow Springs Sea, but it is absorbing their blood qi. Does this mean that this witchcraft formation has something to do with zombies? Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's right. Everyone's eyes lit up. Dragon God Ing, you are now unimpeded in the Yellow Springs Sea. Take us out of the Yellow Springs Sea and take down Dong Fang Shou and the others. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Dragon God Ing answered. Although they did not know what was going on, Dragon God Ing was no longer restricted. Dongfang Shou and the others were terrified. Dongfang Shou, what's going on? I asked you to activate the formation. How are you going to activate it against us? Chun Shinshou said anxiously. I don't know either. I can't control this formation. Dongfang Shou said gloomily. Your Majesty, I will lift this island from the bottom of the sea and bring it to the shore. We will leave this formation together. Don't fight. Dragon God Ing said. Okay. Gu Hai and the others answered. Dongfang Shou and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Dragon God Ing was about to enter the Yellow Springs Sea. However, at this moment, a voice interrupted Dragon God Ing. Father, Gu Hai is Grandpa Sheng's murderer. How can you submit to him? Suddenly, a disappointed voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. They saw Long Outyin on the shore. Chapter 1057. Imperial Father, Gu Hai is Grandpa Sheng's murderer, how can you submit to him? Suddenly, a disappointed voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. They saw Long Outyin on the shore. Outyin? Long Shenying's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. However, Long Outyin furrowed his brows and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Imperial Father, don't you want to kill Gu Hai to avenge Grandpa Sheng? Outyin, many things are not what you think. It's great that you're back. Father was thinking about how to find you, but since you're back, come home with me. Long Shenying said with a smile. Oh. Humph, Imperial Father, we no longer have a home. The moment Gu Hai killed Grandpa Sheng, we no longer have a home. Even if you don't take revenge, your son will. Also, I've already told Allah, as long as Father is willing to enter the seizing shrine, Allah will give you a seat. Long Outyin said. Long Shenying narrowed his eyes. Outyin, what nonsense are you saying? What do you mean no home? Father is telling you it's not what you think, there's more to your Grandpa Sheng's death. Why don't you believe me? Moreover, that Jiang Qin doesn't have good intentions. Being his subordinate is like asking a tiger for its skin. Imperial Father, I think you're confused. Allah gave me power and Allah gave you power. How dare you say he doesn't have good intentions? Humph, anyway, I don't believe this Gu Hai. Long Outyin said angrily. Presumptuous. Long Shenying said angrily. Long Outyin suddenly looked at Ho Qing and his eyes lit up. Ho Qing? He's Ho Qing? Long Outyin said in surprise. That's right. Long Shenying said with a frown. That's the zombie ancestor's seed between his eyebrows? Long Outyin's eyes turned red. What? Do you know him? Dragon Shenying asked in a low voice. It's impossible for them to complete Heavenly Palace. However, the zombie ancestor's seed is different. As long as you have the zombie ancestor's seed, you'll be able to complete Heavenly Palace. That's what happened to Hui, and it's the same for Ho Qing. As long as the zombies refine the zombie ancestor's seed, they'll be able to complete Heavenly Palace very quickly. They're the three most precious treasures of the shaman race. Long Outyin said excitedly. Where did you hear that from? Dragon Shenying asked doubtfully. Although Zhenju didn't say it, I got the news from his subordinates and the prisoners that he imprisoned. Back then, the sorcerer tribe was developing on its own, and Jiang Qin was guiding them from the side. However, there were too many geniuses in the sorcerer tribe, and they created countless branches of cultivation. There was one branch that was extremely bold. Because Zhenju was powerful, they wanted to use Zhenju as a blueprint to create experts like Zhenju. Long Outyin recalled. I heard that Jiang Qin wanted more experts to be born? Dragon Shenying asked doubtfully. That's right. As long as there are experts, Zhenju naturally wouldn't object. He even took a small cup of blood essence for those geniuses to study. Initially, Zhenju didn't have much hope, but those geniuses really did study it. They found the secret to Zhenju's body and refined 4 zombie ancestors' seeds. At that time, the appearance of the 4 zombie ancestors' seeds changed the color of heaven and earth. I heard that many Daosh trembled. Those geniuses used one of the seeds to merge with a great shaman. That seed was the earth element zombie ancestor. Soon, that zombie ancestor became extremely powerful, and his strength was close to Zhenju's. Zhenju was happy to see that. However, that zombie ancestor was courting death. He wanted to take Zhenju's position as the leader. In the end, Zhenju spent a lot of effort to kill him and destroy the zombie ancestor's seed. Now there were only 3 zombie ancestor's seeds left. Moreover, they were taken away by a traitor of the sorcerer tribe and disappeared. Who would have thought that Jiang Lianshan would get them in the end? Long Outyin recalled. A traitor of the sorcerer tribe? Not far away, Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Was it the Grand Elder that was subdued by Jiang Lianshan? Zhenju doesn't mind people becoming stronger, but he doesn't mind the sorcerer tribe disobeying him. As long as I don't betray Zhenju and get the zombie ancestor's seed, I can break through to the great perfection stage of the heavenly palace. Long Outyin said excitedly. In his excitement, Long Outyin rushed over. On the Yellow Spring Sea, those below the great perfection stage of the heavenly palace couldn't fly. However, Long Outyin was extremely fast, so fast that he could run on the Yellow Spring Sea. In the blink of an eye, he was about to reach Zhenju. Unfilial son, what are you doing? Dragon Sheniying glared at Long Outyin and blocked his path. Father, if you don't want the zombie ancestor's seed, then don't stop me. I just heard that because of the formation they can't fight. They can't even fight. Well, I'll take the zombie ancestor's seed, said Long Outyin. You dare? Dragon Sheniying glared at Long Outyin. Long Outyin snorted coldly, ignoring Dragon Sheniying. In the blink of an eye, Long Outyin was in front of Dragon Sheniying, and Dragon Sheniying punched. Long Outyin's eyes narrowed and he also punched. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, and the two were pushed back a step. Unfilial son, how dare you? Dragon Sheniying glared at Long Outyin. Royal father, you obtained Zhenju's blood essence, and your cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the heavenly palace. I also obtained a drop of Zhenju's blood essence. Moreover, my drop is more than yours. You even shared a drop with third uncle. My strength is not weaker than yours. Royal father, if you still recognize me as your son, then don't stop me. Long Outyin said solemnly. Unfilial son, it seems like I have spoiled you too much in the past. You dare to attack your father? Dragon Sheniying said coldly. I only recognize Zhenju now. Long Outyin said coldly. The two rushed over again. Boom. 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 The father and son immediately fought with all their strength. He ran quickly on the Yellow Spring Sea as if he was running on flat ground. This Yellow Spring Sea is strange. Why didn't there be any waves? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Moreover, their fight did not cause any ripples in the void. They are both elites in the 9th layer of the heavenly palace. Mao Tianyun said in surprise. It should be because of the formation of the Yellow Spring Sea. Long Outyin really doesn't recognize his own family. Long Wanqing's face fell and he was about to attack. Gu Hai gently pulled Long Wanqing and shook his head. This is a matter between the father and son. Don't interfere. But? Long Wanqing said worriedly. It's not appropriate for others to interfere when a father is teaching his son a lesson. Long Outyin used to be headstrong and self-opinionated. Now that he has gained some power, he is even more arrogant. He doesn't even respect his father. Let's leave this matter to Dragon Sheniying. Gu Hai advised. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. TSS 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 TSS. More and more blood mist came out of Ho Qing's body and entered the Yellow Spring Sea. The zombie progenitor's seed in his forehead was about to fly out. Sister, help me stop the zombie progenitor's seed. I feel like it's going to fly away. Ho Qing said weakly. Slap. Goddess Earth Mother pressed down on the zombie ancestor seed as she turned toward the Yellow Spring Sea with a hint of surprise in her eyes. In the distance, the battle continued for a while. Boom. There was a loud boom as Ao Tian was sent flying by the punch. He crashed into a mountain on the shore and destroyed it. In the battle between father and son, the dragon god won in the end. Unfilial son, you still haven't woken up. Dragon Sheniying furiously shouted. Long Outyin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, You're my father? You know that the zombie progenitor's seed is useful to us, but why are you stopping me from taking it? It's because of that Gu Hai, isn't it? He killed Grandpa Sheng. You're willing to be loyal to him? He killed your father, so you are willing to be his lackey to avenge your father. What did you say? You unfilial son. Dragon Sheniying shouted angrily. Fine. I can't beat you. One day Allah will avenge me. Goodbye. Long Outyin shouted gloomily. With that he turned around and left. Stop right there. Dragon Sheniying shouted. I won't be on the same side as a traitor. Long Outyin shouted angrily and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Watching his son leave, Dragon Sheniying felt gloomy. But there was nothing he could do. He turned around and returned to Gu Hai with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, please forgive my unfilial son for being immature. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. It's not entirely his fault. Gu Hai said with a smile. Dragon Shenying smiled bitterly. Yes, I didn't teach him well in the past. Now he's so arrogant and ignorant. He's always thinking of relying on the strong. Asking Jiang Chen for help? He doesn't know that relying on a mountain will make it fall. Only by becoming stronger is the most important. Forget it. It's fine as long as he's fine now. We'll slowly educate him in the future. Gu Hai said. Dragon Shenying nodded and was about to lead Gu Hai and the others away from the Yellow Springs Sea's array. Something's not right. Why is the Yellow Springs Sea? Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Everyone turned around and saw that the Yellow Springs Sea seemed to be fading. The rolling yellow seawater seemed to be fading slowly. Gurgle. Bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea as if it was boiling. Whoosh. Suddenly all of the Yellow Springs clones collapsed and disappeared. On the opposite side, Chun Shinsho was overjoyed. Those Yellow Springs clones are gone? We can go now. Let's go. The laws of the Yellow Springs Sea are chaotic. We can't open a passage to the world of the living. We'll be saved once we reach the shore. Chun Shinsho led a group of evil spirits to escape. Dongfang Shou, however, was aghast. Wrong, all wrong. What's wrong? Chun Shinsho was confused. Jiang Lianshan, that liar. He lied to me and said that this was only an array to deal with the immortal of the 6 paths. No, this is not an array. This is a seal. I didn't activate the array but open the seal? There's a monster under the Yellow Springs Sea? Jiang Lianshan is hiding a monster under the Yellow Springs Sea? He and the Grand Elder of the Sorcerer tribe colluded to deceive me? Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinsho turned around and fled to the shore. That was because as the Yellow Springs Sea suddenly bubbled as if it was boiling, the water in the Yellow Springs Sea became thinner. The countless evil spirits that had struggled on the surface of the sea and at the bottom of the sea seemed to be sucked into the depths of the Yellow Springs Sea by a suction force. It was as if there was a monster somewhere at the bottom of the sea that opened its bloody mouth and devoured these evil spirits. A loud roar came from the bottom of the sea. Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinsho fled even faster. You want to escape? Isn't it too late? Kong Xian's eyes turned cold as he rushed out. The unborn man followed closely behind and chased after the 2 longevity masters. Gu Hai and the rest watched the changes in the Yellow Springs Sea coldly. They were also shocked and looked at Long Wanyu. I don't know either. Long Wanyu was at a loss. Go to the shore first. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone followed Gu Hai and flew to the shore. When Gu Hai and the rest reached the shore, Kong Xian had already caught Chun Shinsho and Dongfang Shou. He opened his mouth and sucked. Rumble. All the evil spirits that followed Chun Shinsho were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Chapter 1058. Let go of me. Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinsho screamed in fear. Although the unborn man wanted to capture the 2, Kong Xian was stronger in the end. He managed to capture the 2 at the first moment. With them in his hands, the 2 struggled and panicked. Lord Kong, can you let me deal with these 2? The unborn man asked expectantly. Kong Xian ignored him and brought the 2 to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I don't know where these 2 people got the news and ambushed us here. Those little ghosts have been eaten by this subject. These 2 culprits will be handed over to your Majesty to deal with. Kong Xian said respectfully. Seeing Gu Hai's gaze, the 2 were terrified. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The restrictions of Heavenly Palace at great perfection were not that easy to break. Ambush us? I don't even need to think to know. If it is not the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, it is the Great Yellow Dynasty. Gu Hai said coldly. Ancient Emperor, we were wrong. Please spare us. We were tricked by the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Chun Shinsho said in fear. That's right. Ancient Emperor, please be magnanimous. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the Ancient Emperor. Please take us in. Dongfang Shou said in fear. Gu Hai looked at the 2 coldly. I do admire your abilities. However, I detest your conduct. Chun Shinsho, you played a part in the deaths of 200 million people in 3 Mountain City. As for Dongfang Shou? Haha, you are a despicable person. This is not the first time we have met. Betraying your master for glory. I cannot afford to use you. No, we won't dare. The 2 said in fear. Your Majesty, shall we kill them? Kong Xian asked. Gu Hai nodded. Wait. The unborn man suddenly said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. Your Majesty, can you hand these two over to this subject to deal with? Masters of longevity are extremely special. They all have a longevity soul. Once the longevity soul leaves the body, even if you kill these two, a new Dongfang Shou, a new Chunxin Shou will appear from somewhere else before long. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in confusion. Take Baiming Shou for example. Long Jianghu was killed by the Immortal of the Six Paths during his heaven-defying battle. But now there's another Baiming Shou. Therefore, even if they die, new Dongfang Shou and Chunxin Shou will be born, and they will avenge them. The unborn man said. Regardless of whether there is a new Chunxin Shou or Dongfang Shou, these two have committed a heinous crime. They must die. Gu Hai said solemnly. Obviously, he rejected the unborn man's plea. Your Majesty. The unborn man said anxiously again. Your Majesty, didn't you ask me that day how to open the passage between the two realms and maintain it at all times? The unborn man said solemnly. Gu Hai was confused. Long Wanyu frowned and said, Don't lie to my brother-in-law. How come I don't know about maintaining the passage between the two realms? The unborn man was slightly bitter. His daughter was helping an outsider. Can't it be done? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Anyway, I don't know. Long Wanyu shook her head. You can't. The unborn man said immediately. Everyone looked at the unborn man. That day when I said no, it's not true. It's just that the method is special. The unborn man said. What kind of special method? Gu Hai was confused. Refining the formation of the entrance between the two realms. The formation base of this formation is special and hard to find in the world, and... The unborn man sighed. What formation base? Gu Hai was confused. Master Shou. The unborn man said solemnly. Master Shou? Everyone was surprised. Yes, using people to refine the formation using Master Shou as the formation base. Instead of killing Master Shou, it's like suppressing Master Shou. Master Shou will be suppressed in the formation, making him beg for death. It will continuously convert the vitality between heaven and earth into the energy of the entrance between the two realms, opening the gate between the two realms that will never close. The unborn man explained. Unborn man, you will die a horrible death. Dongfang Shou and Chunxin Shou were shocked and angry. Gu Hai looked at the two of them. Your Majesty, give them to me, and I will be responsible for refining the gate between the two realms. From now on, the Emperor and his subjects of the Dahan Empire can freely travel between the two realms without any hindrance. The unborn man said respectfully. Gu Hai stared at the unborn man and said, Why didn't you say that day? I'm also a Master Shou. The unborn man smiled bitterly. The unborn man meant that he was also a Master Shou. Should he say that he would refine himself to set up the formation? Of course, Gu Hai didn't believe the unborn man's excuse. Instead he looked at Long Wanyu. I don't know. When Master Shou appeared, my previous life had already fallen. Long Wanyu shook her head. Your Majesty, please allow it. The unborn man begged again. Gu Hai looked at the Dongfang Shou and Chunxin Shou, then looked at the unborn man and asked, How long will it take to set up the formation? Your Majesty, if you send someone to help, the formation can be completed within half a year. The unborn man said confidently. Okay, I will send someone to help you. Gu Hai nodded. Chunxin Shou and Dongfang Shou had committed countless sins. Gu Hai didn't care about their miserable state. They had only themselves to blame, so who could they blame? If the two of them hadn't committed so many sins, Gu Hai would even be willing to take them as his subordinates. Unfortunately. Yes, Your Majesty, don't worry. The unborn man replied. Immediately, the unborn man stepped forward and placed restrictions on the two masters of Shou. Then he took them from Kong Xian. Roar. In the Acheron Sea, the roar became louder and louder. At the same time, the light of a complicated formation appeared on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, it formed a strong suction force. Under the suction force, everyone was about to be sucked into the huge formation. However, everyone's cultivation base was very high. They all stopped in their tracks. That's not right. Is this suction force only targeting us? Why aren't the surrounding plants and rocks being sucked in? The mosquito Dauren said in surprise. Help! Put me down! Suddenly, screams came from afar. They saw ghosts from the netherworld being sucked in from all directions and surged into the underworld sea. Once they entered the underworld sea, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. This suction force is only targeting souls? What's down there? Kong Xian's face darkened. Boom. With a loud sound, the formation cracked from the center. The underworld sea also cracked from the center and strangely split into two halves. Slowly, the things at the bottom of the sea were exposed. Countless ghosts were sucked in from all directions and all entered the body of a red-robed person. The red-robed person was holding a walking stick. His appearance under the robe could not be seen clearly. However, there were bestial roars coming from under the blood-red hat. The brim of the hat was like a bottomless pit, sucking in the rolling ghosts. The red-robed person was sitting on a coffin. The color of the underworld sea faded. All the weak water entered the coffin. It was like the coffin was endlessly absorbing the underworld sea. On the shore, Gu Hai's face darkened. Even the ancient celestial dome found it difficult to absorb the underworld sea. What was in the coffin that could absorb the essence of the underworld sea? Who is that red-robed person on the coffin? Why do I feel like my heart is trembling? The mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Everyone looked at the person in the coffin in confusion. The witch tribe's grand elder? The eyes of the restrained Dongfang Shou suddenly lit up. What witch tribe's grand elder? Chun Xinshu asked in fear. Not dead? He wasn't killed by Jiang Lianshan? Why is he here? This aura, yes, it is the witch tribe's grand elder. He gave Jiang Lianshan countless witch tribe's secret techniques. Grand elder, save me. I am Dongfang Shou, grand elder. Dongfang Shou said excitedly with ecstasy. In the distance, the red-robed person slowly stood up. When he stood up, he slowly revealed his 4 limbs. However, when they looked at the red-robed person's 4 limbs, everyone was shocked. Those 4 limbs had no skin, only bloody muscles? Where is Jiang Lianshan? It is not time yet. Why did you open the array? The red-robed person revealed a cold expression. Which tribe? Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. Sniff. The red-robed person sniffed. Great perfection of the demon tribe? Are you from the heavenly demon holy land? The red-robed person said coldly. No. Kong Xian said coldly. That's good. Ha ha ha. The red-robed person laughed. That's good. Kong Xian frowned. Since you are not White Tiger, I can eat as much as I want. It is not time yet and I have not recovered to my peak. You can be my blood food. The red-robed person said calmly. Blood food? Ha ha, you are so confident. Kong Xian laughed coldly. The red-robed person did not rush forward. Instead, he slowly stepped down from the coffin. He bowed respectfully to the coffin. Next, we will depend on you to revive the witch tribe. The red-robed person said respectfully to the coffin. Then he gently activated the coffin. Boom. Crack. The coffin lid opened. The moment the coffin was opened, an overwhelming amount of white cold air gushed out from the coffin. Whoosh. The white cold air rushed out and filled the entire Acheron Sea. In just 5 breaths of time, the Acheron Sea, which was thousands of miles wide, froze into ice. In fact, surging cold chi even surged towards Gu Hai. Long Wanqing's face darkened. She waved her hand. Boom. The Styx River appeared and absorbed the cold air with water. It stopped the cold air from invading. The cold air froze the Acheron Sea. Then, the frozen Acheron Sea suddenly vaporized and was sucked into the coffin. The Acheron Sea is full of weak water. What is in the coffin? Why did it absorb all the weak water? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. The Acheron Sea was swallowed by the monster in the coffin? Long Shenying's face darkened. It must be a water-type monster in there. Meow. Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end. The white cold air was also sucked into the coffin. The red-robed person was also covered in a layer of frost. However, the scene in the coffin was exposed. There was a little girl lying quietly in the coffin. The girl had her eyes closed as if she was sleeping. She smiled sweetly. Elite guards. Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. This girl's appearance, wasn't she an elite guard? Jiang Lianshan's daughter, Jing Wei. His sister. However, Jing Wei was a soul. She possessed Lin Waner's body. But this is Jing Wei's corpse? She didn't get eaten by the fishes and shrimps, but fell into the Acheron Sea? Dongfang Shou was shocked. Jing Wei's corpse? The corpses of the elite guards lie in this coffin. What does Jiang Lianshan want to do? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Your Majesty, the zombie aura is very strong. Long Shenying looked at the sleeping girl in the coffin and said. Wang? The little girl in the coffin slowly opened her eyes. Walalala. The temperature within a radius of 10 million li suddenly dropped. In the short time it took to open her eyes, a large amount of snow fell. The extreme heat and extreme cold descended on the earth. Snow falling for 1,000,000 li? Guhai raised his eyebrows. He thought of Xiu the Great of Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. He cultivated the Ingo body and caused snow to fall for 1,000,000 li. Now snow covered the entire world. Water-type zombie ancestor seed Ingo? In the past I felt this aura. That's right, it's Ingo. The weak Hoqing was shocked. Ingo? Jiang Lianshan refined his daughter's corpse into a zombie ancestor. Ingo? Guhai's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1059. As soon as he opened his eyes, cold air burst out and snow started to fall from the sky. Ingo's appearance made everyone's heart sink. The face of Ingo in the coffin suddenly contorted, as if he was in great pain. The pain caused the surrounding temperature to drop once again. A bone-piercing gale suddenly swept up in all directions. The ground instantly froze and a large number of mountains and rivers even froze and cracked. It's so cold. Ingo? Meow. Both of you have the body of the ancestor zombie, but Ingo seems to be more powerful than you, Hoqing. Mao Tianyun looked at the weak Hoqing. Hoqing was also feeling cold. What's wrong with him? Guhai frowned. He saw the first elder of the sorcerer tribe mumbling something as if he was reciting some kind of spell. Strange runes slowly entered Ingo's mind from within the coffin. The grand elder of the sorcerer tribe wants to control Ingo? Dragon God Ying's eyes widened. The scene in front of him was very similar. Ingo had just woken up and the grand elder of the sorcerer tribe was using a secret technique to control Ingo? Stop him. Guhai said. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Screech. With a loud shout, Kong Xian dashed towards the grand elder of the sorcerer tribe. The grand elder suddenly stopped talking and turned his head. Peacock demon? Do you think you can stop me? Blood sea condenses the heart. The grand elder snorted. As he snorted, he tapped the ground with his walking stick. Whoosh! With the first elder as the center, a torrential wave of blood suddenly surged out. A vast sea of blood suddenly appeared. As the sea of blood churned, a figure that looked exactly like Kong Xian appeared, except that his entire body was blood-red. The blood-red Kong Xian went towards Kong Xian and hit him with their palms. Hong! The void trembled and they were evenly matched. Isn't this the self-underworld formation? What's going on? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. In the distance, Scarlet Kong Xian was fighting against Kong Xian. Surprisingly, he was using the same technique as his opponent. I understand now. The ego of the Netherworld array was created by this great shaman. He was the great shaman blood shaman great elder of the shaman tribe. However, didn't the great shaman great elder die? I remember that he was indeed killed by Jiang Chen. Long Wanyu exclaimed. The great elder of the blood witches? Guhai asked in confusion. Yes, in the corpse tomb realm, there is a blood sorcerer resentful spirit. It is the resentful spirit of the blood sorcerer grand elder. It wanders in the corpse tomb realm every day. Long Wanyu recalled. Did you keep saying I died an unjust death? Mosquito Daoran asked. Yes, it was the great elder of the shaman tribe. He was a formation genius of the shaman tribe. With the blood sea as the formation base, he created thousands of sorcerer formations. He was one of the elders of the shaman tribe and the commander of the blood elementalists. Long Wanyu recalled. Mosquito Daoran looked at Guhai in shock. Your Majesty, wasn't the resentful spirit of the blood sorcerer refined by Changming? This is not the great elder of the blood sorcerer grand elder. Guhai said in a low voice. In the distance, the blood-robed great elder seemed to have heard Guhai's voice. That's right. I am him. Then aren't you dead? Mosquito Daoran asked in shock. Do you think it is so easy to escape from under Jiang Chen's nose? Back then, I practiced the three souls tearing technique and split my soul into two. I left one in the battle of the shamans and demons, hiding it from Jiang Chen and everyone else. That was how I managed to escape with the Divine Path Sorcerer Code. You know me, so you naturally know my methods. Instead of saying that the shaman tribe perished together with the demon tribe, it would be more accurate to say that they were destroyed by Jiang Chen. Commander? Commander? The shaman tribe stopped fighting when they were about to achieve a great victory. How dare they betray us? Jiang Chen, what exactly do you want? I will avenge the shaman tribe. I will make sure that Jianghu dies a horrible death. All of you will die with him, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said coldly. Split your soul into two? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. What kind of strange secret technique was this? On the other side in the Blood Sea, Kong Xian and the bloody clone kept fighting. After many heavy attacks they could not do anything to each other. Kong Xian was also very angry. Should I go and help Kong Xian? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Help. Haha, in this world there is nothing that my array cannot gather. Since you are here, it will gather another one of you. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said with a laugh. However, Gu Hai's main body pulled Long Wanqing. Kong Xian, come back. Gu Hai's main body said in a deep voice. Yes. Although Kong Xian was very angry, he still retreated after Gu Hai gave the order. Whoosh. The blood-colored peacock also disappeared. Gu Hai looked at the coffin behind the Blood Sea. Ingo's face was still twisted. The runes on the coffin kept surging into Ingo's mind. Retreating in the face of difficulties? It's useless. You will all become my food. Consummation of the heavenly palace? It was truly a rare sight. After I succeed, I will kill Jianghu and restore the glory of the ancient sorcerer race. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said with a cold smile. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder slammed his walking stick on the ground again. Whoosh, whoosh. The Blood Sea from earlier instantly expanded by countless times. In the blink of an eye, it drowned Gu Hai and his surroundings. The Blood Sea flooded the surroundings, blocking everyone's path. Kong Xian showed a furious expression and wanted to continue attacking. However, at this moment the skeleton Gu Hai stepped forward. Who are you? You want to die first? That's fine. Come. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder gently stirred the Blood Sea. Buzz. Suddenly a figure formed in the Blood Sea. It was the skeleton Gu Hai's bloody clone. Voila. However, right after it was formed, the blood-colored clone collapsed. It collapsed in an instant. What's going on? Why can't my array formation condense your blood clone? Don't you have any fighting spirit? The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said in surprise. Who said I don't? You want to kill me? How can I not have any fighting spirit? The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. The skeleton Gu Hai stepped forward, and the Blood Sea on the ground instantly turned into dry bones. It was as if he was using the skeleton's power to change the essence of the Blood Sea. With every step the skeleton Gu Hai took, a large portion of the Blood Sea turned into dry bones. More and more dry bones gradually drowned the Blood Sea. Impossible. How can you affect my Blood Sea array? Form. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder exclaimed. However, the Blood Sea was getting smaller and smaller. It could no longer form the array. Brother-in-law, be careful. All of the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder's tricks are in the Blood Sea. He can use the Blood Sea to set up a sorcerer array. However, he can't use it in front of brother-in-law. Ah. Long Wanyu said excitedly. You want to kill Jianghu? What a joke. If you really had that ability, you wouldn't have curled up like a turtle for 1,000,000 years. The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. No. My Blood Sea can simulate all of the 3,000 great paths. Why can't it work when it comes to you? You're not in the 3,000 great paths? Impossible. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder exclaimed. The skeleton Gu Hai didn't waste time talking to him. He waved his hand. Rolling black fog emerged. Crack, 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 crack. Countless little skeletons appeared in the black fog. The little skeletons rushed forward, and the remaining Blood Sea was devoured in the blink of an eye. The rolling black fog surged toward the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder. Does the heavens want to destroy the sorcerer tribe? No, the sorcerer tribe's rule is that if the demons destroy me, I will destroy the demons. If the earth destroys me, I will destroy the earth. If the heavens want to destroy me, I will kill the heavens. Haha, the sorcerer tribe is immortal. No one can destroy us. No one. Ancient sorcerer Qi, with me as the guide, helped the new commander of the sorcerer tribe, Ingo, achieve the supreme sorcerer body. At #yen% and asterisk. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder suddenly shouted. Whoosh. Rolling black fog suddenly surged from all directions of the netherworld and rushed toward the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder's body. Then, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder quickly poured the sorcerer Qi from his body into the coffin. In an instant, Ingo's expression eased. The runes in the coffin entered his body and no longer caused him pain. However, at this moment, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder suddenly began to corrode. His robes quickly corroded, and his flesh and blood quickly melted. He guided the rolling sorcerer chi into Ingo's body. In an instant, the cold aura emitted by Ingo became stronger and stronger. No, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder isn't controlling Ingo. Instead, he's using some kind of sacrificial curse to help Ingo. What is he doing? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Sacrifice? Ingo? Let Ingo become the new commander of the sorcerer tribe? Long Wanyu said with a frown. Ah. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder roared at the top of his lungs. Immediately, his entire physical body dissipated. As the rolling sorcerer chi turned into a special energy, it all entered Ingo's body in the coffin. What? All the blood sea also dissipated. Buzz. The space immediately fell silent. The instant the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder dissipated, the sorcerer chi also stopped entering the coffin. Everything calmed down. The coffin also calmed down. However, the rolling black sorcerer chi inside drowned Ingo. Buzz. A horrifying aura spread out from the coffin, blowing away the surrounding bones. I remember now. The runes in the coffin are the most primitive words of the sorcerer tribe. Is it all the inheritance of the sorcerer tribe? Ingo is the corpse of an elite guard, but he does not have a soul or memories. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder passed down everything of the sorcerer tribe, including hatred, to Ingo? Commander of the sorcerer tribe? He is. Long Wanyu said in shock. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder? Although he is too cruel, his beliefs are extremely firm. The sorcerer tribe? He only has the sorcerer tribe in his heart. For the sorcerer tribe, he is even willing to sacrifice his life and everything he has? Long Wanyu said in shock. It's too early to say that. Guhai suddenly said coldly. As he said that, the life-slaying saber slashed into the space in the distance. Boom. As the saber slashed down, a large amount of blood suddenly appeared in the space. Ah. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder's scream came from the blood. I will remember all of you. I will come back to take revenge on you. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder's voice was filled with resentment, but he instantly disappeared into the distance. Where are you going? Kong Xian immediately chased after him. However, he could only chase after empty air. What happened just now? The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder didn't die? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Guhai narrowed his eyes. He sacrificed his life, but the sorcerer tribe's secret technique is strange. He still left a strand of his soul consciousness. This consciousness escaped, but it has been injured by me. It won't be that easy for him to recover. What a haunting fellow. Mosquito Daoran watched the blood sorcerer vengeful spirit leave and was worried. Just as everyone was solemn, a voice suddenly came from the coffin. Ah, a haunting soul. Everyone, you forced the elder of the sorcerer tribe to death and even spoke rudely. Aren't you being too rude? A little girl's voice sounded. Everyone was startled as they turned their heads to look. They saw that the sorcerer chi in the coffin had been sucked into Ingo's stomach. Ingo slowly stood up from the coffin and looked at everyone coldly. Chapter 1060. Ingo slowly stood up from the coffin and looked coldly at the people around him. Although she only had the appearance of a little girl, this little girl's appearance gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Miao Hoqing, he is a zombie ancestor. You're also a zombie ancestor. Why are you so much weaker than him? Mao Qinyun's hair stood on end as he scolded Hoqing. Hoqing was already weak. Under the suppression of the zombie ancestor's aura, his face turned pale. He was speechless. When Yuhua died, Hoqing felt Ingo's aura in Jiang Lianshan's palace. At that time Jiang Lianshan covered it. However, Ingo did not have such a terrifying aura then. They were both zombie ancestors, but he was the weakest? Hoqing was also depressed. Long Wanqing's face darkened. The new commander of the sorcerer tribe? Jiang Lianshan and the great elder of the blood witches created a monster to deal with Jiang Qin? Long Wanyu frowned. Kong Xian stood beside Guhai. It seemed that he would attack as soon as Guhai gave the order. Ingo? Although he did not move, his aura reminded Guhai of Chiyo's aura. Was Ingo's aura not weaker than his? Jiang Lianshan, you have so many plans. Guhai's face darkened. Guhai looked coldly at Ingo. What? Do you want to take revenge for the great elder of the blood witches? Sizzle. Gu Hai pulled out his life slayer sword and was ready to attack. Kong Xian was also ready to fight. Revenge? Aha, there is no need. He is not dead. Why should I? Ingo sneered. Gu Hai frowned. In the shaman tribe, as long as you are not dead, you will take your own revenge. You will not let others interfere. He has not been completely destroyed yet. A strand of his soul escaped. That is enough. Just wait. He will come and find you. Ingo said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, I won't attack you. It's meaningless. Perhaps one day you will also become a member of my shaman tribe. At that time, you will respect me as if I am the heavens. Ingo said indifferently. With that, Ingo waved his hand. The coffin under his feet was instantly sucked into Ingo's sleeve. Respect you as the heavens? You think too much. Skeleton Gu Hai sneered. Taking a deep breath, Ingo looked up at the sky. The birth of the shaman tribe is great. It is a new era. Although Jiang Chen brought a group of people to create the shaman tribe, Jiang Chen himself could not stop its development. The appearance of the shaman tribe will last forever. Jiang Chen was afraid of the shaman tribe's power, so before the arrival of the great shaman tribe, he killed the shaman tribe in its cradle. However, he could not stop it. I am here. This world will belong to the shaman tribe. Ha 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 ha. Ingo suddenly burst out laughing. As he laughed, he stepped forward and shot toward the south. Your Majesty. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai as if he wanted to stop him. Gu Hai shook his head. Let her go. I also want to see what is so special about the shaman tribe. But I feel that she is a lunatic who is immersed in the past achievements of the shaman tribe. Kong Xian frowned. Lunatic? Maybe. Gu Hai shook his head. He did not stop Ingo. Gu Hai had his own plans. Let's go. It's time to return to the court. Gu Hai said. Okay. Everyone followed Gu Hai and immediately flew toward the south. Not long after, they arrived at the area of the Myriad Bone Mountain. At this moment, there were hundreds of millions of skeletons walking in the Myriad Bone Mountain. It was a world of skeletons. Gu Hai's body stopped for a moment. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The sky-covering skeleton soldiers were suddenly taken out from the immortal dome of antiquity. It was the skeleton army that the bone god had brought to the immortal dome of antiquity not long ago. At this moment, when the army came out, they were at a loss. We are back. We are really back. We have been trapped in that place for so long. We are finally out. They didn't kill us? Countless skeleton soldiers rejoiced. I remember that the bone god is dead. Suddenly, a skeleton said. Yes, the bone god is dead. The mark of the bone god in my body is gone. The bone god is dead? Then what about my myriad bone mountain? What do you mean what to do? The bone god is dead. Let's each occupy a mountain and be king. While the skeleton soldiers were in an uproar, Gu Hai stood on the top of a mountain. Suddenly, a strange aura was emitted from his body. This aura seemed to have a great suppression on the skeleton tribe. The endless skeleton army suddenly trembled instinctively, and then most of them instinctively knelt down. What's going on? What's wrong with me? This aura is so familiar, so familiar. This is the bone ancestor? The bone ancestor is back? The endless skeletons suddenly showed a look of horror. The bone ancestor? This was the existence that had commanded the myriad bone mountain for 800,000 years. In the depths of the skeleton tribe's soul, the majesty of the bone ancestor was there. It was just that the bone god had successfully rebelled against the bone ancestor decades ago. However, the bone ancestor's mark was something that the skeleton tribe would never dare to forget. Countless skeletons looked at the top of a mountain according to this aura. Gu Hai stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking coldly at the skeleton tribe around him. Is it really the bone ancestor? The bone ancestor is back. He killed the bone god. He is back. Greetings to the bone ancestor. We will die 10,000 deaths. Countless skeletons were trembling in fear. There was no need to say anything at all. Gu Hai was now the bone ancestor, the god that commanded the skeleton tribe in the world. All the skeletons knelt down. The skeletons that had betrayed in the past were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Gu Hai, the skeleton, took control of the skeleton tribe almost instantly. Okay, let's go. Gu Hai said. The skeleton clone and the main body had the same consciousness. The skeleton clone naturally had to stay. The myriad bone mountain was naturally the best base to command the skeleton tribe. Gu Hai didn't leave. He stayed to sort out the forces here. The others looked at him blankly and nodded. They followed Gu Hai's main body and continued to fly south. After everyone had left, Gu Hai said coldly, "Gather all the skeleton tribe and report to the Bone Ancestors Hall." Yes. All the skeletons answered. Gu Hai's main body led everyone out of the myriad bone mountain and arrived at the place where they used to travel between the two worlds, because this was the only place where they could return to the infinite celestial capital. Moreover, the unborn man had set up a lifespan formation here. Only the unborn man could bring people to travel between the two worlds. From now on, open a passage between the two worlds here. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. Yes, the unborn man answered. Ancient Emperor, please spare us. Dong Fangshou and Chunshinsha still wanted to beg for mercy. However, Gu Hai didn't even look at them. At this moment, a large number of bats were flying in the distance. They seemed to be extremely anxious. What's wrong? Gu Hai shouted coldly. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a member of the blood race saw Gu Hai and flew over in surprise. Blood Robe Guard Baihu greets your Majesty, a member of the blood race said respectfully. Where's Chang Ming? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, just a moment ago the commander was still in seclusion. I don't know where a blood-colored evil wind came from, but it carried the smell of blood and rushed into the commander's hall. Then the commander's cry for help came from the hall. The Baihu said anxiously. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Blood-colored evil wind? Could it be the Blood Witch Grand Elder? Mosquito Doran's expression changed. It's possible. You said that Chang Ming obtained the god of the Blood Witch Grand Elder's spirit. All these years, the Blood Witch Grand Elder has not shown himself to search for the other half of his vengeful spirit. He must be hiding it from Jiangchen. Now that the vengeful spirit is no longer in the corpse tomb world, he must know that he can get it back. So he came to find Chang Ming? Long Wanyu analyzed. How's Chang Ming? Gu Hai looked at the Baihu. Your Majesty, the commander suddenly rushed out crazily, hugging his head as if he was in great pain. He spoke strangely for a while. If it's as everyone said, then the soul of the Blood Witch Grand Elder must have entered his body. The commander argued with himself for a while. He only said a few words before leaving. The Baihu recalled. What did he say? Gu Hai asked. The commander said, I won't be your puppet. Then let's see who can refine who. During this time, I won't let you destroy the Dahan imperial dynasty. I'll take you away, and you can forget about destroying the Dahan's arrangements. All blood-robed guards listen up. From now on, all blood-robed guards are not to listen to my orders. If you find me anywhere, you are not to recognize me. You are to report to His Majesty immediately. Without His Majesty's orders, you are not to contact me, the Baihu said. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Your Majesty, Lord Chang Ming is concerned about the Dahan. Kong Xian said with a frown. Gu Hai said in a low voice, the Blood Witch Grand Elder? I should have killed him before this. Your Majesty, we don't know where the commander is. What should we do now? The Baihu asked anxiously. Your Majesty, you must save the commander. Another group of blood race members said anxiously. Gu Hai nodded. Go to the Myriad Bone Mountain immediately and find the Bone Ancestor. He will take care of everything. Seeing him is like seeing me in person. The group of blood race members looked at Gu Hai in shock. Finally they said respectfully, yes. Gu Hai's main body did not want to stay in the netherworld any longer since he had his skeleton clone. Unborn man, open the passage to the netherworld. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The unborn man waved his hand. Buzz. A crack appeared in the void. Long Wanqing held Gu Hai's right hand nervously. Wanqing, don't worry. Xian is easy to get along with. I've been waiting for you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Sister, don't worry. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Even that Qin. Long Wanyu patted her chest. Wanyu. Long Wanqing shouted. When you see elder sister Qin later, don't be impudent. Long Wanqing shouted. Long Wanyu was speechless. I'm helping you, okay? Why is it my fault? Gu Hai smiled and held Long Wanqing's hand. He was the first to enter the netherworld. The netherworld corresponded to the upper study room. As soon as they entered the upper study room, several palace maids in white mourning clothes were standing in the room as if they had been waiting for Gu Hai's return. Seeing Gu Hai enter the room, the palace maid's eyes lit up. Your Majesty? Your Majesty is back? Greetings, Your Majesty. That's great. The Empress has been asking us to wait here and report as soon as there is news. Your Majesty is finally back. The group of palace maids bowed in surprise. Gu Hai's face darkened. The palace maids were wearing white mourning clothes? In Dahan, although Gu Hai was very tolerant of the harem, it was not to the extent that the palace maids were wearing mourning clothes. The palace maids must be wearing mourning clothes because a very important person had died. And the person who died was a very important person to him. What happened? Why are you wearing mourning clothes? Gu Hai's face darkened. The faces of the nervous Long Wanqing and the others behind him also sank. It's the ninely great Emperor Qiyu. He was killed by Matriarch Ji and dismembered. The Empress said that Qiyu was your Majesty's elder brother. The younger brother's family must wear mourning clothes to pay respect to brother Emperor and remember this grudge. A palace maid said respectfully. Qiyu? Big brother was dismembered by Matriarch Ji? Gu Hai's face turned cold. How could this be? Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man were also shocked. After all, Qiyu was a consummate God Legion expert. He was killed and dismembered? This news was too shocking. Chapter 1061. Qiyu? Big brother was dismembered by Empress Ji? Gu Hai's face turned cold. Gu Hai couldn't believe it. This was impossible. He had left for less than a year. Before he left, Qiyu killed his way to Shenyuan City. How could he be killed in the Ninely Imperial Dynasty? It's true, Your Majesty. Shengguan Jizun Ao Xing Jizun, and the second prince are all heavily injured. Furthermore, our limitless celestial capital is surrounded by Empress Ji's people. The palace maid said anxiously. Quang. Gu Hai pushed open the door of the upper study room and looked outside. In the outside world, a layer of green fog shrouded the limitless celestial capital. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital were terrified as they looked at the rolling green fog. Outside the fog, there seemed to be black insects flying around, completely surrounding the limitless celestial capital. However, these insects didn't dare to barge in. Because of the rolling poisonous fog. Where's Gu Hai? Why doesn't he dare to come out? Is he not in the limitless celestial capital? Little Gu Hai, Dahan is finished. Surrender. No one can save you. The great yellow dynasty is like the sun in the sky. Your stubborn resistance is useless. Outside the green fog, battle cries could be heard. Impudent. How dare you speak in the limitless celestial capital? Kong Xian glared and was about to rush out. Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped Kong Xian. There's a layer of poisonous fog outside. It was set up by Xian Air. These people can't enter and can only shout. Gu Hai shook his head. What a powerful poisonous fog. This is the poison of the great Tao of poison, right? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Is this poison very powerful? Long Wanqing asked. That's right. This poisonous fog barrier will kill anyone who doesn't have the great Tao. No one can enter. Once. Long Wanyu didn't finish her sentence. Boom. Suddenly, a huge whip emerged from the poisonous fog and rushed towards the plaza of the soaring heavenly hall. How is that possible? Long Wanyu exclaimed. Gu Hai's expression also darkened as he turned to look at the soaring sky hall's plaza. When he looked over, his expression immediately changed. It was actually Qin Xiener and Gu Qin leading all the civil and military officials to confront the enemy outside. The long whip was heading straight for Qin Xiener. Xiener, be careful. Gu Hai immediately shouted. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing went to block the whip almost at the same time. However, the long whip was too fast. It arrived in front of Qin Xiener in an instant. At the tip of the whip was a black hook. The tip of the hook cut through the void. Qin Xiener did not move. Mahavairakana immediately stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Boom. The Tathagata divine palm and the black hook collided. The hook returned, but Mahavairakana's palm suddenly turned black. He's poisoned? Gu Qin and the others were shocked. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed as well. Whoosh. The huge hook swung as if to hook another person. Life entrapment saber turn. Gu Hai extended his hand and waved. The chess formation of the infinite celestial capital immediately changed. Fog rose everywhere and the space changed. In an instant the hook could not find anyone else. 9 cycles of time. The life-extinguishing saber suddenly struck. Boom. There was a loud sound. The long whip and the hook at the tip of the whip instantly retreated out of the infinite celestial capital. 9 cycles of time? Gu Hai. Outside the poison mist barrier, A cold, shocked and angry voice suddenly rang out. Husband. Qin Xianer in the distance was overjoyed. Mahavairakana's palm had turned black, and his entire body was tinged with purple. He sat cross-legged and began to expel the poison. Gu Hai stepped forward and instantly arrived at the square of the soaring palace hall. I have something to say to you, but this sentence can't be heard by anyone. Sister Wanyu, if you still don't like me after hearing what I have to say, then I don't need you to call me elder sister. Qin Xianer said with a smile. Humph, you said it. My elder sister wants me to call you elder sister, but I just don't like it. Just say one sentence. Don't regret it later. Long Wanyu immediately said with a sullen face. Qin Xianer nodded. She leaned over to Long Wanyu's ear and softly whispered a few words. She lowered her voice so that no one could hear what she said. This sentence was very short. In the instant that Gu Hai was worried, Qin Xianer had already finished speaking. Long Wanqing was also worried that Long Wanyu would speak rudely and was about to stop Long Wanyu from speaking wildly. However, she saw Long Wanyu's eyes widen as she looked at Qin Xianer in surprise. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten to speak. Qin Xianer looked at Long Wanyu and smiled slightly. Long Wanyu glanced at Gu Hai at the side and blushed slightly. She was in disbelief and then looked at Qin Xianer. What you said, is it true? Long Wanyu's face was a little red as she asked in surprise. Qin Xianer smiled slightly and nodded. In an instant, Long Wanyu's eyes softened. She immediately bowed to Qin Xianer incomparably intimately and then said somewhat bashfully, Elder Sister Qin, please don't blame me. Just now we're family. You don't have to be so reserved. Qin Xianer said with a smile. Elder Sister Qin, you are indeed my good elder sister. Why didn't I meet you before? Long Wanyu immediately leaned forward and pulled Qin Xianer intimately. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanyu? Goddess Hutu. All the officials in the imperial court. What exactly did Qin Xianer say to Long Wanyu? Just one sentence? Long Wanyu changed so much? So much? Wasn't she looking like she wanted to eat a firewheel just now? They almost fought. In the blink of an eye, why did she become so good? Even Long Wanyu was puzzled. Gu Hai was extremely worried just now, but in the blink of an eye, he didn't know what to say. Forget it, I won't say it. I'll just pretend that I didn't see it. Gu Hai turned his head away and didn't look at the three women. Many officials looked at each other in confusion. At the same time, they couldn't help but think to themselves, this Empress Qin is indeed powerful. Mahavairakana, did you just say the poisonous hitching post? So powerful. You can't even stand it? Gu Hai frowned and asked. Mahavairakana nodded. It's indeed powerful. This is the second time I've been hit by the poisonous hitching post. There's also a poison expert outside. Just now, his scorpion tail passed through my poisonous fog. He also used the power of the great Tao to wrap around the scorpion tail. Although he didn't master as many poisons as I did, he used the scorpion poison to perfection. Other than me, it would be very difficult for others to deal with this scorpion poison. Qin Xianer said with a frown. That's the fourth of the heavenly devil Holy Land, Scorpio. I heard that his cultivation is close to perfection of the gods. Mosquito Dauren suddenly recalled. Scorpio? Fourth? Gu Hai's face darkened. A scorpion spirit at perfection of the heavenly palace. He's indeed powerful. Mahavairakana said in a deep voice. By the way, Mahavairakana Buddha, you said that this is the second time you've been hit by the poisonous hitching post. How did you get rid of the poison the first time? Qin Xianer asked curiously. This was because in Qin Xianer's opinion, no one could get rid of this poison except for herself. Last time, it wasn't perfection of the heavenly palace. A female scorpion spirit. Actually, Mr. Good knows about this too. Mahavairakana said with a bitter smile. Mahavairakana's words had a hidden meaning. Gu Hai's expression changed and he instantly understood. In the past on Earth, Gu Hai had read a book, Journey to the West, which recorded that Tripitaka and his disciples had encountered a scorpion spirit on the way. Sun Wukong had been defeated by the poisonous hitching post several times. After several inquiries, he found out that the scorpion spirit was listening to Mahavairakana at Spirited Mountain. Even Mahavairakana was stung by the scorpion spirit's poisonous hitching post. At that time, Mahavairakana was in unbearable pain and sent Vajra to capture it. In the end, the scorpion spirit escaped. This showed how powerful the scorpion's poison was. That wasn't perfection of the heavenly palace. Now, this perfection of the heavenly palace was much more powerful than before. No wonder Mahavairakana was only 7th in the past, and this Scorpio is 4th. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Chapter 1062. Outside the infinite celestial capital. The super-huge scorpion tail returned in an instant and entered the sleeves of a black-robed man with golden rims. Zhou Tianjiu? Gu Hai. That black-robed man with golden rims suddenly said in a deep voice. A group of black-robed men surrounded them at this moment. All of them looked at the black-robed man with golden rims with extreme respect. Scorpio, what did you say? Gu Hai is back? One of the black-robed men said in surprise. That's right. It's definitely Gu Hai. He actually came back at this time. Scorpio said in a deep voice. Isn't that perfect? Scorpio can show off his skills and kill Gu Hai? That black-robed man immediately said with a smile. Scorpio looked at that black-robed man coldly. Fengbua, do you want me to continue? Of course. Your Excellency's poisonous hitching post just now already explained everything. The poison fog formation outside the infinite celestial capital can't stop you at all. With your strength, isn't it easy to kill Gu Hai? Fengbua said with a smile. How you overestimate me. Scorpio said indifferently. How can that be? Scorpio, His Holiness has already given instructions. This time you assisted His Holiness to kill Chiyu. His Holiness has already allowed you to enter the world of the living. This Dahan Imperial Dynasty is your place to stay. I will assist you in controlling everything later. Fengbua said with a smile. Scorpio stared at Fengbua and finally smiled coldly. I remember that Amethyst also fell for your tricks back then. Huh. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. Borrowing my hand to help you deal with Gu Hai? Ha ha ha. Scorpio showed a trace of disdain. Scorpio, didn't you say that old 6, old 8 and old 9 of the heavenly demon Holy Land died at Gu Hai's hands? Are you not going to avenge such a huge grudge? Fengbua asked. It's precisely because old 6th and the others are dead that I have to be even more careful. Gu Hai hasn't returned, and there's a poison expert in the boundless celestial capital. Someone even blocked my poison hitching post. Hey, do you think I'll continue to show off at this time? Scorpio sneered. Fengbua frowned slightly. The enmity between the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty is already irreconcilable. You want me to perish together with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? In my opinion, why don't I wait until you and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty perish together before coming back? Scorpio sneered. You don't care about old 6, old 8 and old 9? Fengbua asked in a low voice. You can't blame anyone for being inferior. Besides, won't your Great Yellow Dynasty avenge them? Scorpio sneered. You also had a part in Chiyo's death. You can't avoid it. Fengbua said in a low voice. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. I don't care about this anymore. Scorpio said with a smile. Divine Scorpion Heavenly Devil, are you really afraid? Are you afraid of that Gu Hai? Fengbua said in a low voice. Provoke me? It's useless. I'm not idiots like old 6 and the others. Farewell. Scorpio said coldly. With a cold snort, he rolled up his sleeves and flew away with the group of black-robed men. When Fengbo saw the divine scorpion Sky Fiend leave, his expression turned ugly. My lord, isn't this Scorpio too cowardly? A black-robed subordinate said. He's not cowardly, he's vicious. The nature of a scorpion is to hide in the dark and sting people without being seen. He wants to watch us fight with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and reap the benefits? It's still early. Let's go. Fengbua said in a low voice. Fengbua waved his sleeves and left quickly with everyone. In the blink of an eye, the people surrounding the infinite celestial capital all left. The countless scorpions that were crawling around the infinite celestial capital also disappeared. Soaring Palace Square. Qin Xian frowned. Husband, that group of people seems to have left. Left? Gu Hai said in surprise. Whoosh. Qin Xian waved her sleeves. The poisonous fog around the infinite celestial capital instantly dispersed. Everyone looked outside and sure enough, it had already disappeared. Scorpio? He left so quickly. I just thought of how to deal with him. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mahavairakana smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, you're not thinking of summoning the Pleiades Sun official, are you? On Earth, back then, Sun Wukong had invited the Pleiades Sun official, who specialized in restraining the scorpion spirit, to exterminate it. Gu Hai wanted to invite him too? What's wrong? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. This scorpion demon shouldn't be something that the Pleiades Sun official can subdue. This scorpion demon is too powerful. It has already reached the peak of the celestial palace and is no longer afraid of the rooster's crow. Mahavairakana exclaimed. Gu Hai frowned and nodded. Everyone, you still need to continue to be careful of this scorpion demon. Scorpions are sinister. They spit smoke and fire, and their poisonous hooks are invincible. What's even rarer is that the scorpion demon is exceptionally vicious. It hides very deeply and is very patient. It will only deliver a fatal blow when its opponent lets down their guard. Mahavairakana said. Thank you, Mahavairakana Buddha. Everyone nodded and became exceptionally vigilant. His Majesty is mighty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The people in the city suddenly shouted. In the past few days, they had been under heavy pressure due to the invasion of foreign enemies. Now that Gu Hai suddenly appeared, those foreign enemies fled in fright. Naturally, they rejoiced and worshipped Gu Hai even more. The people shouted, "Long live His Majesty," to express their gratitude and excitement. Gu Hai didn't explain anything. He only used the life entrapment blade to strengthen the infinite celestial capital's formation. Instantly, the fog in the void surrounded them. It was hard to fathom. Where are Shangguanhen and the rest? Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian. In the Hall of Great Strength. Their injuries have stabilized. Mr. Good can come and take a look. Mahavairakana said. Gu Hai nodded. He followed Mahavairakana slowly to the Hall of Great Strength. All of you wait outside. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Everyone answered. The officials waited outside. Chen Xian was talking to Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu. Only Gu Hai and Mahavairakana stepped into the Hall of Great Strength. In the Hall of Great Strength, there was a huge alchemy cauldron. This is? Gu Hai looked at the alchemy cauldron in surprise. This alchemy cauldron was given to me by Mr. Good. Did Mr. Good forget? Mahavairakana said with a smile. The world incinerating fire cauldron? That was Amethyst's alchemy cauldron. At that time, the South Sea Dragon King used it to refine Ao Shun and Shangguanhen. Ao Shun died because of it and Shanghai Hen became a golden egg because of it? Gu Hai was puzzled. That's the world incinerating fire cauldron. This is a type of 8 trigrams cauldron. It can be used to refine pills and save people. The 3 of them came back in time. Fortunately, we saved them in time. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Kwang. The alchemy cauldron opened and Gu Hai immediately saw 3 people. Gu Han, Shangguanhen and Ao Sheng. At this moment, the 3 of them were seriously injured. Their bodies were almost shattered and there were a lot of cracks on their skin. Fortunately, the alchemy cauldron kept pouring in power, and the cracks were slowly mending but the speed was very slow. Gu Hai waved his hand. Boom. A surge of sky-mending power rushed into the alchemy cauldron. It instantly flowed into the cracks on the surface of the 3 people's bodies. Buzz buzz buzz. The cracks on the surface of the 3 people's bodies were slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were quickly recovering. Mr. Good, your secret method of saving people is really amazing. The 3 of them are recovering at double the speed. It shouldn't be long before they recover, right? Mahavairakana said in surprise. Mahavairakana was even more amazed by the power of sky mending. Gu Hai nodded, but he was still a little worried when he looked at the 3 people. Mr. Good, don't worry. With their recovery speed, they should be able to wake up soon, right? Mahavairakana said. It's good that they can wake up. Their serious injuries were caused by Matriarch Ji? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Mahavairakana shook his head. Gu Hai showed a trace of doubt. I don't know the details. That day something happened in Chiyu City, and the 3 of them went there immediately. At that time there was a thick fog outside Chiyu City, and no one knew what was happening inside. Ho Yi and Xing Tian also went to help. I thought that Chiyu was more than enough to defend, but I didn't expect. I couldn't see through that battle. Shangguanhen and the other 2 people seemed to have been thrown into the infinite celestial capital by a great force. It was the same for Ho Yi and Xing Tian. They were all seriously injured. When Shangguanhen and the other 2 returned, they were unconscious and on their last breaths. I could only keep them alive over the past few days. However, no one knew anything about the battle that day, Mahavairakana added. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. His eyes changed. Chio's death was full of doubts. It seemed that he could only know what happened when Shangguanhen and the others woke up. Mr. Good, you asked everyone to wait outside the Hall of Great Strength and came in alone with me. Do you have something to say? Mahavairakana asked curiously. Gu Hai nodded and waved his hand. Whoosh. Gu Hai and Mahavairakana entered the immortal dome of ancients. Mahavairakana saw that Gu Hai was so serious, and his expression turned serious. Try not to mention the things on earth in the divine continent just in case, Gu Hai said. Oh, Mr. Good wants to ask about the things on earth? Mahavairakana asked curiously. That's right. On earth, the 30 immortal domes control the entire immortal dome? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana nodded. This is not a secret. Mr. Good should have known about it long ago. But I recently received news that 30 was once a creature of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. No, he controlled the Six Paths Immortal Dome in the past. After that, he was tired of the weakness of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and entered the void to find the other immortal domes. 30 is on Earth. Is he an outsider? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. What? Mahavairakana was shocked. But it's the truth? Gu Hai asked. No wonder. No wonder 30 is so heartless and cruel to the people on our side. He kills all who have attained the Tao. He is emotionless like a dog or a pig. He is not from our immortal dome? Mahavairakana was shocked. 30 immortal dome. You didn't know he was an outsider? Gu Hai frowned. We didn't know. The group of powerful beings who came before him all died at his hands. We should have thought of it. We should have thought of it. We were still thinking of how to move him. Ah, what a joke. Mahavairakana said bitterly. 30 immortal dome. 30 is also killing the heavens to seize the position? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes. Mahavairakana sighed. Killing the heavens? 30 immortal dome. Who was the previous heavens? Did they not reincarnate? The previous heavens must have countless secret techniques. Were they really all killed? Did they not leave behind any backup plans? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm not sure if there were any backup plans. However, you should have heard of the 30 immortal dome. The previous heavens. Mahavairakana sighed. His name is Pangu? Mahavairakana said in awe. Pangu? Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. Back on Earth, who didn't know that Pangu was the first living being in the world when he created the world? Later on, he supported the world and prevented it from closing. It's Pangu? However, the legend is not that simple. The immortal dome was formed and naturally it would not close. He was 30, sigh. Mahavairakana sighed softly. Chapter 1063. It's Pangu? However, legends aren't that simple. The celestial dome was formed so it naturally wouldn't close. He was 30, sigh. Mahavairakana sighed softly. Gu Hai frowned. If that's the case, 30 is really the 30 of the Six Paths Celestial Dome. The Six Paths Celestial Dome and 30 of the Celestial Dome, one positive and one negative? If that's the case, 30 has a way to travel between the two celestial domes. Mahavairakana's expression turned serious. Mr. Good, are you saying that 30 can come back whenever he wants to? If 30 could come and go as he pleased, then wouldn't the Six Paths Celestial Dome be? Gu Hai shook his head. I'm guessing that's not the case. I'm guessing that 30's way to travel between the two celestial domes is gone. Gu Hai said solemnly. What do you mean? Mahavairakana was confused. 800,000 years ago, Fushi fought 30's will and blocked him outside the Six Paths Celestial Dome. What does that mean? It means that 30 didn't come back the way he came but came back in another form and it's just a will. Gu Hai said solemnly. But think about it, Amitabha. Even when he discovered the Six Paths Celestial Dome, he couldn't enter. He wasn't simply in the void outside the Six Paths Celestial Dome. He was in another dimension, and he could only pass on Buddhism to the Six Paths Celestial Dome. His body couldn't come until he died in the void. Then he was recited by generations of Buddhist cultivators, and his will was reincarnated. The two celestial domes are in different dimensions, and it's almost impossible to reach the other side. 800,000 years ago when his will came back, it was the same as Amitabha. Gu Hai said solemnly. But didn't I come back? Can't you travel back? Is Ichio really more powerful than 30, Amitabha? Mahavairakana frowned. Gu Hai shook his head. Ichio is my senior and I shouldn't be saying that. However, this concerns the lives of the two celestial domes, so I can only make a guess. Oh. Ichio didn't open up two passageways to the immortal firmament. Instead, he found the passageway that 30 had broken through back then. Solemnly Guhai said. Guhai. Mahavairakana was surprised. I'm guessing that this passageway between the two immortal firmament realms was actually left behind by 30. However, 30 was careless and lost it. The two entrances were found by Senior Ichio and the Taishang sect master of the Six Paths immortal firmament. Thus, the two of them set a password on the passageway and hid it in a place where 30 could not find it. I obtained it later. Guhai guessed. You're saying that this passageway of yours belongs to 30? Without this passageway, 30 won't be able to come back at will? We can only find other paths in the void? Mahavairakana asked with a frown. That's what I'm guessing. Guhai nodded. Perhaps you're right. I remember now. When Ichio died, 30 seemed to have gone berserk. He slaughtered many living beings in many galaxies. In the universe on Earth's side, many living beings were destroyed and many immortals were killed. For a long time, many immortals did not dare to show their faces. It was during that time. Mahavairakana's expression changed. 30 lost something and was enraged. That's why he is angry. Guhai said seriously. Mahavairakana nodded. In that case, 30 won't be able to come back. This place is relatively safe? Guhai shook his head. No, I feel that it's getting more and more dangerous. 30 invaded once 800,000 years ago. This means that he has never given up on finding a second path. It's been 800,000 years. I'm guessing that his second invasion won't be too far away. Mahavairakana's expression darkened. Forget it. 30's matter is still a little far away. Let's get through this. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty are about to fight to the death. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land is also involved. Guhai said solemnly. Mahavairakana exhaled and nodded. I've said so much so that you know what to do. In the boundless celestial capital, no matter when, if the Long Wanyu is in danger, please help. Guhai said solemnly. Mahavairakana was puzzled. The Long Wanyu is the key to resolving the calamity. Guhai said solemnly. She is, could it be? Mahavairakana's pupils constricted. Guhai nodded. It's enough that you know. There's no need to say it. Mahavairakana nodded. The two stepped out of the immortal dome of antiquity. They entered the Hall of Great Strength. Inside the Hall of Great Strength. In the furnace, Shangguanhen's eyelids twitched as if he was going to wake up first. Quang. Guhai waved his sleeve, and the door of the Hall of Great Strength opened with a bang. Outside the hall, Qin Xianer and the others saw the door open and immediately filed in. Husband, how is Han? Qin Xianer asked anxiously. He's about to wake up. Guhai looked into the furnace. Bus. Under everyone's gaze, Guhan and Ao Sheng's eyelids twitched for a while. Finally, the three of them opened their eyes one after another. They're awake. That's great. Gu Qin said in surprise. The injuries on their bodies are all shattered. How strange. Long Wanyu frowned slightly as if she had thought of something. The three of them woke up and immediately saw Guhai and the others. Your Majesty, you're finally back. Shangguanhen's eyes immediately turned red. Imperial Father, this child is useless. I could only watch Uncle Chiyu die. Gu Han said with reddened eyes. Your Majesty, this subject is useless. Cough, cough, cough. Ao Sheng also said bitterly. Gu Hai channeled another surge of energy into the three of them. Following that, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Long Shenying slowly helped the three of them out of the furnace. Sit. Gu Hai ordered. This child does not dare. Gu Han immediately refused. Shangguanhen and Ao Sheng also did not dare to sit. Sit, your bodies are weak. Sit down and talk. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The three of them slowly sat down. What happened that day? How did Chiyu die? How did Empress Ji kill him? Gu Hai looked at the three of them and asked. That day an alarm suddenly sounded in Chiyu City. Rolling fog instantly enveloped Chiyu City. We heard Chiyo's shout resounding throughout the boundless celestial capital. Prince Gu Han, Supreme Ao Sheng, and I rushed over without hesitation. Ao Sheng has not reached the peak of Heavenly Palace, so I brought him along. Shangguanhen said. What did you see when you went? Gu Hai said solemnly. The moment we entered the fog, we were ambushed. Ambushed? Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, it seemed that Empress Ji had long set up an ambush. I encountered a scorpion tail. It was very powerful. That scorpion tail poked my head and I immediately felt dizzy. Shengguan Hen said in shock as he recalled. Scorpion tail? That was the poison hitching horse steak? Gu Hai's face sank. Gu Han nodded. That's right. Fourth brother from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land launched a sneak attack on Paragon Shengguan. Paragon Shengguan's fleshly body is incredible. You should know that the power of that poison hook is so strong that it can threaten even the great circle of the God Legion. Only Prime Shengguan with his invincible Vajra body could barely block it. If it were me, I would have lost my life. And then? Gu Hai asked. I encountered the Eastern Sea Dragon King Aoing. I was incompetent and was suppressed by him. Ao Xing said with a bitter smile. That Aoing is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. It's not simple for you to be able to withstand his attacks. Gu Hai nodded. I met Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Han said with a complicated expression. Mr. Wu Xing? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Wasn't Mr. Wu Xing Gu Ming? His fourth son. Gu Han definitely knew him. Yes. That Mr. Wu Xing set up a formation long ago and blocked me. What a strange formation. Gu Han said with a frown. In other words, you were blocked by someone? What about Ho Yi and Xing Tian? Gu Hai asked. They were also stopped by others. At that time, the battlefield was extremely chaotic and this child also couldn't see clearly. However, if they weren't from the Grand Yellow Celestial Dynasty, then they were from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. In any case, those who went to help were all stopped. And at the center of a turbid storm, Matriarch Ji fought against Chiyu. In the end, she defeated Chiyu. Gu Han said bitterly. Defeated Chiyu? What kind of ability is Chiyu? He is a peak god. Moreover, he cultivates one of the 5 branches of the sorcerer race. He can swallow the world and eat everything. He is invulnerable. His physical body is even stronger than Shengguan Hen's. Gu Hai said with a frown. That's right. However, Uncle Chiyu still lost. At the last moment of the battle, we remember that an eye appeared in the sky. It was a golden eye that looked like the eye of heaven. That eye emitted several beams of golden light that struck our bodies. Our bodies were instantly injured and countless cracks appeared on them. Gu Han recalled. Eye of heaven? Gu Hai's pupils constricted. Long Wanqing, Long Wanyu and the others were also shocked. Eye of heaven? This is one of the 5 sets of talents. Could it be that Empress Ji also has a set of talents? However, after that eye of heaven released the golden light, it seemed to be tired. It closed and disappeared. Gu Han recalled. Tired? Gu Hai and the others were even more shocked. It looked like this eye of heaven was not as good as Immortals 6 Paths or Yuanshi Tianzuan's. The Uncle Chiyu that father mentioned might not have that invulnerable physical body and the ability to swallow everything. Gu Han recalled. What do you mean? At that time we were severely injured by that eye of heaven. We were already on the verge of death. However, Chiyu suddenly appeared. He looked at us bitterly and said, My ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth is gone. My physical body has become mortal. I lost again. However, I'm sorry. I hope you can escape. Take care. Gu Han recalled. Chiyu said goodbye? Gu Hai's face sank. Yes. Then Chiyu threw me, Crown Prince Gu Han, Ao Xing, Ho Yi and Xing Tian out. We flew back to the infinite celestial capital. When we flew back, we saw Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword coming out of the fog and stabbing into the back of Chiyu's neck, coming out of his throat, Shengguan Hen said bitterly. Big brother Chiyu really lost? How could it be gone? He is invulnerable to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. How could the Xianyuan sword cut through his body? Gu Hai said with a frown. The 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer tribe. Long Wanyu's face sank. What? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Chiyu's powerful physical body and the ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth might really be gone. Long Wanyu said with an ugly expression. You said the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer tribe? What do you mean? The 4 great zombies, the ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, the divine blood duplication and the mind control. What's the other one? Empress Ji has the divine Dao sorcerer book. She definitely has the 5th main bloodline. What is it? Is it related to Chiyu's death? Gu Hai said with a deep voice. Yes. If Empress Ji controlled the last main bloodline, Chiyu might have been careless. Everything was taken away by Empress Ji. Long Wanyu said with a frown. What's the 5th main bloodline? It's so mysterious. Why didn't we find anything about it? Qin Xian asked curiously. The fifth main bloodline is called Divine Tao Deprivation. Long Wanyu said with a frown. Divine Tao Deprivation? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes. It is to deprive the opponent of their Divine Tao secret technique and refine it. Matriarch Ji took the Devour the Heavens and Earth divine technique from Qi Yu's body and placed it in her own body. Devouring all things? Invulnerable? Impervious to fire and water? All these abilities were stripped away by Empress Ji. Qi Yu lost all these abilities except for his cultivation. So, Long Wanyu said with a frown. Divine Tao Deprivation? In the main hall, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying main bloodline of the sorcerer tribe. Chapter 1064. Divine Tao Deprivation? If that's the case, wouldn't Matriarch Ji be invincible? Wasn't the sorcerer tribe invincible in the past as well? Gu Hai asked with a frown. No, they weren't invincible. Actually, there are drawbacks as well. After depriving the opponent of their Divine Tao secret art, they would need to refine it themselves. Furthermore, if they didn't refine it well, they would be devoured by the Divine Tao secret art instead. Right now, Matriarch Ji is still in seclusion, right? Long Wanyu asked. The embroidered uniform guards sent news that Matriarch Ji had been in seclusion ever since she killed Qi Yu. After coming out a few times, she went back into seclusion. Montez immediately said. Hence, Matriarch Ji is still refining the Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art. The Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art is one of the 5 main veins along with the Divine Tao Deprivation. Its divinity is extremely strong and it isn't that easy to refine. Long Wanyu explained. No wonder she only sent the heavenly demon Holy Grounds to find trouble with us. Qin Xian said with a frown. Divine Tao sorcerer books, how many of them does Matriarch Ji possess? It's so terrifying. Kong Xian said with a frown. Divine Tao sorcerer books, the others are all minor Taos. The most powerful ones are the 5 main veins, the 4 great zombies, divine blood duplication, devour the heavens and earth, mind control, and divine Tao deprivation. The 4 great zombies required the zombie progenitor's seed. This was definitely not something that could be obtained easily. Back then, the shaman race only had 4 seeds, and they also required Jiangxin's blood. Clearly, Matriarch Ji could not do anything about the 4 great zombies. Divine blood duplication. This was even more difficult to complete. It required poison and the collection of all poisonous insects in the world. Many of the poisonous insects in the ancient era had already gone extinct. Hence, Matriarch Ji couldn't do it. Although she had taken away Qi Yu's Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art, others couldn't cultivate it. Qi Yu had spent a lot of effort in Jiang Lianshan's plan to succeed. Others couldn't do it in a short time. Matriarch Ji could only use her Divine Tao deprivation and heart manipulation. Seizing the Divine Tao was simply too tyrannical and heaven-defying. Matriarch Ji would definitely hold it in her hands. As for the mind manipulation, there should be flaws. After all, De Hong couldn't control Yuanshi Tianzuan back then. Gu Hai said in a low voice. But even so, this Empress Ji is still extremely dangerous. Mo Yike frowned. Gu Hai nodded and then shook his head. Divine Tao deprivation. No matter how powerful it is, it can't escape the circle of divine cultivators. Longevity and divine literature spirit, the world is the 5 cultivators. Yes. Everyone nodded. Matriarch Ji is a cautious person. Since she wants to deal with the Dahan Imperial Empire, she naturally wouldn't place all her bets on Scorpio. She definitely has other methods. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty is wise. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Your Majesty, I have already sorted out the battle plans of the Great Yellow Dynasty and the marching plans against the Dahan Imperial Empire. I am waiting for your Majesty to take a look. Mo Yike suddenly stepped forward and handed over a memorial. Many officials were stunned. These days, everyone was busy dealing with the invaders. After all, if they weren't careful, the boundless celestial capital would be wiped out. Yet, Mo Yike still had the time to prepare a memorial? Gu Hai took the memorial but didn't open it. Instead, he looked at the officials. My dear officials, you have worked hard. Go back and rest first. Wait for my summons. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. We will take our leave. The officials replied. Most of the officials slowly left. Only Guhai's family, the army commanders, Montes, Vairocana, the unborn man and Hutu were left in the hall. Montes take goddess Hutu, Mao Tianyun, Gaochen, Changsheng, Ziwei, Hoqing and Mu Chenfeng to rest first. Guhai looked at Montes. Whoosh. Immediately, Gaochen, Ziwei, Changsheng and Mu Chenfeng were sent out of the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Although Gaochen and the others were in the Immortal Dome of Ancients, Guhai didn't hide anything outside. Gaochen and the others saw everything clearly. Master, there is no need for Montes to take care of you. I will do it. This is my home. Since they are here, I will take care of them. Gaochen immediately volunteered. As long as there is food. Changsheng and Ziwei smiled. Many thanks, ancient emperor. Goddess Hutu nodded. Hoqing was heavily injured and naturally didn't have the right to speak. Mao Tianyun scratched his itch and didn't mind. Yes, Hall Master. Mu Chenfeng said respectfully. Montes accepted the order and sent the group away. Unborn man organized the materials and requirements for the passage between the two worlds. Write it down and give it to me. Guhai instructed. Yes. The unborn man looked at everyone and finally nodded. Chen Xian also guessed that Guhai might want to discuss matters of state. She immediately grabbed Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu and said, Sisters, your husband is handling some matters. We are returning to the palace. I have also prepared some gifts for you. Would you like to come with me to take a look? Okay. Long Wanqing also saw that Guhai was busy and nodded. Okay. What gifts? Long Wanyu said as if they were close friends. Han Shengwanhen Ao Sheng, heal your injuries first. Here are 3 bottles of medicine to heal your injuries. Treat them according to the symptoms and heal your injuries. Guhai took out 3 bottles of heaven replenishing power. Yes. The 3 of them nodded. Vairocana, the 3 of them, I'll leave them to you. Guhai said solemnly. Mr. Good, don't worry. I will help them heal. Vairocana nodded. Guhai also nodded and looked at the others. Let's go to the upper study. Yes. Guqin and the other army commanders replied. In the upper study. Guhai sat behind the desk. The crown prince and the other army commanders stood in 2 rows. Guqin, Gao Xinji, Qin Tianshan, Mo Yike, Kong Xin, Mosquito Daoren, Sima Changkong and Dragon God Ing. Your Majesty, there are also my memorials on your desk. They are letters of support from the 3 imperial empires and the 3 middle sects. Sima Changkong also said. Everyone looked at Sima Changkong in surprise. Apart from Mo Yike, Sima Changkong also didn't let the dangers of the outside world get to his head? Guhai nodded. There was a pile of information on the desk. Guhai quickly flipped through it. As for the 8 of them, they waited patiently. After a full 2 hours, Guhai finally finished reading all the information, including the information on Sima Changkong and Mo Yike. At this moment, Guhai had a better understanding of the major events that had happened in the past year. At the same time, he also knew about the dangers that the Dahan Imperial Empire was facing. Empress Ji killed Qiyu and occupied Qiyu City. She spread the word that all the major forces in the world are at odds with the Dahan Imperial Empire. Anyone who dares to help the Dahan Imperial Empire will be treated as an enemy of the Great Yellow Dynasty. She won't rest until one of them is dead? Guhai looked at Mo Yike. Yes, Your Majesty. The 9 Li Imperial Empire occupies the center of the Divine Continent. The Great Yellow Dynasty even sent a message to all the forces in the center of the Divine Continent, all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire. They are to cooperate with the Great Yellow Dynasty. Otherwise, the flames of fury will burn them. And Mo Yike said. Oh? All the forces from the center to the north of the Divine Continent? How are they coming to terms? Guhai asked. From the center to the north of the Divine Continent, there are a total of 15 imperial empires, 16 mid-tier sects, countless imperial empires and lower-tier sections. Of these 15 imperial empires, 4 of them are willing to give up 5 cities each. 3 mid-tier sects are also willing to give up 4 cities each. These cities that are given to the Great Yellow Dynasty are in a straight line, forming a long and narrow territory for the Great Yellow Dynasty. From the Great Yellow Dynasty all the way to the north, all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire. Mo Yike said solemnly. A long and narrow territory from Shenyuan City all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire? Mr. Mo, what do you think Empress Ji intends to do? Guhai asked. Draw on the power of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Mo Yike said. Oh. Empress Ji seems to have seen that the potential of the Dahan Imperial Empire is too great. Therefore, between the Great Yen Heavenly Empire and the Dahan Imperial Empire, he chose to deal with the Dahan Imperial Empire first. Although it is only a small territory, as long as the territory extends to the borders of the Dahan Imperial Empire, he can move his capital there. He can then mobilize the fate energy at the borders of the Dahan Imperial Empire and then send troops to the Dahan Imperial Empire. This will be more effective with half the effort. Empress Ji is very cautious. Mo Yike said solemnly. At what cautious? Empress Ji is just picking on the weak. Gu Hai sneered. Mo Yike didn't say a word. Does he think that the Dahan Imperial Empire is still the same as before? If he dares to take a bite, he should be prepared to have his teeth broken. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. The Dahan Imperial Empire is now fully fledged. It is about time for it to enter the Celestial Empire. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Celestial Empire? Everyone's eyes lit up. The Great Yellow Dynasty is threatening those powers. I naturally can't be behind them. Mo Yike, draft an edict and tell the world that the Great Yellow Dynasty's Empress Ji used despicable means to kill my brother, Chiyu. This hatred is irreconcilable. The Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Empire will not rest until one of them is dead. All the powers in the world who helped the Dahan Imperial Empire will be treated as the enemy of the Dahan Imperial Empire. They will not rest until one of them is dead. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. All the generals smiled knowingly. Empress Ji threatened those powers, and His Majesty also threatened those powers. They wondered what those powers were thinking. Was the Dahan Imperial Empire really going head-to-head with Great Yellow? No one was afraid. Instead they felt excited. After all, they had been here for so many years. What had they not seen before? The Great Yellow Dynasty was strong, but it was not strong enough to suppress the Divine Continent. If the Dahan Imperial Empire won this battle, the Dahan Imperial Empire would definitely advance to the Celestial Empire. The Celestial Empire? Thinking about it, everyone's hearts trembled. Battle flames flashed in their eyes. Once this edict is out, the various powers will definitely panic and be caught in a dilemma. Qin Tianshan said with a smile. Not necessarily. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Mo Yike nodded. In the end, the Great Yellow Dynasty is still the Celestial Empire. Although my Dahan Imperial Empire has been very strong in recent years, it is still an Imperial Empire. Most of those powers might still side with the Great Yellow Dynasty. Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask, if those powers remain stubborn and continue to help the Great Yellow Dynasty, how should my Dahan Imperial Empire deal with them? Destroy them at lightning speed. Gu Hai said. Yes. All the generals answered. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.